Gamers Heaven. I am, of course, joined here by Marshall Craven. Say hi.
Going on, everybody? You know me. I've been throughout the entire circuit. But Mr. Dragnell Shadow here. He's new to the commentary. He's going to be with us day one of the finals today. You want to tell everybody about yourself a little bit?
So I am a up-and-coming content creator for Cardfight Vanguard. I've been at this for roughly about 5 years, but this is my first real official casting role, and this is going to be really exciting because we are going to be watching how these players actually qualify into potentially a day 2 invite. Now, there's a lot of cash pricing on the line. There's a lot of high stakes, full venue, everything going on when that time comes on February 28th over in Philadelphia. So that is what a lot of these players are really aiming for at this point. And I am really excited to see what decks we're going to actually see in specific because we're still in the Lyrical just came out not that long ago. So there's a potential that we're going to see some Lyrical decks come out into the limelight in these sets. And for full disclosure to those who are new to this, how these rounds are going to go, there is, I believe, 5 rounds total. Best of 3 with a 1-hour timer with a 10-minute extra additional timer for turns. So how it's going to work, once timer hits 0 for the regular timer, you're going to have 0, 1, 2, and then 3. And then after the 3rd turn, or if the 10 minutes is up, that's when the game ends.
Yep. And there will be no, as far as I know, it's double loss, right?
I'm pretty sure it is double elimination, yes.
Yep. So there will be no comparison in damage. There will be no deck comparison to determine a winner. It will be if at the end of the turn, if there's no definite winner, it will be double loss for both players.
Yep. So with that being said, since we are just waiting to get set up at this point, I do want to talk about some of the decks that I'm kind of expecting to see. And I know you're not too familiar when it comes to Standard that well, but we had a lot of decks come out at Set 11 that really shake up the meta big time. And the 3 main ones that I definitely want to highlight, of course, is that you have we have Prison, which got a massive update thanks to the new Grade 3, as well with some of the support that comes from that potentially. We have Chris Rain with her new Grade 3 and the bunch of support that came out with that. And then we also have Leonore also coming out around the same time with, again, new Grade 3, new cards, the whole 9 yards. And so it's going to be interesting to see how those decks kind of go into it as well against potentially more Lyrical decks, which did get massive upgrades as well. I know that I'm pretty sure we got a Fennel, we've got some other stuff in there. I forget exactly. I'm trying to remember what other Lyrical decks actually got updates for.
The biggest one I would probably say is Chris Rain. Because
Yeah.
Chris Rain is already a really good deck. So any generics that deck gets, it'll just be very good. But with that being said, sorry to cut it a little short here, but we are actually about to be doing announcements for all of the players and everything else like that. So Mr. Mustang will be taking care of all of our player announcements. So just give us just a few moments and we will get to you with the announcements.
All right. Thank you all for being here today. Our very, very cherished finalists. Welcome to the X Circuit Finals, Day 1. I'm your tournament organizer, Mustang. Today, you guys have made it. You guys have set the stones and built the foundation for us to come. You guys know our mission. I won't bug your ears about it for too much. But for formality's sake, our goal is to set a foundation for you to earn income, for you guys to travel, for you guys to enjoy playing card games at a higher level. And we brand it C Sports. Today, you're 17 strong. Supposed to be 24, but Life happens. But that doesn't change the mission. Only 8 of you will be moving on to day 2. Only 8. Every game matters. Every match matters. But announcements, let's move on to the most important thing that you guys are fighting for. Besides your friendships, the pancakes, and everything else. The pricing. I'm going to hand it over to Zero.
Before I do, I want to let you guys know right here on this table, we have a lot of supporters for this circuit. And one of them is BCW. For your day 1 finalists, you all will be receiving a Prism deck box. We will be handing those out shortly. As long as this circuit is funded, we'll have a lot more to give you guys in the coming future. As long as you guys support it, we'll have a lot more tournaments coming in the wake. Josh?
Whoever has the worst record should move.
All right, guys. Welcome to the show. I'm Zero. Some of y'all know me as Joshua. Some of y'all know me as that blaster guy. And for the people that was around in my day, some dude who failed to beat Revengers with Nova Grapplers. Welcome to Day 1 Finals. I'm going to tell you about the prizing that you're fighting for if you become top 8 and make it to Day 2. So, let's get into what y'all came here for. Prizing for Day 2 has been finalized. It will not be budging. This is what you will be earning. If you make it to Day 2, you are guaranteed to walk out with money. As I've said at every single qualifier and every single announcement, it is just a matter of how much. And now those numbers are finalized. Let's get to it. 8th through 5th. In cash, you will be receiving $125. This is for Day 2. This is not for the day. Today you're fighting for the right to have a chance at getting $125. So if you are top 8, just know on Day 2, at a minimum, you have $125 in your pocket. 4th place will be receiving $270. 3rd place will be receiving $500. 2nd place will be receiving $750. And if you're good at math, 1st place will receive $1,000. In addition to that, hold your applause, please. In addition to that, we have $280 worth of support prizing from Codex Journals. Codex Journals is a company that prides themselves on making notebooks for competitive gamers. Their current stuff is for Riftbound. We have contracted with them to make a special journal for Cardfight Vanguard, which is what Mustang is holding in his hands. I will save the details about what's on the inside of it for Day 2 finals. But just know, this is your first peek. In addition to those journals, 1st place will be receiving a gaming laptop. That gaming laptop is worth $750. We have deals. You guys don't have deals. We have deals. So, you're good at math. That's $4,020 worth of pricing for Day 2. Now you can give us a round of applause. Our goal is to foster a C-sports environment. We could not do that if we were not putting cash in your hands and prizing that's worth it. I promise you've never seen a notebook like that Codex Journal. I want one for myself. Please don't show up. Can't buy them. So, I don't have anything left to say about the prizes. Let me get it over to your head judge. He's going to give you the breakdown for how the tournament's going to run, how many rounds there are, timing around, etc. We'll get my stream guys over on table 1, and we'll get everything started. Thanks for y'all time.
Okay, so a lot of really big announcements for that, obviously, and looking forward to seeing how much more pricing we can potentially get in the future, assuming you guys continue to support it. And because I don't know about you, but because that's some big difference maker right there, man.
Oh yeah, definitely. The $1,000 in your pocket for getting first is pretty good. But also just knowing that even if you make top 8, no matter what, you're gonna walk away with some kind of money is just very nice.
Yeah, 100%.
It's very
Especially
reassuring, but it also gives you that drive to do better. The laptop is interesting. The laptop is very interesting. I'm coming from other card games and like especially like Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff, where like your only prizing is like a Nintendo Switch
or a
an air fryer.
or whatever. Yeah, like oh my gosh,
Like, that's actually kind of nice. The notebook is very interesting. I'm very interested to see it a little bit more whenever
it's finalized.
Whenever they reveal a little bit more information about it. Because like I know Vanguard is one of those games where you can't notate anything in the middle of the game, but you can keep track of stuff afterwards.
Yeah.
So I definitely want to see how that works out.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm curious on the design, low key, because it's got to look pristine. You know, if they're really hyping it up. But
oh yeah, definitely.
Oh boy. So yeah, going back to kind of like since we're still waiting on round 1 to officially get started, So what were some of your picks that you were expecting more or less going into this tournament?
So I've been looking at the meta reports from the BCSs we've been having over the last since this latest booster set, since Georgia, because Duluth was the first event for the last booster set.
Right.
And I've been in the meta reports. I've been seeing Chris Rain being the biggest like overall most represented deck. So I definitely think we're going to see Chris Rain. Because Chris Rain is just one. It's just a hard counter to Prison. Like there's just nothing Prison can do about it, and it's just rough. So with it being just the hard counter to Prison, I think Prison is pretty much almost like that gatekeeper deck, kind of like how Chaos was back in the day, and like how a lot of like Chaos and Mega Colony and stuff like that. You have to be able to beat these decks in order to be a top contending deck. A lot of times it's your deck has to be able to beat Prison now.
Yeah.
So I think
like struggle street at that point.
Exactly. So I think we'll probably see a lot of Chris Rain. We'll probably see a lot of Prison. Vice Ruger is still very good. Vice Ruger is still a very good deck. It's still very tanky as it always is. And they can selectively put their Mystiches back so they can't be hit. The Midgar can't be targeted, so it can't be hit off the Prison effect.
Right.
So then it's just like, okay, cool.
Yeah, so that the Prison player at that point has to actively work around that, and that's really sometimes that may not be feasible depending on what cards they have in hand.
Exactly. So I could see Vice Sugar coming out. I could also see Vergila is still there. It's still always a looming threat.
Yeah.
And then Heart Luru as well.
Yeah, Heart Luru is one of those decks we were talking about it off stream before it started. Heart Luru is just one of the most consistent decks I've seen in a very long time. In the sense where you're able to manually soul charge off the Sparkling Bunny and set yourself up into a position between searching for the order, searching for other cards, into a point where in the late game you're hitting mad triggers left and right. And a lot of these players, when they use Heart Luru, they run the red OT on top of that, which means an additional restand with 100 million, potentially crit pressure if you get the dragon off with the restand to give the crit. So that is going to be very devastating if that also comes out as well. I also think that decks like Minerva could also possibly be showing up, but we're starting to see our players get ready for round 1 here, and I want to know if we have either of the decks ready to go so that we could quickly talk about them.
So it looks like it is going to be Mr. Colin Granner versus Fred Gathers. So let's see, what do we got?
Let me take a look here. Okay, so it looks like that. Oh,
Looks like
wait
it's
a
going to be Chris Rain versus Heart Luru.
yeah. So that's an interesting matchup.
Yes, it is.
So like I was saying before about Harluru, Harluru is one of those decks that can naturally compress to such a point where it's really difficult to stop in the late game, especially when they're able to get the 5 attacks going with a potential 6 attack with the overtrigger in mind. And then Chris Ray, like we previously stated, is one of those decks that is just really just large numbers, like consistent like attackers. One of those decks that is just like if you're not able to like kind of push early game, it makes it really difficult to stop.
Yeah. If you're not, and another big thing about that deck is also, and it's one of those big factors that why a lot of people take it into a big tournament, is it's not very mentally taxing. So
yeah,
like
definitely not.
if you're playing a very long game or a very long tournament, you're not gonna start getting a headache like around round 4 or 5. You're just like you're not gonna start getting like your head starting to hurt, you're starting to feel drained, stuff like that. This is not gonna happen. So it's kind of like just that effect of it kind of helps you with that mental a little bit. So, because you don't have a lot of decision making, because a lot of the cards just tell you where they need to be on the board, and they tell you exactly what to do when they're there. So it's like,
so then it's a matter of do you actually sequence everything properly, and more importantly, I think what this ultimately is also going to come down to is who starts able to think the deck faster and hitting triggers faster as well, and more importantly, who actually goes first or second in this situation too. Because Persona Ride is also going to be a massive factor as well.
Yes.
Like hitting that consistent Persona Ride, if you hit it every single turn, cool. If you misride it at late stages of the game, that could also potentially hurt you. And so I am really interested to see how this matchup will play out, primarily because I have not seen, personally myself, I have not seen Chris Rain that much, aside from the anime, of course. So I'm curious to see how it's going to perform IRL in a best of 3, which is very important as well, going into each one of these rounds.
Yeah, because that's also one of the downsides of playing a deck like Heart Lure as well, is because this is a best of 3. Most of the time, Heart Lure is known for being like the down aggro deck, and in a best of 1, a lot of times that can work because you just catch your opponent by surprise and then you just go from there.
Right, we're going to be starting these off. The Heart Luru player is going to be starting this game off with the discard and riding it to the grade 1, which will allow him to reveal Heart Luru to search for the Happy Toys set order.
Yep, he's giving out the smash invitations like crazy.
And this is going to be very interesting to see what he's able to like search off of it at this point. Because again, you want certain pieces immediately, and then also if you're able to get those, like obviously if you get the dragons early, if you get the sparkling buddies, which is going to be very crucial for later on. Yep, we see 1 sparkling buddy and a dragon.
Yep,
off that effect. So again,
and the dragon is the one that gains a crit in Battle Door, right?
Yes. Well, no. So they're 2 separate cards. You have the bear, which gives the 2 or more guard restrict from hand, and then the dragon, when it restats, gets the crit.
Yeah, and then I think the shark restands on swing, right?
But specifically to a rear guard. So when it attacks a rear guard, that's when that procs off.
Got it. Okay.
And because you ride Heart Luru, you're going to have the shark immediately on turn 3, so you may not want to commit a hand or for the rear guards in the front row, depending on that situation. Like early game, that might be advantageous as we do see him ride up. But after that, once you go into later turns, do you want to take that risk of seeing the shark potentially come out?
Well, that's also one of the upsides of playing Lyrical is you get access to cards like Yuika. Speaking of Yuika, there's one right there.
Yep.
It's just going to allow you to bounce that rear guard back to your hand after getting in So there's nothing for him to swing at if he
Ooh,
because
checks
it's
it.
back in your hand.
Yep. So be using Yuika's skill to add back to hand and swinging for a 1 to hit.
No
Gets
trigger on
the,
that.
but still, front set is very good to see
Yes,
in
it
the
is,
early
yes.
game.
Yes, it is.
And so we're passing back, discarding the discard to ride into the shark, and then from here, he's going to be activating the effect to search for another Happy Toys order.
Yes. We did see the one thing that we did kind of gloss over. The Chris Rain player, their first discard of the game was a fire gun.
Oh, that's going to be very impactful.
That's so perfect. Almost
Yeah.
like that's actually so perfect.
Yep, and we do see him Energy Blast 3 to draw one from the Gun Cycler.
Yep.
And so,
from
yep,
the
we're gonna
discard, and there's the Happy
and that-
Toys.
Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, you already found, yep, more Sparkly Bunny and the bear that I mentioned earlier. So that's going to be kind of where you want to be at in this situation. Because now when you go into your turn 3, it's like, cool, I have options now.
Exactly.
And the other thing is, too, is like, now it's just a matter of, now can you see the rest of your orders and potentially a Persona ride at this point?
Oh yeah, because he's pretty much set up everything he needs to.
Yep. Sees the Sparkling Bunny, activating the effect to check the top 3, and putting another bear into the soul. So that's very good. And one other thing that I think might come into the later like games is because of how much searching you're doing off of Heart Luru's, just the core in itself, they may get into a situation where you may run into a time issue potentially, depending on how games 2 and 3 play out. But we see yet another Sparkling Bunny come out as well. So thinning the deck further.
But luckily, the players do have an hour. They do have an hour of time in the round. So
That at least is a massive silver lining.
yes, and we're gonna see the rush from. They're gonna see the rush from Harluru here.
We do see him check the Persona Ride copy. So, like I said earlier, there we go. That's gonna matter a lot.
But now let's see if he can hit the other order. All right, so we see Chris Rain take 2 damage. Finally hits a defensive trigger on the last damage, which kind of is rough for them.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be seeing that. And high five being able to activate. And
we are going to see the Aqua.
Oh, I guess
we're going to see him ride the Aqua over the Sedna, and then resolve effects.
Man, that ride line is just the grade 1 and 2 are just so consistent in decks like this.
Yep,
like
100%.
Throughout the entirety of Lyrical Cup back when we were playing it, you just saw this in every single ride deck, and you're going to be able to see that, okay, now I'm adding certain key pieces like that into my hand at that point, and that's really going to matter for the later turns, especially since because you have, actually, no, he Soul Blasted out, because I'm pretty sure, I don't know if he has any soul at this point to proc off the Yuika, but even still, like, the fact that you do have access to it is going to help.
Yeah, definitely.
Another soul charge off the effect. And then we're just going to see what he wants to do for me here. If he wants to commit something, like I told you before, you may not want to commit too much on your board on your grade 2 turn if you're the Chris Rain player because of the shark, because they could just easily poke into the rear guard to get the restand that way. But it's just a matter of how they want to sequence this.
Yeah, but again, that Yuika being on the board lets them kind of commit a little bit.
Yeah, so that does help him out. I think we're just waiting on
have to worry about burning through soul too.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting on a judge ruling real quick as we're just kind of pausing game state for a moment. But so far, it seems like the Hunt Ruler player is really getting a lot of mileage out of the Sparkling Buddies. And so I will not be surprised if on turn 3 he's able to just sit there and check mad critical triggers at this point. Even just from like the amount of soul charging he's been doing just on its own. Because one other thing that I really do like about the Sparkling Buddy as well is that when the card that is in front of it restands, it also restands as well. So that means your numbers are naturally going to be higher.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So there's the +5.
Calling out the front set. which
Yep.
I believe also, I'm pretty sure it also bounces the card, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so I
Offensive
think it's going to
effect.
bounce that other rear guard.
Yeah. So that way, again, like I said, you're not prone to the shark at all. And see, extra committal with the heel trigger.
Just to try to get a few bigger numbers.
Yep. Because now this is swinging for 15. So that makes it a, takes it. Checks cred. Ooh, that's really.
First trigger, second check, no trigger.
And yeah, that is gonna be really good. Another +5, and then it's gonna see how he's choosing to guard this. Guards with another trigger, and then bounces it back up to hand, and then soul blasting from the Yui cut to return the front set back to the hand.
Okay, so he is going to leave a rear guard hanging, which if it's expendable, it doesn't really matter.
Right.
So it's like you just don't want to leave any very good rear guards in the front row. So
exactly. So we are going to see him going into the Heart Luru. Now the question is, what kind of board do you want to establish here for this turn? Because you do have 2 open CB, and then it's just a matter of, do I want to... Yep, going for the Toys order. Once again, checking the top 5 for 2 Happy Toys cards. And we do see him just reveal the 1. So, not the worst situation to be in, obviously. More cards, the better. But at the same time, now it's just a matter of, am I able to just go for it at this point? Because one other thing is that his opponent's only sitting at 2. So, I don't know if you want to be in this situation. I think at this point you kind of do want to commit a little bit, because you have the resources, you have enough soul to make that proc off, as we do see him call the shark and the dragon. And I don't know if... Oh no, because I'm trying to remember if the shark, if it's when you ride the Heart Lure on top of it, if it gets immediately called out, or you have to manually call it off of the grade 3.
I think it gets called out when you ride on top of it.
Okay, so he might have.
Otherwise, I don't think it has enough. Otherwise, I don't think it would have an effect, because it doesn't have an effect when you ride.
Okay, so I was gonna say, because I was trying to remember how that worked, because I've seen it in action before, but I was just trying to remember off the top of my head here. So we are going to be entering into the battle phase. Shark swinging into the rear guard, activating the effect to Soul Blast to restand. So clearing that rear guard, and now we're going to see the dragon coming in for a measly 18, which is still really good numbers you want to be hitting right now. Actually, no, it's actually +5 say so. I'm sorry. That's 23. Guards with the heel trigger to make it 25. And now we're going to see Heart Lure.
All right. We're going to see the Heart Lure come in, and we're about to see the first twin drive of the game, of the tournament.
Actually, a pretty triple drive, right? Because
I believe
it's +1 drive, I'm pretty sure. So
if your opponent's at grade 3.
Oh, okay, so
heel. We are going to see this heel resolve, which again, heel triggers in standard have way more weight to them than they do anywhere else, honestly. Yeah. Especially hitting them early.
And so now this is going to be swinging for 28-33 with a critical.
So this is going to be a 25k guard.
And that's a lot of shield to be committing down to block early game. So
looks
yeah,
like
we're going to take it.
Looks like the Chris Rain player is going to go to 5.
It's the over trigger though, so that's going to shut down the last attack. But you know,
now the issue they run into now is they're at 4. So now they have to worry about the heart. They have to worry about a crit from the Heart Luru. So they guard that. They have to guard the bear. They can't just take one and be like, "Oh, can I try to fish for something?"
Because it seems like at this point that the Heart Luru player is in the driver's seat. So unless the Chris Ray player can actually do a little more to push to potentially 4 or 5 damage this turn, this is going to be an uphill battle at that point.
Agreed. We are going to see. Looks like we are going to see the Chris Ray Cadenza.
Yep.
Let's see if I can get it pulled up here.
Yep. So just waiting on Josh to shuffle the deck.
Chris Rain Cadenza. So Chris Rain Cadenza is going to let him CB1 choose any number of your units. and perform one of the following. If you chose 4 units, all of the chosen units have different card names. Perform 2 instead of 1. If you chose 5 or more units, and all of the units have different card names, perform all of them instead of 1. So you can draw a card and energy charge, choose one of your units, and it gets plus 15. This unit gets a crit. Choose one of your rear guards, and it gets at the end of battle. At the end of your turn, you may return this unit to the hand. And then it has the divine skill of at the end of battle that this unit attacked a grade 3 or greater rear guard, or grade 3 or greater unit. Sorry, Soul Blast 1. Choose any number of your rear guards, return them to your hand. Choose up to 1 unit from your hand, call it a rear guard, and until end, decrease that unit's power and critical to match this one.
And we're going to be seeing the high 5 activate to kind of further get to his main game plan here.
Yep. It's gonna let him kind of. I believe it lets him draw an extra card. It lets him draw an extra card and call a card.
So, yep, going to be able to place that down. And now the question is, what else can you realistically commit to kind of push here? Yep, another fraud set that which we previously bounced on the previous turn. And so, can he see a 5th card without overcommitting, I should say? Because then you have the option of using the divine skill immediately.
Well, the thing is, you can use the divine skill anyway. It's just you can use the divine skill no matter how many rear guards. But realistically, Chris Ring doesn't have to have a card behind the Vanguard circle because Chris Ring can target herself.
Right. Okay.
Because it does say units. It doesn't say rear guards. So she can target herself, and then our player would have the 5 differently named units to be able to resolve all of the effects.
Right. So we're going to be seeing some additional power gains coming in, and
Yep. So looks like we are going to see the 15K. He draws a card and energy charges. We're going to see a crit to the Vanguard.
And we're going to see battle phase here.
And I believe he gave it to the friend. I believe he gave the ability to bounce back to the hand at the end of turn to the friend set. I believe. Or no,
Yes.
he gave.
So
I believe that's what he did. So yep. There's the guard. All right, second attack. Yep. Where did he give that to? Where did he give that effect to? I'm wondering.
I'm pretty sure he gave it to the front set, but he does damage check a front trigger, so that's going to be helpful to guard a lot of these attacks. And again, like I told you, it's just going to be a matter of if you're able to actually commit and actually push enough damage, and hitting that defensive trigger is going to be very crucial here.
Oh yeah, 100%. And this hard lure player, I'm not going to lie, has been defensive triggers like crazy.
This is exactly what I told you early on into the stream, where I was like, Heart Luru can deck into it up to a point where not only offensively it hits triggers, but defensively as well.
100%. All right, so we are going to see the restand on there. We're going to see the draw. No divine skills, so we're going to see a perfect guard come down from Heart Luru. First check, perfect guard. Second check, heal trigger.
Power to the front set, and he does recover.
Yep, he does. He is going to be able to recover. Looks like he's going to heal the crit out of his damage. Okay.
So that's going to help out a little bit here.
All right. Yeah.
That hand's looking very beefy now in comparison to the previous turn.
100% it is, and it's only going to get bigger because now he's going to be able to bounce the friend's head back to his hand, which is going to be another card back in his. And there's Hard Luru again with another defensive trigger. I think I believe he's went 4 for 4.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And
yep. Oh, he gave the ability to the Yuika.
So that he could not only have shield, but if he survives and he still happens to have it in hand, he could kind of further extend.
Well, and it gives him an extra shield in hand because he uses the Yuika's effect to bounce the friend set, and then the friend set, and then at the end of turn, the Chris Ring bounces the Yuika back to his hand. Okay. That's actually pretty smart.
Yeah. So we're going to see the Persona Ride come in. And once again, we're going to be seeing a similar position where now, if you thought the numbers were crazy before, now you have to take everything that you saw in the previous turn and multiply it by 10 at this point. Because you're going to have You still have all the same effects you did the previous turn, but with additional power and the potential to hit even more triggers.
Oh yeah,
So now the
100%.
other thing. So now the other thing is, did he see the fourth order? Because if he did see the fourth order, that's going to be huge. Because then that gives you an additional attack to work with.
100%. To answer your question, Mr. Dan Chigard, we are total players for this tournament is 17 players. We were supposed to have 24, but life happens, so we cannot fault anybody for that. But we have 17 right now. It will be 5 rounds, and it will be an hour in each round.
Yep. So we're going to see the grade 1 come out and activate the skill to add the last order that he needed. So I completely forgot that card had the skill. I'm going to be honest with you. But
yeah.
So that's another massive consistency piece.
Most of the time, Heart Lure players draw it against me. They never need to search it because they already have it.
Yep. Once again, searching the top 5 for the last time, adding a bear into the soul. So that's going to be very impactful. Well, actually, does it add to hand? I keep forgetting. I know it's like 1 hand, 1 soul, right?
The order?
Yeah.
I believe it is 1 to hand, 1 to soul.
Okay, that's what I thought. So he's going to be resting 2 orders. And he's going to check his soul count real quick to see what he has in there. So that way he could soul charge the correct card. And yep, we do see the block dragon go in. And then, again, resting another 2 to put another one into the soul. Yep, putting in a bear. So at this point, I really wonder if the Chris Ray player is going to have enough cards ahead to block everything. So
yeah, so we are going to go to combat, and we're going to see the dragon swing first. Chris Rain is going to take this damage,
and the other one too.
It's going to go to 5. No triggers. Hard Lure's going to swing. We're going to see the first triple drive of the game. Let's see if his defensive luck can transition to offensive luck.
Yeah, so again, the main question is, does he have enough in hand to block all this? Because if not, because another thing is, I believe we have not seen the overtrigger come out for the Heart Lure player at all.
No, we have not, but we did see a drive. We did see a perfect guard on the drive strike of Chris Rain last turn.
Well, that's not going to be
that is going to be a little bit of a help, but
again, for those who are unfamiliar, most lists that run Heart Luru run the Red OT, which has the skill where you could target one of your rear guards and it gains an effect where at the end of the battle that it attacks, it gets to restand. So ideally, you give it to either one of the 2 front row rear guards that you've got there, and then that gives additional like pressure.
First drive check. Looks like we had the first triple drive of the game. First check is going to be a heal trigger. Second check, perfect guard. Third check,
another perfect guard. This time being the Sanctitude.
Which for against Chris Rain is a 3 to maybe 4 attack deck. So perfect guards are actually not that bad to have.
For sure. Gonna be
blocking that. We are gonna see the guard there.
And then this is going to be a really big attack. Does he have enough to defend? So now he's debating. He's like, dang, do I actually have the numbers here? Because for all we know, he has a bunch of 5Ks in his hand and not enough 15Ks.
Yeah. He just pitched 2 of them, and it looks like you were honestly spot on there on that prediction because we can see a little bit of the player's hands. It looks like he only has a 15 in its hand.
Oh god. So that's going to be really rough. Still, he's going to be able to activate the grade 1's effect to return 2 cards to the ride deck to get a little bit more shield. Does he have enough? Another 15k shield comes down. He needs a little bit more. Ooh, he has enough.
But that's 4 cards out of hand though.
Yeah, that is brutal.
That is absolutely brutal.
So now, how does he respond? So I feel like you need to see Persona Ride if you have not. Oh, there it is. Persona Ride.
Persona Ride into Chris Rain.
So now he's going to get the +10 to the front row from the Persona ride. And so now, hopefully, if you're the Chris Ray player, you can pressure a little bit and just try to go for game here. Because I don't see a world where you live another turn from the Heart Lulu player.
I don't see that either.
So he's checking his drop to see what he's...
Especially if Heart Lulu has that has another Persona ride. We are going to see the Fire Regalis come out. Remember, he pitched that during the first turn of the game, so we're going to see if he can try to build a board off of it.
Seeks a perfect guard.
Perfect guard. He's going to be able to bounce that back.
So that's actually going to be pretty helpful in case he can't actually go for the Kilka from this turn.
Mm-hmm.
So now...
Which, if you're going to throw it behind your Vanguard, Vanguard doesn't really need a booster anyway. It's just there to make It's just there to make it just a little bit bigger, just a 5K more. So...
And we see that he was like that the Heart Lulu player was double checking to see how many PGs has already been burned this game, or just public knowledge in general, as we do see the high five activate.
If there's going to high five, giving the opponent a high five. We love sports here.
We love to see that. And once again, now it's just a matter of how much more of a board are you able to commit. Yep. So he's going to be able to counterblast 1 to draw a card from that.
Yep.
So, like, what really is unfortunate is I saw it earlier is that he damage checked the 1 grade 1 that gives an immediate +10 off being on place. So that kind of like additional power isn't going to be available. But you do have some other rear guards that can at least get you to those really high like number counts, as we do see both the Eureka and the front set come out.
Yep, and there's now we're going to see the Chris Rain Cadenza's effect activate. It's going to see 6 differently named units. So we're going to get all of the effects. We're going to see the draw and energy charge. We're going to see the 15K. We're going to see the crit, and we're going to see the ability to bounce something at the end of turn, which I assume will probably be that PG.
Yep. And that probably be your number 1 target, because again, if you're not able to defeat him this turn, you're going to need some additional shield value, and that's going to come up.
Yep, having a contingency.
Yep. As we enter into the battle phase,
we're going to see the first combat of the game, and this combat phase may make or break this Chris Rain player's game 1.
Yeah, definitely. So now it's just a matter of if he wants to take this first hit.
Our lures looking like they're going to take it. Damage check,
no defensive trigger. Chris Ray player got really lucky. Big. Yep. So swinging for 40K.
And notice not boosting with the Eureka. So what's probably going to end up happening is our Chris Rain player is going to bounce everything on his board, call something out of his deck in front of the Eureka, and then use the Eureka to bounce that card back to his hand.
Right.
Which is going to essentially let him tutor for a card and put it into his hand, any card that he wants, and just immediately put it into his hand, which is again a very good contingency plan.
So we're going to see the Chris Rain going in for the attack, and because of that effect, it's going to be able to Energy Blast 3 to draw another card.
Oh, I guess that's not what he's going for, because he's going to restand. I was mistaken. I see your game. First check, critical trigger. Oh my lord!
Ooh!
But another big thing here. Yep. Unfortunately, the divine skill for Chris Rain is at the end of battle.
Yeah, so you got to make a decision here.
They perfect guard to the Vanguard. But do you give it? Looks like he's going to give crit to the rear guard, power to the Vanguard. We're going to see a heal trigger come out for the second check.
Ooh,
he's giving. Keep in mind, he's giving that power to the Vanguard because when Chris Rain, if he divine skills here, Chris Rain's going to be able to call something, and it's going to gain the power and the crit from Chris Rain herself. So it's going to resolve its effect, and it's going to be a very big rear, even if it's by itself.
Yep.
So we are going to see the perfect guard get bounced back to hand, and we're going to see something get called. I was mistaking. I was mistaking this Chris Strange Divine Skill with the old one that lets you search.
Yeah,
My mistake.
it's all good, man.
I don't play lyrical.
Listen, aside from Arsario, neither do I.
We're gonna see this rear guard come swinging in. This one's gonna be what 23. So
So
23, 28, 38 plus 10, 48 to crit.
Insane numbers.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's going to be, we're looking at, on the other column, 73K, because it's going to get an additional +5.
That's some Dimension Police numbers here.
For real.
That's crazy.
So let's see how he chooses the guard. I think he's running out of cards in hand in this situation, and I think you really missed out on hitting a defensive here. It's coming back to bite him, not hitting the defensive here.
Yeah, definitely.
And so we're going to see him drop a huge amount of hand. First the intercept, and then the 2 heal triggers and the bear. So that is going to be enough to block that. So now it's just a matter of if he has enough to actually stop this one. Does he have enough to stop this huge 73K attack?
Yep, there's the Elementaria.
Yep.
But if you look, Chris Rain has rebuilt their hand.
Yeah. That was very crucial here. Wow. That was one heck of a turn.
Wild.
And we're going to see them pass back. Energy charge 3. Now the question is, how do you break through that huge hand?
Yeah, because that's at least 12 cards.
Bare minimum. And you have to keep in mind also, you do have a perfect guard that's public knowledge as well in that hand. So yeah.
So that will definitely be for the Heart Lure itself.
Yeah. So activating the Sparkly Buddy to check the top 3 again to potentially thin the deck a bit more. Ooh. Soul charging a Persona Ride copy. So I'm pretty sure we didn't even see him Persona Ride this past turn. So that's actually, these numbers aren't going to be hitting nearly as hard either. So I feel like what this is going to come down to is if he hits his OT here. If you hit your OT, then you're golden. If not, then we're looking into a situation where game 2 is going to be rough. So we're going to see the trigger count here. 2 heals, a crit. I believe that's another crit. And then we're going to see, I'm pretty sure there was another like two to three triggers in there. Oh, have a lot of triggers. 4 triggers in the damage zone. So
that's exactly what I was saying. He this Hard Lure player earlier in the game just went 4 for 4 on trigger checks.
So yeah, so we're gonna see the orders activate to put another 2 cards into the soul to set up in case this isn't enough for the next turn. So we're gonna see how this plays out. Again, like I said, you need to start checking mad triggers and potentially the over trigger to kind of keep yourself in this game.
Oh yeah, definitely 100%. But we are going to see the bear come out instead of the shark this time because there are no rear guards. So what's the point of the restand? You might as well get the battle door to try to rip.
You have to at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Vanguard Swing, activate skill, restand. And so, do or die moment.
Yes, we do see the chat. We are going to see Harluru come swinging in.
Ooh. Question is, because here's the issue now. If he only has the 1 perfect guard, do you risk it here? And then
I think
potentially
you kind of have to.
Yeah.
Because the over trigger still isn't here.
And that's the scariest part about Heart Luru decks.
And if this over trigger isn't, if the over trigger gets revealed here, I think it's just
yeah. Because you burned your OT, you burned a lot of heals in general.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're gonna see the draw. Oh, OT is in hand. Okay, so it looks like Hard Luru drew their OT.
Ooh, okay, so that's big. So now
that
it's
is
like,
very big. But again, the Crushing player doesn't know that. That's in private knowledge, so you have to kind of guard it, thinking that it's still there.
yep.
First check, no trigger. Second check, no trigger. Twin cast. Third check, no trigger.
Wow.
Oh, that's gonna be rough.
Yeah. Oh man. So now, how much? Even at least just one damage here would be really helpful here, as we do see the perfect guard come down.
Well, that and also this. Yeah, because they can. The Crushing player is at 4, so they could just take the big bear and be like, okay, cool.
Yeah, it's just one damage. Who cares?
It's one damage. Who cares?
Yeah.
Cool. You gave me another counterblast to use.
Oh, we do see him just
they're
pass
gonna
back,
not to, and they're gonna threaten crit pressure.
which I do think is very smart going into these crucial turns here.
100%.
And one thing to keep in mind too, that timer is going down really thick, and we're still in game 1, by the way.
Yep, and we have, as of right now, we have 27 minutes left in the round. So about a little over half of the time is gone, and this is just game 1.
Can't even imagine how games 2 and potentially 3 actually play out in this situation. Like, so whoever wins this, they're gonna have a massive advantage going into game 2.
Oh, 100% they will, because unless a winner is decided in game, it'll immediately go to whoever wins this game. But the biggest thing is, like, with this, it's gonna start to put pressure on these players, because the lower that timer gets, the more stress it puts on you, which means it offers more room for misplays, more room for just suboptimal plays, everything.
We do see the grade 1 that I was previously mentioning, that 3K giving the +10 to the Francet and just powering up at this point. You've got to try to push here.
Oh, 100%, yes.
So now
it's been, that grade 1 has finally been put into rotation.
So now that's always going to be a constant threat going forward.
Oh, 100% it will be.
So going to be guarding it, intercepting.
Yep.
Swings with the front set and getting an additional +5 off the effect. Swinging for 40.
Yep. So there's the twin cast coming in, and keep in mind we have seen the Christian's divine skill activate, so they're not going to be able to get another, like, they're not going to be able to bounce and call a card again.
But at the same time, this is still like not the best position to be in if you're the Heart Luru player.
Oh, 100%.
So now it's really going to come down to, can he defend?
Right, here comes the Christian Cadenza. We're going to see another twin drive. That's going to go to Soul. That's going to restand the Francet.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Just because you can't even deny that either, because it's energy costed. So you can't, unlike Soul or Counterblast, you can't deny that. That's always going to be a threat.
This game is just a slugfest.
Understatement of the century, man. I mean, now he's got to really sit there and crunch those numbers and think, dang, do I actually have enough to guard here?
And I think that Francet, I believe that Francet right now, that column is sitting 53.
And that's, mind you, no Persona Ride either. Hit guards with the overtrigger.
Overtrigger is now in public knowledge. First check, no trigger. Second check, no trigger. Both players are starting to run dry on trigger. Let's see, is that 53 going to be able to break through?
Ooh.
They do have that heal in hand. If I believe that heal is the restander heal. And he has
there it is.
Wow. Oh my. Just enough. That is just enough to guard.
And then, he's going to be able to bounce more cards back to his hand at this point. So, wow. I'm going to be real with you. I did not think he was actually going to be able to guard that, but I guess you were saving that up for so long.
Yep. I agree with that. I think he was trying to hold on.
Yeah. And
we do see the Persona Ride.
Ooh.
But again, Overtrigger is now out of deck.
Oh, that is so huge. Okay, so this cat allows you to actually countercharge by sending 2 cards back to the ride deck.
Yep, one of the
So
very few things in Dark States that lets you countercharge. And according to chat, that was a top deck Persona ride into a top deck of the Amethystis. So,
oh man, that's so brutal.
Chris Rain may be seeing their game slowly slip away.
Yeah, I mean, and keep in mind, both of them are running out of cards in deck. So even if you could realistically outlast, then it's going to be a matter of can you actually do anything after that?
Yeah, I think Heartluru would deck out before Chris Rain does at this point.
Oh
Because
yeah, for
Heartluru's
sure.
also getting triple drive every turn,
Yeah,
and Chris Rain can elect not to draw a card.
yeah. So then it's just going to be a matter of, okay, do I live through this turn? I think if you're the Chris Ray player, if you live through this turn, you're golden, because then it's just going to be a situation where it's like, do I have anything that can do I have a way to actually keep pushing at that point?
Yeah, but I think it's getting to that point to where this hard lure player is like, what do I got to do to get this guy away?
Yeah. So plus 15k to the front row. This is going to be probably the last major turn we're going to see from the Heart Luru player for this game.
Yeah, at least a full turn.
Yeah. So this is going to be what 33 to the Vanguard.
Yep.
So already forcing at least 20k shield to block. 25k shield to just to block this one column. And then you still have the threat of the bear, of course, being able to do that 2 or more guard restrict from hand. Now, Sanctitude and other blitz orders do get around that, but it's still, if you're wasting them on that and not other like high powered attacks, that's going to be really hard to guard the rest of them. So,
Definitely.
So now it's just a matter of what kind of triggers do you still have left in there?
If any at all.
I know. So that's what they're going through right now. They're checking to see how many triggers do they got left in order to potentially hit a defensive to keep themselves in the game at this point.
It's like Hard Lure's doing a trigger count, so we have 3, 4.
And then I guess, yeah, both of them are checking for this.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 Justin drop zone alone.
And then we do see that there's at least quite a few triggers in the damage zone already for the Heart Lure player. So now it's just like, okay, how do I keep myself in here? First check, Eureka, no, that's not what you want to be seeing if you're the Chris Ray player, as the Bears comes in for a 33 to the face. 28, he needs a little more. Fraud set still needs another 5k more to block this. Does he have enough? And the energy cycler. Okay. Swings for Heart Luru, activates effect to restand and give it that crit pressure that we were mentioning earlier. And he's going to be able to restand the bear to give it the 2 or more guard restrict.
Yep, but if you did notice, he elected to draw. He did not draw.
He knows he cannot do that realistically and then still have a push turn. So PG with the high 5 as the discard. Checks a critical trigger, giving it to the bear. That is so huge.
Second check front. Oh my lord!
Oh god!
Do you hear that, Ricardo? I believe the lady's starting to warm up her voice here. I believe she's about to start singing.
Oh, swinging for a huge attack here with the crit pressure and the 2 or more guard restrict. Now the bear is now the biggest threat on the field all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
Does this Chris Ray player have enough here?
I don't know.
So if I'm checking my math here.
So it looks like that's a perfect guard.
Yeah.
So I think he's doing the math to see if he can. No, it doesn't seem to be a perfect guard. It looks like he's doing the math to see if he can hard guard the bear.
Yeah. Oh, let's see it. Nope.
And we're gonna see. Oh, and that is it for game 1. We have 18 minutes left in the round, and they're going to game 2.
Wow. That was a very lengthy start to this tournament. Wow. So now the question is, like, if I think at this point, if you're the Chris Ray player, do you just like try to hold on to dear life at this point?
That's the thing. With this, I think with the Chris Rain player, you have to try to close the game because now you're in an uphill battle. Because if time goes in the round, Hard Lure's going to win.
Yeah.
You have to close that game out, and you have to close out game 3.
And this is, I just, given what happened, and again, with how much searching Heart Luru does, them winning this first game was crucial. I hope he realizes he still needs to. Yep, there it is. That's the shuffle the orders back in.
Yep.
And so now, yeah, like First Rain's going to need a lot of help at this point by the trigger gods at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I also will say I do think definitely at the end of the deciding factor of that game, of that last game, was the Amethystis.
Yeah, because without that, he would have had
it over for Hard Lure.
Yeah, it's one of those really good tech choices that you see a lot of players putting into their lists now. Just so that way, it's like in those late game scenarios where you desperately need it, it's there.
Well, that, and also that's one of the biggest things. That's one of the biggest design things with Dark States as a whole. Dark States doesn't have a lot of countercharge. They don't, because Bushiroad just doesn't print countercharge in a lot of decks that are under Dark States. So being able to have a generic card that just lets you countercharge is just so crucial.
100%. So we're just about done with the mulligan, about to go into game 2. And so, man, Hotlaru, all they have to do at this rate is just stall, essentially, and hope and pray they can live through everything.
Yeah.
Like, even just doing the motions of searching every single, like, major, like, turn, that's going to eat up a lot of time. We do hear the 15-minute time from the judge. Man.
Seems like our stream table was given an extra minute.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. But still.
16 minutes left in the round. They better book it.
Yeah, 100%. So, if I'm the Chris Wright player, do I just search for offensive pieces, or do I try to at least have a little bit of a balance still?
I think what Chris Rain has to do in this situation, in my opinion, is go for the rush, because you have to try to get this game over.
Yeah,
and you hope that you hit defense.
You hope
that that's going to be your guard.
And what makes this really difficult too, again, like I keep mentioning, you have so much searching in Heart Luru. You got searching off your orders. You got searching off of certain cards like the Sparkling Bunny. So, and again, that is going to eat up into your time.
Which just feeds more into Heart Luru's favor.
Yeah.
The longer Heart Luru's turns take, the more it snowballs for them.
All right, so we're going to be drawing some cards, activating the order to check the top 5 to soul charge a potential 2 happy toys. Oh no, it's 1 to hand, 1 to soul. I keep forgetting that. Excuse me.
Yeah. Ugh.
This is brutal, honestly. Because, again, like I keep saying, like, with how much searching you got to go through, there's not like a whole lot of time if you're the Chris Wright player. We see the Sparkling Bunny, Soul Charge the Bear. Everything is going smoothly for the Heart Luru player at this point.
Exactly. It's just like Highlander back in Premium. Highlander would just take forever on its turns. So like, and you can't really do anything because they're performing game actions.
Nothing. Checks a crit. Oh man, that sucks. But you do hit the heal trigger, so that does help a bit.
It's double defensive now, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Discards the Guncycler to ride into your grade 2. goes for the energy blast to draw, and then you do have the other effect to search even further.
Yep. But it's just like I said, Chris Rain is going to try to go on the aggro plan and not try to guard as much because they're going to hope their defenses are going to be able to help them.
Which that last turn, it was just not great because you did see that the crit came out at probably the most worst time imaginable.
Taking 3, I'm going to be honest, taking 3 damage there would have immediately.
Yeah, that would have just ended the game right there.
It would have ended the game immediately.
He was lucky he hit that heal.
Yeah, definitely.
So now, yep, calls that to soul charge and counter blast to gain a little bit of power and a draw. So now let's see what else he commits. See the Yuika and the France set.
Told you. He's going for an aggro game here.
He has to. There's no way around it.
Yep, exactly. First check.
Checks the
does resolve another heal. That is huge. That
100%.
is absolutely huge.
We're going to see the front set attack for a really big number here, and forces him to take, but hits a heal itself.
As well.
Man, you can't make this up.
I guess the RNG guard. I guess the RNG gods want this game to keep going, huh?
100%.
They don't want this to be a fast game.
Yeah. What's a fast game in this matchup? There is no fast game. There's no fast game in Bossing Say. There's nothing going on here. Everything's great.
This is not the game you're looking for.
So you're going to see him add the order to his hand. And you got to think at this point, if you are the Heart Lulu player, okay, how do I just sit here and farm for another little bit? We do see him get 2 block dragons, so that is going to be at least helpful for the later half of this game because he can intercept from the back row.
And there's a block dragon in his drop already that he did heal.
So yeah, that just adds more fuel to the fire. And on top of that, you can still activate the orders to soul charge even further. So now, the question is, if you're, calls another block dragon and the bear. Oh, is he really? Oh my goodness, he's trying to end it here.
Yep. He knows that he knows that this is being turned into a match, and he can't just sit passively by.
100%.
He's got to outpush Chris Rain. Damage check, no trigger.
Swings with that.
To
Guards.
the path.
Critical trigger. That's, oh my goodness. Swing for 28 and a crit. That's, yikes. Let's see. Does he, yep.
2 card to guard.
Alrighty. Now it passes back to the Chris Rain player. Can they go for a massive push this turn? You need it to actually keep yourself in here.
Well, luckily, the thing about Chris Rain is the only thing that's locked behind your opponent being a grade 3 is the divine skill. So they can still do their entire game plan without it.
Yeah. So that's going to be very impactful here. So we do see the top 5 search. So now, what are you going to be getting out of this? Adding a card to hand, and then you got to imagine that. Do you actually do the energy blast here to get the card? Because I don't know if anything else in his deck is going to require the energy blast. I think the grade 1 that he has behind Van, right?
Which I think in my opinion, you just go for the push and you do the restander instead.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, Mr. EV in chat, no, this is actually our first game of the tournament. This is our first stream game. So the 2 players you're seeing, this is the first.
This is literally game 2. So game 1 took us over half an hour to just resolve.
It took almost 45 minutes.
Oh my god! I'm gonna be real with you. I wasn't even keeping track of it, but man, that's insane to think about.
Oh yeah,
so
it's crazy.
And now we're gonna see a little bit more power gains at this point. You need to just kind of sit there and go for it.
Yeah, you need to treat this divine skill off of the Chris Rain more like a Blindmire divine skill and try to use it as your kill turn.
Yeah.
Like you need to use it
You
to
can even
close
get
the
there
game.
because how much time do we still got left in the round? Or specifically for their game, because
We
I know
have
they got
8
it in section.
minutes.
8 minutes. It's doable, but you gotta go for it here. You can't allow them to get comfortable. So now we're gonna see if he chooses to guard this attack. Yep, using the bear and the dragon to intercept, swinging with the front set, giving an additional +5 to itself. And we do see an order into the damage zone, which I can't remember entirely, but I'm pretty sure they can add the order back to the hand off a certain card, right? Or no?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe they can. It's because I don't think that this deck would be like this deck's kryptonite. Is just did your orders go to damage? I guess you kind of lose.
Yeah. So we do see that he's going to be activating the restander effect to restat the front set. Drops a PG. Ooh, discards Persona. He knows he's not making it past that point.
Yep.
Hits a
First
front.
check front. Second check crit.
Crit. Ooh. Here we go.
Ooh.
65k and drops another perfect guard.
Discarding a 15k this time.
Yeah. That's wow.
That is wild.
This, I'm gonna be real. This might, Chris Rain, if they can make it through the next turn quickly.
I think it will be over.
Yeah. So let's see. So I think he's still resolving a few effects to continuously draw additional cards and adding cards back from the rear guard to hand. And we pass back over to the Heart Luru player. Now this is your moment to kind of sit there, lock in, and push for game. You need this because you also discarded your Persona Ride on top of that when you perfect guarded earlier. So he knows he's not making it past this next turn.
Mm-hmm. Indubitably.
So Heart Luru activating effect to call out a board. Let's see. Yep. Activating some skills to add back the Happy Toys order and placing the top card of the deck to the damage zone. And just ripping that immediately. See what he gets out of that. Gets nothing though. So not able to thin the deck that will turn. Kind of a rare thing to see in Heart Luru.
As of right now, we have 5 minutes.
Wow. This is one of those turns, man, that, again, and this is why I keep saying, if he doesn't go for it here, which is going to be really difficult too, because Chris Rain's only at 2 damage. So regardless here, yeah, this is going to be 23 to the Vanguard, an easy 15k block, but he's going to choose to hit a crit here.
Exactly.
Oh,
exactly what I said. He's fishing for defensives as his former guard.
Yep. Heart Lure effect to restand the column between both the bear and then the bunny restanding off its own scale, gaining a critical. So if you hit another crit, maybe we see a world where that just swings in for lethal and then you pass. If you're Heart Luru, because you don't want to give him that much more damage. Well, no, they're both at 3.
The thing is, I think with Heart Lure, I think you just, honestly, in my opinion, I think you just swing Vanguard and pass.
Really? Overtrigger, there it is! Oh, that's so devastating now.
Now this is a different chain. This is a different game.
Yep, it's what I keep telling people.
And what is going to be the third trigger?
Oh no!
Oh
my god!
So it's going to be the dragon is going to have 3 damage. So the dragon's now
twice.
The dragon is now lethal.
Lethal twice in a row. First 100 million swing with the 3 damage. Does he have 2 perfect guards? You need 2 perfect guards to be able to block this.
He has one. I don't think he has another one. Nope,
Oh
he does
no!
not. Check a heal, check a heal, check a heal,
Heal
check a heal.
trigger.
Does resolve the
Heal
heal.
trigger. Oh
Does
my
resolve
goodness. It does resolve the heal trigger. Oh my goodness, he had enough
And then he has the ability. Yep,
to
there's
perfect guard the other one.
guard.
Wow, that's exactly what Chris Ray needed to actually keep himself in the game.
Yep. The miracle heal.
And I don't know if the other attack actually hits here. This is because it
I think
significantly
it's
actually.
just big enough. I think it is just big enough to hit.
Oh, because of the +5. That's right. Yeah. So this
Yep.
is 33. Just need a 5K guard to block this.
The issue.
Yep.
The
Passes back.
issue is now it goes back to Chris Rain, but Chris Rain has 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Persona Ride. That's going to be helpful here. And you do still have the 0, 1, 2, 3 here with
Yep.
like a 10 minutes blanket. So
But if there's not a winner by that time, then it goes to hard
yeah.
winner.
So
Even if
I
there is
think-
a winner in those turns, then they go to game 3 and they start in turn.
which I mean, an extreme sudden death scenario. Who has the advantage of that situation?
Hard Luru. I think it
Yeah.
depends on who goes. I think it depends on who goes second. I think it depends.
Right.
Because
they get the
going
first
first, you're
attack.
going to have less cards in hand, and then going second, you get more cards in hand, but you also get first attack.
Right. So now you're going to be checking everything to see what you've got. Going for high 5, checking, drawing card. Now you got to establish a board. Calls that, gets an additional power effect, and from here, we're going to see gets a little more power. Counterblast. Oh, no soul charging, but just going to get the counterblast to draw a card and give it an additional +5. And so now we are going to possibly see, yep, a same column with the Yuika front set column coming in. And so now, what else can you commit here? You've got to push for game here.
Yep, Harluru needs one more rear guard. There's the restander rear guard.
Yep. So now the front set is going to get really annoying to block if you are the Heart Luru player, because now everything is live.
Yeah, everything is live, but also keep in mind he has divine skill.
And that's going to play a massive factor as well, because any trigger powers you get, you could give it to that rear guard when you activate it.
Yep, you can give it to the Vanguard, and the Vanguard will pass it along.
So now we're going to see a
But now-
massive.
But this is the issue that we were talking about now. They have 30 seconds.
Oh gosh, is this enough time though? I don't think it's going to be enough realistically. But they first check, critical trigger hits a defensive.
But I don't think one defensive matters here, unfortunately.
No, it's definitely not. So we're going to see even more power gains. These numbers are going to get really ridiculous. So if I'm looking at this right, we're looking at 23, 33, 40, 48, 56K Vanguard swing, and that's on top of what the rear guards could potentially have too. So regardless, if you activate Divine Scale here, you know you're hitting a base 48K on that one rear guard.
And we are now in overtime.
Okay, so we're in overtime officially.
Turn
Activating the
0,
skill-
starting with
Yep.
Chris Train. We are going to see the Chris Train swing, so we are going to see the perfect guard come down. We're going to twin drive. First check, no trigger. Second check, critical trigger.
Critical
Do you
trigger.
give it to the Vanguard, or do you give it? He gives it all
Oh,
to
he
the
gave
rear,
it to his rear. Ah,
which is understandable because if he divine skills here, that rear guard's going to come in with a crit, which killed your opponent 4. It's better to make two cards, make it where they have to guard 2 rear guards than have to guard 1.
that's right. So let's see what he chooses for this. And
48 base.
48 base with 2 critical.
Yeah.
Give it an additional +5. Counterblast for the draw.
Well, that also keep in mind the I believe if how game mechanics, if how I remember game mechanics, it gains the power that the Chris Train has, but then also does not
Chris here at
heal.
the worst time.
Oh,
Okay.
so it looks like we're going to a game 3 and over. Ugh. But to go back to what I was saying, the
Well, actually, I think that might have just. So, I
think
so
we're
I
I
think
think
that
the
might have.
TO is going to determine what happens here. But while we're waiting on that to happen, while we're waiting on the TO decision, what I was saying was when the card gets called off the Chris Train ability, it sees the Persona Ride power from on the Vanguard. So then it gets called, but then the Persona Ride, and it gets that Persona Ride ability, or it gets that Persona Ride power from the Vanguard, but then it also gets it from itself as well.
So it's a
it's
double
gonna
Persona Ride, basically, on top
exactly.
of its own power. Yeah, wow.
Exactly. So it's gonna. I think whenever it gets called, it'll always be 10K bigger than the Vanguard.
Right. So, okay, I just want to listen in real quick and see if you want to keep talking.
Let us see what the TO is gonna say about this. Again, money is on the line here.
That's right.
Very well played. Oh my god, you had dude, that game was insane.
Oh, I think they might have just wrapped it up.
I'm pretty sure.
So, yeah, I mean, what else needs to be realistically said about that? I think if it went into a game 3 and if they were able to play that out, it's hard to say what would have happened here because, like, it feels like for the most part it was pretty evened out.
Yeah.
At least initially, at least for those first few turns. If it had to go into like a sudden death scenario, I really wonder what would have happened there. Do we
I
have?
think it comes down to dice roll.
Oh shoot! Is it actually dice roll? No shot. Oh,
No, I don't.
man.
I don't think they're gonna dice roll to see who wins. But
Okay, no.
I think
You're right.
think that's what I think that's what the game 3 would have come down to. Would have
Yeah.
come down to dice roll, and whoever goes second wins.
I see what you mean. Yeah, even though player who goes first would get the persona right at that point. I don't know. It's kind of for me. It feels like a toss up, like you said. But yeah, that was round 1 of this tournament, and I'm gonna be honest with you, that was really intense. I'm curious to see what else will follow up from that. Oh, I mean, what else could we realistically say at that point? That first game, I really was really the difference maker at the end of the day. It
took so long.
It took so freaking long. Whoever was gonna come out of that
was gonna have the advantage in this game.
Exactly. So, man. I mean, you hate to see situations like that where you can't resolve the game 3, but like that, listen, it's better than a best of 1, and then you just get screwed over like that.
Yeah, definitely.
I was really surprised that the Chris Rain had enough to block the triple crit with the OT twice. Like, I don't know, it didn't. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm losing it today.
So I'm actually starting to get for to figure out who won the game. I'm actually trying to get in. I'm contacting our TO to figure out who actually won that game, or if it was counted as a double loss, because they did go into overtime right at the end, but we didn't. Restrain won, but we didn't resolve a game 3. So both players were one apiece.
Yeah, so I think ties do exist in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if Zero is listening in at this point. Maybe he could kind of help further elaborate a bit on that. But yeah, I honestly man. All right,
Yeah.
so I think regardless of how, I mean, if that's just situations like that are kind of the reason why best of 3s happen in these tournaments, because at least you get to kind of play things out potentially. There's an opportunity for that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like you don't just get randomly like, oh, my opponent hit a crit grade 1, hit a crit grade 2. Well, now I'm just out of the game because I'm at 5 and they're going to grade. So, like it does. The best of 3 does help in that regard, but then again, it's also the on the other side of that coin, though. That best of 3 is can be kind of an issue. Because if we have like something that happened just now here, where like game 1 takes forever, then our players can't resolve to figure out a winner by the end of the game. It ends up being a draw, double loss, or something like that, which can be bad. But that's the risk you take with a best of 3.
Yeah, but I mean, best of 3s have their pros and cons, but I think, again, I prefer that than not having the opportunity.
Agreed.
So, Zero, I know you just put
from a
on
player
your
perspective, I agree.
yeah. Zero, I know you just put your headset on. Do you have any idea how in this situation where they tied, like what happens here? Can you kind of chime in on that? All right, maybe
What's going
he's
on, guys?
kind of okay. So, just wanted to ask you real quick. What happens here because it was tied technically, right? They won one game, but then
Yes.
it was
So I'll give you guys the official breakdown. As you know, our point system is that the players get points based on their performance. Each game win is worth 2 points, and then if you win the overall match, you get an additional 3. So if you win one game, you get 2 points. You win for the other player, Colin. If you win one game, you get 2 points. So they both have 2 points. Then the match does not conclude. Time runs out. We check everything. It's a complete draw. There are no more turns for them to break the draw. It gets recorded as a tie. You only get your earned points though, because remember you get the points for the wins. So both of those players will walk away
gotcha.
with 2 points because they both won a single game. So the both of them will have 2 points.
Gotcha. All right. So, unless you have something else to add, Marshall, we're just gonna take a quick break and wait for round 2 to get started up.
Yeah, I believe that's. I don't believe I have anything else to say, really. Like we've seen, it was a very good game. Like both players
Really good set.
were playing their hearts out. You could tell.
Yeah, 100%, especially at that first game. But we're gonna take a small break and then come back for round 2, and we'll see you guys then.
All right.
Sure. Welcome back to round 2 of the X Circuit Day 1 qualifier here for. Now, we got ourselves an interesting matchup. We have Katana World facing off against another Chris Rain.
Oh, Lord, I'm gonna have to read every Katana World card because I don't know this deck, and I don't know what all I know is this deck is deck, and I don't.
Oh my god. So this is one of the few buddy fight decks coming out of the buddy fight set that is actually really good at standard. And going up against Chris Rain, which is currently a meta like contender, like a lot of people have been back and forth with how the buddy fight decks actually fare against each other, but we are going to be seeing this game kick off. And I believe Glenn is starting this game off with the ride, getting the energy generator and passing.
I believe so, and we're seeing the Fire Regalis get discarded off turn 1, so it's just like a replay of last game. But,
because someone asked in the chat, day 1 it was being held in Gamers Heaven, excuse me,
which is what you're seeing now.
So we're gonna see how this crest works. It is its own separate thing where you have the gauge, and every turn you could like charge and draw basically to kind of set up your board positioning.
Yep. So, but the trade-off is they don't gain energy,
which doesn't really matter because
but it's being replaced with the gauge mechanic.
So we do see him activate some more orders to kind of send the deck enough to a point where he can at least get some momentum going. This one, when it's played, he gets this, I believe, sent another one into the gauge at this part, or actually it goes into the buddy's soul face down, and then you shuffle the deck. So the buddy can be called. I don't know exactly how so you guys, if you're familiar with like how buddy fight decks work, that would be very helpful on our end.
So how buddy call works is it's on the crest. If your Vanguard is grade 3, you can choose a buddy monster from your order zone, call it to rear, and then charge.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's how that works. So we're going to be passing back over to the Chris Rain. Going to be energy charging 3. And we're going to see what they choose to discard here. Because we did notice that, again, like how the last set played out, the first discard was the Fire Regalis. So that's going to be very impactful going into the later half of the game. And so we're still kind of debating on what we want to discard for our ride. And obviously you do want to take your time to figure out how that is going to play out. And so let's see what he chooses. It finally makes a decision, goes in and rides, activating the Setna to check the top 5 for a mermaid and add it to the hand. All right, it's the top 7. It's top 7, excuse me.
The Katana World player, he ended up playing that order that's sitting there with the gauge under it. It's actually Art of Explosive Hades Fall. Play this. You could play it with pay a gauge. When this card is put into the order zone, search your deck for up to 1 card, put it into this card's buddy soul, face down, and shuffle your deck. Order zone. When your opponent's rear guard is placed during their main phase, discard a card from this card's buddy soul. If the grade of the card discarded for this cost is the same as that placed unit's grade, hire that unit.
Wow. That is
crazy.
That is insane. Just an immediate pop.
Mm-hmm. It's essentially like, oh, you discard a card.
So now we're going to see, does he activate it here? Yep.
Yes, he will.
The front set. Which isn't the worst thing in the world either, because based off... Oh, using the Fire Regalis here.
Yep.
So he's going to kind of see what
luckily
he's got.
Luckily for Raymond, the effect of Fire Regalis gets around the restriction of having to be at grade 3 because it is a grade 3 order, because you're not playing the order, you're just activating the ability of the order.
Right. So let's see what he chooses to do here. Card he decides to get out of his adds a perfect guard. That's definitely going to be helpful.
Agreed. But yeah, we're actually seeing because we got to see Chris Strain on the last stream, so we may focus. But you're seeing what that Katana World deck does is it's just nothing but trap. It's essentially trap card.
Yeah, it's basically a trap card from Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's a very
buddy fight.
reactive. It is a very reactive. Like you wait on your opponent to do something, and then you stop that.
Calls the ace unit, which, if I'm not mistaken, allows you to energy blast to draw on it and choose one of your rear guards, and it gets the auto effect where it bounces back to the hand after the turn. So probably targeting that perfect guard to bounce back up to the hand.
I believe he targeted the French set.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, yeah, that makes sense because you still have ways to bounce regardless.
Nope. Maybe. I don't know what he did because now he called the Uika there.
Well, the idea either way, regardless, you're still going to be able to bounce that perfect guard back to hand.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So damage check, no trigger.
Switch with the front set column.
Damage check, no trigger.
And then
it's going to bounce the Francette, and then the Francette is going to bounce the perfect guard. And then the Uika, the ace unit is going to bounce the Francette. Right. So that way he doesn't have to pay the soul with the Uika.
Good play there. So we're going to be charging and drawing. And from here, let's see what he chooses to use to set up in this point. Discards a critical trigger for that and to ride up into the grade 2 Kitsuragi.
Yep, and keep in mind, one of the big things about these buddy fights, all of the triggers, they're not units. They're all orders. So they have an effect that when they get put on, they gain the shield, but they're still orders. Which for other effects, they have other effects in and of themselves that they can activate.
So then you only call one per turn then still technically, right? Or no?
It still applies. The once per turn order effect still applies. But it's just a lot more toolboxing that they can do. And looks like the Katana World is going to play another Art of Explosive Hades Fall.
Okay, so
I wonder what he's going to set this time. Now he knows the Francette isn't he could just go get another grade 2 and just sit there and be like, I'm going to retire the Francette the second you do something.
Drive checks, nothing. Hits a crit. Unfortunate, but passing back, getting away with just only one, get hit with 1 damage. Not the worst position to be in if you're Chris Wright. But now you got to find a way to get around the order. Because now anything you call off, they could just pop immediately.
If it's the same grade, so...
Oh, that's true.
It has to be the same grade. So if you can kind of guess what your opponent is probably going to go. Like in this situation, I would probably try to predict.
Yeah.
So you can just call a grade 1.
Right.
And be like, okay, cool. This gets around your Hades Fall. Just feed into the Hades Fall, turn it into a dead card after.
Right. So now it's a matter of, okay, what am I how do I play around this now? So he's taking a lot of time trying to actually plan out his moves.
Glenn is trying to figure out what card do I want to eventually.
Right. So this is going to be you can tell he's really hesitating trying to figure out like how do I do this. So he's going to activate the effect to soul charge.
Because you do still get the on place. But then again, this is also one of those things that like it was said, if you place a misoptimal card, does your opponent take the bait and retire it, or do they just let you make your and then keep it?
Yeah.
So it looks like we are going to see the retire.
Yep, there it is.
Because I also believe that order isn't. I think it's only during the main phase.
I'm pretty sure it's only during the main phase, but let me
Yeah, it's
double check.
during the main phase, so you can't save it to retire for the battle off the
Right.
divine skill.
Cost 3 standard.
And now looks like Glenn has the 5 different units that you need for cadenza.
Yeah. Which you get everything but the divine skill. And even calling it the perfect guard downs, because you know you're going to be able to bounce it back at the end of the turn. Giving plus 15k to the friend set. Or plus 10 to friend set, excuse me. And then I guess plus 5 off its own effect.
So it's gonna be a total of plus 20.
Wow.
And then Vanguard's
It looks so free. It looks absolutely free to just pull off.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we're going to be entering the battle phase, attacking with the ace unit first. Guards it.
Guard with a heal trigger.
Yep. Oh, this is what we were kind of talking about earlier. Hits a trigger off that. So good to
Right.
Go ahead, paying the cost for the energy blast. And resolving all of the effects aside from the divine skill from the Chris Ray.
So it looks like they are going to play. Yep. It's going to use the Ninja Art of Body replacement, which it's a perfect guard.
Crit. And another crit. Oh my goodness.
Oh Lord.
So now
that is a 63k swing with 2 damage.
Does he have enough to guard?
With the 10k, I think.
Yeah, that's enough. Between all of those effects, it's enough to survive that. But now the Yuika is going to be able to bounce the perfect guard back to hand.
Card in hand, though.
That is rough. And this is what I was talking about earlier. It's like, it doesn't seem like you really gain much of a hand in this deck.
Like,
so I feel like
your traps and stuff, but like,
is there any way you can like offensively push? So he's going to ride onto the grade 3 Kitsuragi, and then triggering I believe the grade 2 effect, which allows you to look at the top 5 and choose up to 1 Ninja Arts or Ninja without Sentinel from among them and putting it into the hand. So he's going to add another Ninja Art off this, and I do believe that is the Art of Explosive Hazefall once again.
Yep. Which
so
he only plays 3, so if this is his last one, then if this is the one that he's going to play, then
which I think in this situation may not be the worst option either, given the fact that you've already kind of been pushed into a corner here. Even just a little bit of disruption is going to matter.
What's up? It's Monster Equal.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely. This is like Katana World again is probably I would argue is probably the best buddy fight deck right now out of that entire bunch, just because of how consistent you've been seeing it.
I would disagree.
Okay.
I would disagree. I think the best buddy fight deck out of the set is definitely Ozzy Dahaka.
Yeah.
Because
but it's just
as of right now, Katana World has seen play and consistent play, but it's never made it through top 8. Ozzy Dahaka has won a BCS.
Gotcha. Okay. Because I keep remembering seeing back when with the buddy fight event that there was a lot of like Katana Worlds. So I don't know. I didn't know if that would actually like kind of like translated to actual standard or not. But good to know.
Also, Ozzy Dahaka has won an actual standard BC,
which is crazy. But I think we kind of see kind of the reasons why Katana World is kind of it at least for this first game. It seems like it's kind of like bricky a bit.
Yeah, because you don't really have a lot of units. It's mostly orders.
So you see here is like he's kind of like debating.
The thing
How do
about Katana World is it feels like one of those old style control decks
Yeah.
where it's like it's one of those old style control decks where you're just like, okay, I'm stopping what you're doing, but I'm not progressing my own game state.
It's a heal trigger off that. Not going to recover, but still, the +10 is going to be crucial.
Definitely.
And getting the restand off.
Yep.
About to swing with the Vanguard. And then getting the discard to restand. And then adding to the gauge and drawing a card. Wow.
Gonna let him charge and draw.
So let's see if Glenn chooses to block the Vanguard swing. Puts out a front. First check, nothing. Second check, crit.
Yep.
Seems like
So and Glenn went for the 2 to pass, so it's just like
maybe at that point kind of have to a little bit.
mm-hmm. There's the persona ticket.
And what is he going to do here? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
Take
So
a heal and resolve it.
yeah, just get the
Crazy.
heal.
Double
That
heal
is-
back to back.
You needed that though, honestly, because you don't want to be pushed so far in, like this late into the game.
That's the thing though. Can Katana that's one of the things I believe is the issue with Katana World is it kind of does start to have a problem closing the game out when it's time to.
Yeah. Did you see the Yuika
'Cause,
from
like,
set column be called out?
You seen just there, that's like one of the big issues with the deck is he hit one defensive and it was just like, okay, everything's a 1 card guard now. Everything's a 5k now. So it's just
Yeah.
like, oh.
It's like easy block pretty much. And because Chris Ray naturally farms a hand, it's not, it gets the restander too. I don't know, man. Like,
I
this is
definitely
gonna
think
be-
this is an uphill battle for the Katana World player.
for sure. Because now it feels like Glenn has like complete control over this game state now. I mean, true, you do have the ninja art, but I don't know if that's really going to play that much of a role here.
Yeah, well, the big thing also is the Hades fault isn't in play
Oh,
because the one that he
Okay.
added, he didn't play.
gotcha. Okay, so he's probably maybe trying to conserve onto that for extreme late game scenario if he makes it that far.
Maybe.
So he's going to be able to add the Persona shield to his hand. So now he's got even more shield value out of that. So now Chris Ray going off, and at this point, like how many triggers do you realistically need to hit to actually survive this turn if you're Katana World? Like, because these numbers are going to get bad, really bad quick.
It's a force. It's essentially a force clan. They don't get a lot of attacks, but they get big numbers.
Yep. Which
Like-
even then, you're still getting 4, maybe 5 attacks off with ridiculous numbers. Like, that's sometimes just enough.
Yeah, but also look at it. Look at our last round. We literally had a rear guard swing for 72.
Nuts.
Or
Absolutely
70,
nuts.
like 72, 73. That's like the absolutely bonkers.
So let's see what the Katana World player decides, like how they decide to guard this. As we're going to start with the rear guard swing here with the Persona Cycler attacking first. I think you need to hit at least 1 defensive here, otherwise you're kind of cooked. Gets the double intercept, and because of the effects, I think that gives a little more shield, so that is going to be enough to block that.
Yep.
Swings 30k with the front set, guards with the front trigger, and then bounces that back to the hand.
Persona Cycler is gonna swing the Chris Train here. It's gonna resolve the effect to stand the Fran set.
And so you got to think he's probably going to be trying to activate the divide skill here.
I think he tries to push for game here.
Yeah, you have to. Because you just
So-
don't want to give them any sort of momentum at this point.
Yep, we are gonna see a blitz order here. It's gonna be sword skill, bare hands, intercept. Choose a unit being attacked and it gets 15k until the end of that battle. If your opponent's attacking unit is Vanguard, you get to draw.
Okay, so
We do see the crit come down, but we see the we see the mirror. We did see the miracle heal.
that actually does matter quite a bit.
Oh, 100% it does. But seeing that miracle heal is absolutely crazy.
Oh, that card in particular, giving another +10 to the front set.
Yep. So now that front set is 40. Yep.
Yeah.
Katana World just can't guard it. And there's the overtrigger. But ooh,
That first game,
absolutely
going to
wild. And
man,
only took about 20 minutes. So
yeah, at least it's not going to take that long to hopefully get through all 3 games potentially. But I think this was kind of related back to what I was saying earlier, because a lot of your cards are just orders. You do not have a hand, and that's always going to play a factor.
Yeah, because you don't have rear guards either, which is the other big. You kind of rely on your buddy hitting the board and fetching you two rear guards.
Did he actually buddy call that game?
He did.
Okay, but it just wasn't enough, obviously.
So the buddy call, how the buddy call works is it's Nano Machine Ninja Tsukikage. Right. When it's placed on rear guard, if you did not call another Tsukikage, you can pay a gauge, retire this unit, search your deck, or drop for up to a total of 2 non-Sentinel grade 2 or less ninja unit with different card names, reveal them, put them into your and then shuffle the deck if you searched. So it essentially turns one guaranteed rear, 2 guaranteed. But if those rear guards go, then what are you going to do?
Right. So it looks like we're about to start up. Oh no, we're still in the middle of Mulligan, but
yep. Because looking at his deck list, looking at the deck list for the Katana World player, we have 2, 4, 5, 9 non-Sentinel normal units.
Wow, that's nuts.
There's 2 grade or 4 grade 2 units in his entire.
Yep. So we're going to be seeing them going into the first turn, and raising the flag, just trying to get things going here, just a little bit, just to start off the turn. And now, I'm going to be real. Like, yep, you gotta put a little bit of something into that, because I think if I'm not mistaken, that was which one did he just put into the gauge here? Or not the gauge, which ninja are we looking at here? Yep.
I'm trying to see which one that actually is, because he had it. It's not on the deck list, so it's probably something that's in the right deck.
No, even then, like I'm maybe we got the wrong deck list somehow. Maybe it's an alternate art. I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not sure either.
Regardless, it's gonna be discarding, riding into the set, getting the 3 energy, and then still, if you're Glenn, I don't think you really change your game plan. I think what happened the first game, you could kind of just go into that the same way, just kind of sit there, wait for your opponent to burn a lot, bait them into using the orders, and then just kill them on the follow-ups.
Agreed.
Swing with the Unicum first by 8. It's a trigger, and then one to pass.
One to pass here. Fire Regalis. But now the Katana World players in a very interesting area. Do you swing into the Vanguard and get rid of it, or do you swing into that Yuika because it's gone? You're never going to be able to touch the Yuika again.
I'm gonna be real with you. There's another 3 copies of the Yuika in there, right? Or no? Or is it just the one?
I believe there's 4.
Oh, it's a full 4 copies. Yeah, full 4 copies. So like, even if you get rid of one, there's no guarantee that it's gonna stay like that forever. So I think you just punched.
But do you guarantee? But does it also the other side of the coin though?
Because also keep in mind the ride line.
Does Glenn have another one?
Well, don't forget the ride line is going to be able to eventually potentially find you another one.
This is true.
Actually, no, maybe not the ride line because it looks like both of them search for grade 2 or greater. But like, there are ways to like thin the deck enough to a point where you actually
into the Eureka.
Okay.
Oh my! He did swing into the Eureka.
Yeah, that makes sense, but still, it just depends. And if Glenn has another Eureka, then I feel like that was kind of a waste. But then again, with the plus power, maybe not. Because you want to make the numbers as small as you realistically can to block all these attacks, right? So if you're Katana World, you're realizing Eureka's a problem because it gets a little bit of power. Sometimes that +5 matters.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And so now we are seeing him kind of thin the deck a bit more off the Setna effect to check the top 7 and then add a card. So now, if you're Glenn, I think you just continue to. It depends entirely on what you have in hand, obviously, but I would not be surprised if we just see him start to go a little on the aggro here.
Agreed.
So we're gonna see the Amel come in and kind of just continue to put himself into like that nice game state you want to be in on turn 2. And I wonder if he's debating if he wants to eventually kind of actually, do you burn the fire gauze here to further set up, or do you just hold off a bit?
I honestly, he doesn't have the order set to. So I could see you actually burning the fire regalis here to try to get that little push, but I could also see holding back on it just in case he starts retiring stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, because even he's kind of debating it, and yep, we are going to see the fire regalis activate to check the top 5 cards, and then reveal it, and then you just add it. So now, actually, you call it right. Okay, so now he's debating. So now the question is, what do you call out of that top 5? What do you see out there that's actually going to help you continue to push a little? Yeah, Glenn taking his time, just trying to make sure to see that he's making all the right decisions here. Let's see. And you know what? This is kind of smart, especially if you got the first game too. You don't want to accidentally rush into a plan that kind of bites you. So we do see him called the Eureka down. This is what I was saying earlier. Yes, you got rid of 1, but that's just step 1. What about 2 through 10? How do you get to the other ones? You know, how do you account for that?
Yep.
And so now, if he gets the front set, gets the ace unit instead. Still, that's going to be really crucial because now you get a little bit of power and you can bounce another card to the hand. So potentially continue for the later setup. Calls the restander. Pretty sure it does nothing on this turn, but still, you want good numbers. Drive checks a persona ride target, so that's going to be really good for the late game.
Oh yeah.
And then we're going to be seeing him take the damage here. And then thanks to the Eureka, it's going to bounce the ace unit to hand. And then because of the other effect, it's going to bounce the other card to hand. So he has no front row. Which I think might actually be kind of advantageous here.
Yep, because it forces the Katana World player to give him damage if
So now you can't really stall. And realistically speaking, because
it ends only needs one CD.
The 3 cards there, is that his hand? On the side next to his damage, because that's, again, this is what we keep highlighting. You don't have a lot of hand in this deck. You're not able to naturally farm hand on like a lot of decks in this format. So it's just going to be a matter of what orders will he be able to see and which ones he'll activate here to kind of maybe potentially push some damage in. I mean, you kind of have to here, right? Like, you can't stall. You have no way to do so. And even if you wanted to, like, it's not ideal. You need to kind of just push here, because when they go into grade 3, you might not be able to guard a whole lot.
And especially because because they're going second, they can pop divine skill the second they hit.
Yeah, that's going to be really devastating. So, because especially if you check triggers too, like crits, like, what are you going to do with that situation? So we are seeing that he's going to be activating the order to kind of set himself up a little bit. Okay, so now what? Like, at least the one thing I will say is that he at least has a better board than he did last game.
Yeah.
So that, if nothing else, even if these attacks are very light, you at least have attacks that are actually going to be worth something. Because you, like, especially if you let the Chris Ray player build up a hand, you're just not going to have options. Like, you're going to be actively relying on a lot of luck at that point, between damage checks, between offensive triggers, between what other, like, restanding pieces you may potentially get off that. So we do see the buddy call getting the Sugekage, and then going to be paying the gauge to search for 2 ninjas and then adding them to the hand. So let's see what he decides to add from that. And yep, he finally adds them to hand. So I think the first one he added was this one, the Oyuka grade 1, and then I forget what the other one he just added was. But regardless, you're in a really interesting position here. You kind of have to, like, push, but I think what really sucks if you're the Katana player is even a single defensive kind of just ruins you.
Yeah, because they don't make numbers.
This deck, like, from what I'm seeing, like, yeah, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, but, like, that really might not matter at the end of the day if you can't even push or pressure any damage, which is probably why Glenn was, like, kind of just guarding a bunch early game too.
Yeah,
because he knows, like, cool, all I have to do is just sit here, guard a bunch early, and then unless he personalizes, he gets to that point, his attacks are light, and then I can just guard, not really care too much.
well,
So
it's
we got
not just that as well. It's also if everything is 1 damage, because that's also the big thing, is nothing's really crits, nothing. It's just
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
definitely been a more attrition type deck. But Glenn just looks at this and he's like, if I'm taking 1 damage, if I hit a turn's over. Like,
So he's gonna be,
literally, look at what just happened.
yep. Oh my god, hitting a defensive here is so critical here. As now this is going to make it that much easier for Glenn to block all these attacks.
Yeah, because now it's a 5K as a 2 to pass on the Vanguard. And now he's matching here with this rear guard.
So now, I mean, at this point, I think this is an easy guard, but then again, it also does depend on what else you have in hand too. If you have, like, crucial, like, pieces you want to hold on to.
Yeah.
So we do see him block with the restander, and then I guess it just restats on its own. Grade 3 Vanguard attacks, activate skill to restat the nanomachine. And so now with that, he's gonna get an additional, because when he attacks with that card, it gets an additional +5. So I mean, it's at least a little better. And on top of that, with thanks to the Shadow Dive, it makes it so that way your opponent can't intercept. So that's also another reason why he was bouncing the cards to hand, probably in preparation for that as well.
Exactly. So we're gonna see the first twin drive from the Katana World player this game. It's gonna be a heal trigger. It's gonna give it. It's gonna be
another
double heal. Does not resolve, but
still,
the power makes it where this turn actually can do something.
Exactly. So now we're going to be see him swing with the other rear, guards with the crit. Then the other massive call, he just decides to take it, which at that point, yeah, like, you got away with only 3 damage. Now it's time for you to clap back at this point. And so now we're going to see it pass back to Glenn's turn. He's going to debate what he wants to discard. He's going to discard the Yui card because he already has one on board. And now he's going to be activating the grade 2 to search the top 7 cards of the deck. Well, top 5 rather, and add one to hand. And he adds the front set. And so from here, now, because obviously the front set is going to be probably called out, and potentially also, now it's just a matter of what other grade 2 is going to go up in that front row, because you know the Eureka front set column is going to eventually happen.
Oh yeah, definitely. The Eureka front set column is going to happen, and he's going to set up his board like all the rest of the games we've seen, because he's got the back row that he
calls the ML, gets the soul charge, and now he can debate whether or not he wants to pay the counterblast to get that additional card and the additional power gate.
Because then also he has to determine before his opponent responds
if he wants to proc off the effect of the order. Yeah.
Yep, the Hades fall. He has to wait for his opponent. The Katana World player has to wait for his opponent to resolve all effects first before he can resolve it.
So let's see.
He's neglecting to resolve the Hades fall.
Probably saving it for the front set in case he only has the one. Which makes a lot of sense in this situation. As he finally does call the front set down.
Front set.
Now, does he actually proc this off now?
No.
Wow.
He did not. So we are going to see the Cadenza activate its effect. He's going to draw. He's going to energy charge.
Yep. And
4 different effects on one card for 1 CB. Man, I remember.
Actually, wait. I just realized something. Could he technically activate it during the Divine Skill turn?
He cannot, because it's during the main phase.
See, that's rough then. That would have at least given him some sort of safety net. But now you're dealing with rear guards that are going to be hitting for well over 40k each potentially when it comes down to between certain effects and triggers. So I don't know. It's going to be dicey.
Yep.
So
it's going to be a really rough game for the Katana World player.
I was going to say, because he also has the restander too, which will gain the ability to restand the front set on top of that.
We're looking at potentially a 5 attack turn.
Which is probably the worst news, realistically speaking, if you're Katana World.
Oh, yeah. All right, here's the front set.
So I think with that one, let me double check.
So he's playing the Ninja Arch Snake Gaze.
Oh, I see what he did there. So what makes forces it that way, the great one in the back row can't target the front set for the effect to restand.
Yep, so it stops a restander.
So this is only going to be 4 attacks instead of the 5 what he probably would have wanted. Still though.
No, because he can literally just do the other side. He can do the other side. Oh, drive check. Another heal resolves the heal. Second check, no trigger. But he can divine skill here, bounce the Francette back to his hand, and then he still attacks.
Ooh, so now the question remains: how do these drive checks like?
Does he want to divine skill here? Nope.
No,
he's
divine skill.
Not the divine skill.
Yep, just takes the hit and then just passes back at this point. So bounces that, and then I think the front set stays on the field. So yep, passes back over to Katana World. So now from here, I mean, you've somehow managed to stabilize it. That's really like.
I don't know if this is considered stabilizing because he has 2 cards. Two cards in hand is a little rough for anything.
Yeah.
He's gauging from drop, but it's just like you're just on such a back foot. What are you gonna do?
All right, so now what happens here? I mean, I think at this point, you really, if you're Katana World, you need to like push. You need to push hard. And
Yep.
I wasn't paying attention just a second ago, but did he persona right at all, or no?
I believe he did not.
Okay, so no persona ride. So these are going to be pretty much base numbers based off of what other skills you have up there.
Yep. But we did just see the Katana World player pick up he used the of the grade 3. He picked
Okay,
up the Byakuya, and he picked up the Snake Gaze order that he used last turn to restand.
so that's actually going to play very crucial into the following turns as well,
Yes, it will.
because you'll always have that live. You will always have that ability to kind of shut down that initial additional attack, which actually will probably help him in the long run. Swings to the front set first.
Yep. This is the issue with that Snake Gaze, though. Is it's like a Sentinel. It requires you to discard a card.
Still, I think it's worth it in this situation, regardless.
It is, but if he's got nothing in, like, look at his hand. He has 3 to 4 cards. I think he has 4. If he's gonna have 6 cards, and he's got to try to guard an entire divine turn from.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
And then Cadenza's only at 2 anyway.
This is why we're seeing Glenn guard a bunch here. He's got to try to push, activates the effect to restand. So we're going to see this coming in at 13, I'm pretty sure, unless there was some other power effect. Goes for the twin drive, gets a crit off the top, giving the power to. And the second check, no trigger, but still pushing him to 4.
Yep.
So now he's going to swing with that one first, give it an additional +5. And so that's going to be 38. And then the other attack is going to be, I believe, so 28, 33. So takes the hit, checks a critical trigger. So now that's 23k base Vanguard. And blocks with this PG, discarding the high 5. And so we're going to be passing it back to Glenn.
Yeah, but one of the issues is now if you look at the Katana World player, he's got 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, that's rough, especially on a Persona Ride turn.
Persona Ride, you're almost guaranteed to have Divine Skill here.
Yeah, and we're going to see Yuika being called down. Let's see what else he decides to call down here.
Yeah. We're hoping for the Katana World to take it to game 3 because obviously we like seeing the decks.
We do like seeing game 3. Yeah,
but I don't think there's a lot of hope here.
I mean, it also depends on the damage checks too.
It does, but it's also a big thing from he used that to retire the.
Which I do think is smart because then it forces you to call out another one to bait it out.
Yep. So, but now if you look at what the Christian player also went to 5.
So there's a lot of resources he could be using here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So he can play a PG from his order zone, but according to chat, the Katana World can play a PG from his order. That does kind of help a little bit here.
So we're going to see him Energy Blast and then call back the.
Yep.
Which was probably the reason why he procced it off when he did too. Because now you also do have the Snake Order in hand to kind of mitigate the multi-attacking.
Yeah.
And so now the question is, can you make it through a whole Persona Ride plus Divine Skill turn here? I think it's technically doable here, right? Because you do have at least some options here.
It is definitely doable because he's at 2 damage.
If he was at 3, then it might have been a little more dicey.
4, then it would definitely be a lot harder.
Oh yeah, for sure. Being at 2 damage definitely helps, And so now The only other thing that I'm trying to figure out is, did we already see either of the OTs burned?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so that also could play a factor as well, especially with how often Glenn has been kind of like drawing cards, soul charging, like thinning the deck basically. It could play a factor, but even still, I do think you still have at least some ways to mitigate that, and that's a lot better than how game one went. So let's
But
see.
we do know Glenn, or not Glenn. We do know that Tiernan is playing the blue OT and not the buddy fight.
Yeah, because
So,
I do think blue OT makes a lot of sense, as it allows you to add a card from the drop zone back to hand, and so to help kind of
in this
mitigate
deck,
the lack of hand early in game too. So
well,
that
that and
definitely makes.
also the big thing about the buddy fight, the buddy OT, is it gives the crit and power to the buddy.
So if
to
the
the
buddy's
buddy
not there, then there's no
If the
point.
buddy's not there, then why are you going to run it? So
Exactly. Okay. Okay. Yep. So because of the cards that were underneath the stack, he was able to actually guard that.
a bit more shield on the intercept.
Swings with the front set, and then activates the snake order to target it. This is what we were talking about earlier with that snake order. Decides to bounce the other, potentially bounce the other grade 2 to hand. So let's see what Glenn decides here.
I don't think you do that.
Okay, so then where are you seeing this? How do you see this line?
I think you keep it. I think you don't bounce anything.
And just bank hard on the divide skill?
Well, so the divine skill can bounce, right? But you don't want to bounce that other front row rear guard because that's your restand target.
Gotcha, right. So then that procs off, and then you get the restand off that anyway.
Yep. So then you just bounce the Francette like you did last turn.
Front trigger.
Okay. So we're gonna see a front, which puts him to 4. But now it's just like we were saying, the divine skill. He's gonna bounce that Francette back to his hand, but now he's gonna call the Francette back.
Wow.
But now that Francette has a crit now because Vanguard has a crit. So now he's got to guard the Francette.
The question is, does he have enough in hand to block the front set? Because the other attack is only 1 damage. So if he could at least make it through that, maybe even hitting a defensive here would help too. Nope. And over trigger guards. So
over trigger to guard the Francette. Okay.
So that was really impactful. And like, listen, if you have to use the OT in a worst case scenario like that, good, because now you live to see another turn, and now you can potentially kind of try to push here. The silver lining here also is that both sides are at 5 damage. So now this is going to be. Now it's just a matter of who actually gets there. Now, I do admit, with only 2 cards in hand, it's a little dicey, but I'm sure that there's going to be at least something he could do here, as it looks like he's going to be able to add some stuff from drop.
Yeah, in my opinion, and this may just be me, but I think the bell's ringing, the Undertaker's coming. I think this Katana World player's done.
We'll see. Going to be using up one of his gauges to call out another card, and then getting that restander set up and ready to go. Which is going to be really crucial. You needed this, especially since another thing I've noticed throughout this entire set, no Persona Ride from the Katana World at all. Maybe except for 1 turn. I just forgot. But we're going to see the Grade 2 Nano Machine swing first. Guards with the Yuika for a light poke. Swings with the other rear guard. And then from here, he will be activating potentially the effect. Maybe, I don't know. Let me see here. Yeah, end of battle when it attacks, he kind of must want to restand. So, yep, we are going to see that. Restand. Now Vanguard swings. and then activates the skill to restand the other nano machine, and to get yourself set up with the gauge a bit more, and added another card to hand.
Yakuya. Let's see what this Twin Drive has. We know OT. We know OT's out of deck, so
Right. So let's see how Glenn decides to guard this. Because the one thing is now,
I don't think Glenn has any PGs.
no, he has one, I'm pretty sure, because he added it back to hand. We haven't seen him burn it. So let's see how he because, and again, this is one of the things I am really I can't stress enough. Like, it is sometimes just better to fully think out how you choose to guard here. And I just got confirmed 10 minutes left in the round. I think ours is a little bit still behind because we got a slow start, but no, roughly around the same time.
Drive no triggers.
Oof. But still, getting another PG, it definitely will help. Swings for 28. Guards with the PG, discarding high five. Swinging with the other last attack. Let's see if this is going to be enough. Elementaria comes down. And we pass back to Glenn.
Right. So let's see if Glenn can finally close this game out, because I think it's at this point I think it's all she wrote for the Katana World player.
No persona, right, but still calling down the
I have been proven wrong in the past.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I trust me, I've been proven wrong before as well. So let's see what he chooses to do here. Activates the high five to draw a card. And then calls out the Amel.
Yeah, because there's no Hades Fall, there's anything.
I mean, he committed hard that turn. Soul Charger's a heal trigger. He'd much rather have seen that checked, but at this point in the game,
say la vie.
Yeah, say la vie. So let's see what happens here. Ooh. Let's see how he chooses to respond here. Gets another +5 power. At least the numbers here will not be as big as it was on the previous turn, because he did not persona ride either. So if he's able to get a 6 damage heal, which I don't know if he actually burned through all them all yet or not, I don't think he did. That could play a factor as well, because now you're able to defend. Truthfully, if I was Katana World in this situation, given my hand size, given the board state, I would hope to hit a 6 damage heal and then kind of use that as momentum. But oh my goodness, seeing the grade 1 that gives an additional +10.
So that's the thing. Having two PGs in hand and one in the order zone is fine, but the issue is he has 4 cards in hand, so he has to play one, discard,
Play another one, discard again.
Then the other 2 are free.
Yeah.
So he has to play both from his hand first, and then he can play the one from the order zone. But that's also if the order zone, because I believe, let me see.
I think there's just too many attacks potentially. And I think that might be the major issue here. You have enough for 3, but that last one might not.
The body replacement Sentinel, because he's only playing 2, he's playing 2 and 2. So the body replacement Sentinel, you still have to pay the cost for it, but you get to pick up a card. Which means if he picks up a card, then that other
intercepts. So that's 1 attack down.
That's 1 attack.
Now let's see how he chooses to defend.
Yep, there's the ninja replacement.
So now, let's see what he decides here.
He's going to pick up the Byakuya,
which makes a lot of sense in hindsight. And now, he's going to be able to bounce it.
That PG is in the order zone. Yep, there's PG there.
Front.
No trigger.
And then they're just going to just
Pass
pass back. Wow. Insane. I'm actually really surprised he's managed to hang up for this long.
I'm surprised at how tanky this deck is, but also, like, you're
A
going to
lot,
run out
but-
eventually at this point.
At the same time, I feel like both sides are running out of cards in deck. Glenn, especially,
They-
with how much he's been like burning through his resources.
They are, but the thing is, Glenn at this point has everything. So he's just like, he doesn't need to draw any on.
I think we might see something big here. Going into the restander.
Because keep in mind, the thing about this Katana World deck is you don't win by surviving here. He's down a game.
Yeah.
You don't win by living. You need to push your opponent to
5 minutes left in the round 2, so they gotta get moving here.
exactly. Otherwise, we're gonna see another tie, just like we did round 1.
Although I wonder if it's really gonna come down to that at this point. It just depends on what Glenn has in hand. Does he have enough to actually block all of these attacks?
Yeah.
Blocks for the 2 to hit. First check, nothing. Second check,
Nothing.
wow. And so he's going to swing with the Byakuya for 28, plus an additional 5k power, so 33. Does he have enough in hand?
No intercepts from the Byakuya.
Yeah, which even then, that's why he cleared his board. So what he's got in his hand is all he's realistically got to actually block all of this. He's checking through all of his triggers to see if there's an opportunity that he can actually heal.
That and the Gojin. The thing is, the Gojin Maru on the other side can't stand either.
Yeah,
He doesn't have any CB.
hits a crit. That's it. We're going into game
All right,
3 with less than
we're going
5
to game
minutes
3
left in
with-
the round.
With 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh dear lord.
I've got you
So
for
this-
3 minutes.
3 minutes. All right, so depending on who goes first here, because I don't know who's actually going to be going first. This is going to come down to pretty much the sudden death at this point. Like whoever has most damage at this rate. So
Yeah.
unlike before with round 1 where we weren't able to see a game 3 result, because round 2, because they're starting game 3 off within time, we're going to be able to see a game 3 occur. And so they're just quickly trying to get themselves situated here. I think in an extreme sudden death scenario, I'll be real, I still think it's kind of rough for the Katana World player, right? Just because of the low hand.
Well, the low hand and also the low amount of rear guards.
Yeah, because early game you don't have a whole lot of rear guards in general.
Because
But-
looking at the list, he has 2, 4, 5, 9, 11. He has 15 rear guards in his deck.
So
That's including his. That is including his PG. That's including 2 of his PGs.
if I'm being real, I think you got a mulligan for those units. Because
Mhm.
you are not going to be able to play this long game.
Nope.
You're not going to be able to really sit there and stack.
Yep, because players are, and you can see that they're frantically trying to get to go as fast as they can because they have 1:30.
But still, going back to that game too, and this is why I was saying, I think that it was really going to come down to what cards he had in his hand to block. Because now we have an opportunity to actually do something here. As we discard the Fire Regardless to ride into the Setna and pass.
Glenn's going first, so
Katana World, I hope for their sake they have some units in their hands to kind of rush down a bit. Because you kind of need to do something with that. And so we're going to see them activate everything there. And now, I do see he's got some things there, but I can't tell if it's anything he could realistically call out. Sets up some more charge and draws and sets up the...
Hades
okay,
Fall.
so that's Hades Fall. That's going to be helpful.
Yeah, but the biggest thing about it though is Glenn's got the fire regardless.
Yeah, so he could literally just burn it.
Yeah.
Okay, so he at least has a little bit of pressure here. Let's see what he drive checks. Hits a crit. That's huge. Checks at the front.
That is very huge.
Swings to 18. And then passes back. Still 2 damage on the first swing. Definitely going to be
Glenn either has to heal and put his opponent to 2, or he has to put him to 3.
So Soul Blast looking at the top 7 to add a mermaid to the hand. And adding the front set. So I get the feeling I've seen this movie before, where we see the front set Yuika column come in, making for really huge numbers. And on top of that, yep, there it is.
There's the fire.
Fire regardless. Ooh. So let's see. Yep, there's the Yuika. All right. All right, so time has been called. I don't know if that actually applies to us. I'm pretty sure it is. Yep. So we are going into overtime. So now, Glenn starts. Glenn starts as turn 0, and then it goes back and forth until, either we have like more damage to the opponent, or some sort of board state to where it could be there could be a winner determined.
Glenn will have 2 turns to push his opponent to 3.
Yep. Which I think it's doable.
Especially because
yeah,
I think it's doable because he's going.
Yeah, if he wasn't going first, then it'd be kind of iffy.
Yes, sir.
So, still, again, at the same time, though, right? It also does depend on what else Continental World has in hand. Gets the ace unit going to be able to kind of position himself to be able to bounce the other card back to hand at the end of the turn. And so we're going to see what else he gets off. Oh, he got the restander for later. Swings 15 to face. Hits the OT defensively. That's huge.
That is absolutely crazy.
Switch to rear. Drive checks the Yuika. And unfortunately for Glenn, he is forced to kind of just pass back here.
I think that's all she wrote. I think that's all she wrote.
Yeah, because now Continental could kind of
that overtrigger was crazy because now he's at 0, so now it's like he still has to deal that 3 damage
in 1 turn, which
that's
I don't want to write it up.
That's if Katana World doesn't put him into any higher damage. Because the higher damage he goes, the more he has to come back from.
Right. So let's see what happens here. Blocks with the crit.
To the pass. He checked the crit. He checked the crit.
Oh my goodness. Having a lot of momentum here.
So this is turn 2.
Yep. So Glenn literally this is his last turn. If Glenn does not push him to 2 damage.
If Glenn doesn't heal here or push him to 3 damage, then
it's just gonna come down to if
then Tiernan can just pass and he wins.
Yeah.
Because he'll win because he'll be at lower damage.
Right. So let's see, getting the Yui cut down. I feel like he's gonna call that front set to just make really high numbers here. Yep, calls the front set.
The Hades Fall has been used, so he doesn't have another one.
Yep.
But if we're looking at the Katana World player's hand, he's got a 15k and he's got the Snake Gaze.
And he's gonna be and Glenn's gonna be using the high 5 to draw a card. And kind of further set up his board state that he's always seems to have every single turn.
Yep.
Will this bail him out is the big question. Soul Charge is a PG. Doesn't really matter at this point, so better to Soul Charge it than still have it on the top.
Exactly. You want to hit triggers.
You want to hit triggers at this point. So let's see what happens here.
We're going to see the cadenza effect activate.
Yep. Oh man, this is really intense. Getting plus
Yes, it is.
20k to the front set.
This is absolutely make or break.
Yep. And then Chris Rain is base 23k.
Yep.
So we're gonna see if Glenn can actually somehow manage to get this push in. Because really, that overtrigger swung things into Katana World's favor.
100% it did.
So now,
Leonard determining his attack pattern here.
yep. So gets another plus 5 off the effect. So now that's going to be a 28k column there. And then the front set column, we're looking at 38, 43. So going to swing with the 28k column first. It's a 2-card guard. Drops a crit and a grade 1. To block that. Swings with the front set, unboosted for 30. Takes the first damage.
No trigger. Is he going to take any damage? Oh, let's see.
Let's see.
And Glenn's got to push him to 3 and hope he doesn't heal the next.
Yep. Energy Blast 3. Move it into Soul. Draws 1. And now he gets to restand the front set.
Yep. And
First
there,
check. Second check, no triggers.
Yep.
I think that. Oh, gets him to 2. So now. Turn to hand.
Now Katana World is in a predicament here because now if Katana World heals this turn, then he wins. But if he doesn't, then it's a draw.
I mean, in this situation, you're better off trying to draw than if you're Glenn. You got to hope and pray. Like you have to somehow guard everything, and then hope and pray your opponent doesn't hit a heal.
100%.
So now we're gonna see him get set up here. Put more gauge into there. And from here, he's going to be able to get himself set up with more ninjas at this point. He needs to create a board somehow and make it count. So, yep, Buddy calls the Sugekage and then activates the effect to search for another 2 ninjas. This is huge. But I mean, Glenn also has a really big hand, all things considered.
Yeah, he does, and it's only going to get bigger. Like
so,
not anymore, but
not anymore. But like still, like that is the one advantage if you're Glenn right now that you have. You have a lot of hand, and you know the attack patterns are going to like have that much power behind them, but you still have to potentially deal with 5 attacks this turn.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see. Yep, there's the first restander. So now, yep.
There's the Byakuya.
Oh, there it is. There's the push turn that he needs. Swings unboosted first. But Glenn is able to guard. Swings with the other rear guard next. Uses the Persona Shield, activates the effect to get the restand. And now Vanguard's coming in. Activating the effect to restand the other rear guard.
Yep, so we're looking at 5.
So now it's a matter of
can Glenn guard it all?
Can he guard it all?
We're gonna see. We're about to see the twin drive that's gonna determine this game. I bet.
Yeah, if he checks heal, that's it.
If he checks heal, it's over. If he checks double crit and he can't guard it.
So let's see what happens from here. He's debating.
You can literally cut the tension with a knife.
No kidding. Guards for a 2 to hit. Probably because he can't.
Send it.
Nothing.
No trigger.
No
trigger.
No triggers. So now it comes down to these last 2 attacks. So he's
going to be able to guard it. And if he does, it's a draw.
Guards with the restand heal. Now for the final swing, coming in with a massive column. Does he have enough to guard?
Elementaria.
Elementaria.
It's a draw.
And it's a
I
draw.
believe this is a draw. Yep.
Wow.
Oh man. Both
That's
stream games today have ended in a draw. So this is rough. I want to see bloodshed. I want to see violence. I want to see a winner.
for sure. But you know what though? Like, much credit is due to both sides. Like, never really truly giving up in this situation, especially for Katana World, where it felt like for a while it was such an uphill fight. And man, like, you love to see that nice back and forth dynamic.
Agreed. I will admit, I will own up. I will own up to it. The Katana World, the deck was a lot tankier than I expected it to be.
Yeah. Because that's the one
I
thing.
give the deck its props.
That is the one thing. Is like, Katana World may not start off with a good hand, but over time they will be able to build up a hand.
Oh yeah, they just have is that, and they also just have multiple ways of guarding. So it's just like their intercepts are big. They can guard from the order zone.
Once they do set up, they do have the ability to get the 5 attacks. So it's very like, now I can understand why Katana World was topping a lot during the buddy fight events.
Yep. I definitely think it is the second best buddy fight deck.
Yeah, easily second best. So
as much as I hate it, Yamigedo's not.
Yeah, I mean, regardless though, do you have anything else you want to add in before we take a quick break before the next round starts?
I think, man, how are these break? I'm trying to think of how these like what we can expect to see next round, and I'm like, with all the draws,
yeah, that's gonna really start to add up after a little bit.
It's causing.
Okay, so yeah,
It's just causing like a lot of mess.
but regardless, we're gonna take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll be starting up round 3. So until then,
we will see you guys at the beginning of round 3.
All right, peace.
Yeah. Well, ooh. Yeah.
I guess All right. Welcome back to round 3, as we're going to be seeing. Ooh, what do we got here, Marshall?
So we got Mr. John Howard, one of my friends. He, Mr. Brant Gate Man himself. I know exactly what he's playing. He's playing Prison versus Vergila, piloted by Mr. Joshua.
Okay, so 2 really smart meta decks going into this. I have a lot of experience with both of these decks, so this is going to be very interesting. So he is going to be riding up and then activating the order to set up for the prison, and pass back ride and go into the grade 1 develop, get the 3 energy. And so now he also, let's see what he does here. Just swings 8 to van. Excuse me.
But John going first here is actually pretty good for the prison deck, because obviously you want to hit grade 4 as soon as possible. But also fetching, if you look at what he got, he actually fetched the new prison.
Yep.
So prison did end up, for those who don't know, in this past booster set, they ended up getting a brand new prison card that essentially lets them, instead of immediately sold place like the old one, this one just lets you whenever an opponent places something from the prison to the board, you get to soul charge 1.
Right. And so we're going to be seeing another activation for this grade 1, checking the top 5 to call a card that is the same grade or less than your Vanguard to the rear guard, and then shuffling the deck. So he's going to call another, it seems like it's another copy of that same exact card, just trying to set up for later on.
Oh, yeah.
So we are going to see the Citra as well, which will force another card, this time for a drop, and Energy Blasting to draw.
Yep, and there's the Blitz. There's the Blitz grade 1 that we've seen a lot of prison decks playing right now. Anytime they call a card from outside of their hand, they're gonna get punished for it, and he's gonna get a draw card.
And he checks a heal on top of that, going to 2, Citra swinging, goes to 3 immediately.
Oh my.
Okay. Well, the good news is he does not have to discard for this turn, for the ride up, because of Vergila's effect. So now it's just a matter of if you want to establish a board, because given the fact they were facing off against prison, and given the fact that how easily they can actually get the prisons off, you actually might not want to really do too much in this turn. As much as you hate to not do that, given the fact they've already been pushed to 3.
Yep, I agree.
So he's going to be activating the effect of the prison to counterblast 1 to call 2 of them out of the prison. So that way, at least that's gone.
He's gonna get the soul charge off of the prison, but then he's gonna soul blast 1.
Yep. So the grade 1 behind Vanguard, when they're going to be able to call out a card from the prison, you can soul blast 1 to draw 1 once per turn.
Yep, that's it. That's what I was saying in the last earlier, that Blitz card is just crazy.
It's such a nice consistency tool that you can have,
especially with the new prison as well, because it's just like, oh, you immediately, the prison pays the cost for the draw, so it just turns it into mill 1 draw.
Right. And so he's going to be using the Silver Dust Blade to check the top 5 and to call out the Shenri. And then now Vanguard's going to have the effect where when he's going to get +3 for each rear guard and card and drop that isn't a trigger unit, and order card as well. So potentially this could be a really big Vanguard swing.
Yep. Let's see if the Vergila player is going to call another rear guard. Looks like he's going to.
Yep, calls it there.
Yep, there's the promo that gains the shield.
The only caveat, of course, being that given that you're facing against prison, how much is that actually going to play a factor?
Well, I think it can't be targeted.
It can't be targeted. Oh, it can't be targeted.
I don't think it can be targeted, but I may be wrong.
Ooh, chooses to
All right,
block early because of the crit.
we're gonna see the Cosmo Wreath PG come down, discarding another grade 4.
And hitting a front. Wow. Shenry to draw. Let's see what he does here. Swings with the promo column next for 24. Takes the hit. Seeing a security upgrader go to damage. Not
And-
what you realistically want to see, but
So keep in mind this is the thing that John has to worrying about now. Not only did he hit a security there, he's discarded 2 Pure Light, and he soul charged another security.
so he's
Off
got
the
one
call from the
more
president.
left. So unless he has it in hand, he might not have access to that for the whole rest of the game, potentially. As we do see the Pure Light activate the effect to move the card up to the prison. So I guess it can be targeted, I guess.
I never state to know every single card in the game.
Hey, you know
I
what?
know
That's fair.
I know what
That's
a lot of them
100%
do
fair.
most of the time.
Let's see here. If I can pull up his list. Let's see here. There we go. 2 seconds if you want to kind of see here. So he's going to kind of establish himself a board here.
Yep.
So
We
now
are going
once
to see
again,
another copy of Clear Light. I can't remember. Is the new grade 3 Clear Light or is it Pure?
I think it is Clear Light. Yes, Clear Light.
Okay.
So now he's gonna get 3 tri-checks. OT, giving it to the Citra.
That's an Elder Breath. That's an Elder Breath. That is an Elder Breath. This is not good. This is not good.
This is
Oh
definitely
my.
not. Oh boy, and still got one more check.
Oh my. One more check.
There's the last security upgrade.
There's the robot. There's the robot. I think he's just dead.
There's no way. Let's see what happens.
I think Vergila's just dead.
I mean, because he wasn't able to really do a whole lot on the previous turn to actually establish much of a hand. So it really will come down to if he can raw guard the Citra and then potentially perfect guard the other Clear Light. Or
Oh, does he have the perfect guard? He does.
Ooh, that was so crucial.
Oh my gosh! But now the issue is he's going into grade 3. He's gonna get a single right turn. But then he's going to be turned around and he's going to be put on. He's going to get Trisha. He's going to get
Yeah. So while we were sitting here trying to figure out what this card did, so basically how this card works now, the promo that we were having a hard time with earlier, it targets the Azerworth, the grade 2 that's like the mate, and makes it so that way it can't be targeted for effects as long as it's in the drop zone and you bind it.
Okay.
So he will be discarding the Starcross to ride up into the Vigila, and now activating the grade 2 effect to search for any one grade 2 card from the deck and adding it to the hand. So you got to think he's got to find pieces, because assuming he has the rewrite, he could kind of just sit there and just search for the other potential pieces that he needs after the fact.
Yeah.
As we do see, he does add the Iron Wing. The End Wing to the hand.
He's playing 4 copies. So John is playing 4 copies of, which is for him it gives him 2 turns on the grade 4, because it lets you get the grade 4s from drop, which is pretty good.
Right.
But man,
like, that entire turn 3 was insane. So now, if you're Joshua, how do you clap back? I think you just gotta really go for it. Unfortunately,
yeah,
but
you have to hope you have. You have to hope you have rewrite. You have to hope you have every.
Because you got a point. He may not have it, depending on what ends up going on here.
Yep.
But I think he's debating which one he wants to. Yep, you want to get rid of the Citra because that way you get rid of their restanding potential. No grade 2 to call out from the drop zone, but I'm pretty sure he has at least a couple of them in his hand to actually keep himself going.
We do see the defensive roar. At least I think that's a defensive roar. Yeah, it is a defensive roar.
Yep.
So we can see that he has the rewrite, and we can see that he has. So.
Yep. The end wing effect is going to be targeting the grade 1 in the back there and binding it. So now it's just a matter of seeing. Yep. He's going to be activating the rewrite effect to go into it. And now he gets to search for 2 cards, either in deck or drop. 1 Galaxian and 1 of the ultimate skill card.
Yep.
Which you got to assume, yep, he's going to be adding the Blazing Starcross back to the hand from the drop zone that he discarded earlier. And so now, if you can clear out your president enough to a point where it makes it impossible for him to reach that condition, that's probably going to be your best bet going into this turn.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And activating the Muna to draw a card. And choosing to not activate the grade 1 immediately. Interesting. I guess it's also because you don't have that much CB to begin with. That actually does make sense.
I want to burn through all of it on this one turn.
Right. But we are going to be seeing this. The Blazing Starcross activate, targeting the Azure to give it a +10. And the Red Tech skill, when it restands, it will gain a crit. So now he's got at least the initial setup figured out. Now it's a matter of, do you want to commit more?
I think you kind of have to commit at least one other card because he did the rewrite didn't get a lot of power because I believe it gets power from grade 1s or less in drop.
So how it works is, let me double check here real quick. So it gets +5 if you have another copy of it in the soul, and for each one you have of it into the soul. But he gets the red text go, where when he attacks for once per turn, you counterblast 1 to restand all your front row rear guards, and it gets +1 drive until the end of the battle. So that's where this is going to come in. He gets the restand. He has the crit pressure on the Azure, and even despite hitting the front trigger, he's pressuring for a lot of damage here. Plus the end wing.
John also just hit a front trigger, so
checks a heal. That's going to be really good for him.
Is it though?
Not only does he heal, but he also puts the twin cast to the drop zone to potentially use for later.
This is true. It's true. But also, he's going to be staring down a grade 4 Seraph here in a minute, and a grade 4 Seraph is going to give everything 2 damage. So he still can't take an attack.
Restand here guards the Azure column, and unfortunately, because of that defensive, he's forced to pass it back.
So he's going to ride back into the ride deck.
So now, this is when things get a little dicey if you are the Virgilla player. Soulbots want to prison the Azure.
Yep.
And so now from here, calling Security Upgrader, activating the effect to search from the deck to Superior Ride into the Pure Light.
And this is immediately going to put to 10 because he has to hit a card from drop, and then the activate 6.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's going to immediately put him up. It's going to immediately put that 10.
Yeah.
And it's going to rip the rewrite out of. So now he doesn't get the power buff from it.
Yeah, this is such a. I don't want to say it's like a hard matchup, but given what happened earlier on into the last turn that he had, this is going to be really rough.
Yeah, because now he's at that 10, so now everything has a crit. So he still can't take an attack. But also, and something that if you're just tuning into the stream and you haven't played Vanguard in a while, the new grade 3, when it's ridden over the grade 4, it activates what I like to call a skill drain effect, which if he calls a card from the prison, it loses any on place effects.
Yeah.
It doesn't trigger any on place effects anymore.
So what's even more dangerous too? Gets the ace unit. Yep, there it is. So now he's gonna be able to check the top 5, I believe it is, and then adding, I think it's like a set order or something, a card to his hand basically to kind of further himself in.
Yeah, and we're looking at 11.
There's a
We're looking at
realistic world where you
11
get to 12. There's a realistic world where you do get to 12.
I think he's either fishing to get a little bit more into prison, or he's he's fishing for a 5th attack.
He wants to get that other Citra.
Because the thing is also, look at the Vergilia's hand.
Wait, he's
Look
burning
at the
this.
number of cards in hand.
He's burning the CB here, so maybe not. Maybe he's just trying to at least have a somewhat stable board. Okay, there's the other Citra, but now you don't have the other CB to go for the 5 attacks. But
but it's also going to hit and get another 3K.
Another 5K to the front row.
Yeah, is it 5K or is it 3?
Yeah, so it's +5 for every 2 cards in the prison.
Yeah, that's crazy. So now everything's plus 20K in a crit.
No, this is +30 now.
30 in a crit. Yeah, you're right.
So this is going to be swinging for 40K with a crit unboosted.
Again, look at the Vergilia's hand, though. There's only 5 cards.
Yeah. And he already burned his OT. So
he burned his OT and he burned a PG. He burned the Sanctitude already.
Wow. First
yeah, he's got to take it and hope to heal.
Nope.
That is it for game 1. Elder Breath coming in with the sweep.
That was wow.
That was rough.
Understatement of the century. I think without the overtrigger, I think there was a bit of a realistic world where he could have restabilized himself. But now, if I am Joshua, how do I recompose myself? Basically, going into game 2.
Well, that's the thing. You have to try to recompose yourself, because also keep in mind Vergilia is a going second deck.
Right.
Vergilia loves to go second. Because it doesn't really do a lot when it grade 3. But right. Seraph, when it goes second,
yeah,
it's still pretty good. So Seraph is one of those decks that it would prefer to go first, but it doesn't. But going second isn't a.
It isn't a requirement, yeah. Because I feel like you have, I think regardless you have some sort of advantage, regardless if you go first or second. Because I feel like because Vergilla actively relies so much on having a board and having cards in drop in general, and a lot of the cards in prison just imprison from the drop.
Yep, it's just I don't like that card. I want it gone.
Which one? The Citra?
90% of the prison deck is just I don't like that card. I want it gone. Like you look at anything your opponent does. Oh, get it out. Oh, it's in your drop. Get it out. Oh, it's in your hand. Oh, it's in your board. Get it out.
Yeah, but you know what? That's the whole point of the prison deck.
The only place that isn't safe in modern prison decks is the deck. But yet there are cards in prison that can imprison from the top of deck.
Or even just imprison from hand.
Yeah,
I don't believe this list is running the one grade 2 generic for the deck where it's on place, your opponent chooses a card from their hand prison and then you draw one. But still
but the grade 2 in the ride deck also hits one from hand, and so does Pure Light.
Yeah. So here we go. Starting off game 2, Vergilla taking the first turn. Gonna decide what to discard for this ride up. So if nothing else, you at least know for a fact, okay, I just have this really tough decision right here, and then my next turn, cool, I don't have to pay costs the traditional way, at least, as we do see him pass it back. So we're going to discard the Fire Regalis to ride up into the grade 1, activating the skill to search for the prison and then add it to hand. But based off the fact that he didn't get the search, it probably means he added a hand. So instead of once you actually put it from hand, you draw one instead of, because normally it just sets it automatically from the deck. If you put it from hand, you draw one. So we see him pass it back after dealing 1 damage, go to Energy Charge 3, Soul Blast it out to ride into the grade 2 Virgilla. And now we're going to see what he can do from here. Because, like, the silver lining is that you're going first, and that matters quite a bit. Because now you have the ability to kind of push and not feel as punished.
Yeah, but the issue again is he can't do rewrite. So next turn is going to be a very
I'm gonna be transparent.
kind of turn.
I'm gonna be transparent. I think at that point you play the grade 2 game if you can help it. Because
I mean, there's no reason, in my opinion. Like, yeah, you can grade 2 game, but normally when you want a grade 2 game is both decks wanna hit that grade 2. Like they both wanna hit grade 3 second, but Pure Light just doesn't care.
Pure Light doesn't care.
They're just gonna ride up anyway.
So I guess swing with the
Cosmic
flare.
Coffee Bean. Yep, there's the Cosmic Coffee Bean.
Swing with the other grade 1, and now swinging with Vanguard. Hits a front, but it's kind of wasted here. But what makes this so much worse now is that he added an additional soul because it was the soul front.
Yeah. Man.
So now we're going to see it pass back, discard another Pure Light to ride into the Peach, activate the skill to force a card from the hand into the prison.
That is just heartbreaking. Seeing you swung your rear guard.
And then now activate the grade 1 to call the Muna.
Yep. And so now his draw engine's online.
Yeah. Now, depending on what else he has in hand, like he can even go even further than that.
Yeah, he can.
So we do see it activating the grade 2 to prison from the drop once again, and then he could choose to counterblast to draw. And yeah, another one of those the grade 1s swings to the rear, and then swings Vanguard. So let's see what he does here. Does not. Oh, checks a crit.
Lord.
Goes to 3, swings. I believe that's going to be a 33k attack. Actually, no, 38 because the Muna also gets a +5, I'm pretty sure.
If your Vanguard is grade 3 or greater, it does.
Okay. So 33 still.
Yeah, 33. Which is still not a number to scoff at. But
Definitely not.
He has to guard with an over trigger for that?
Wow.
That is rough. Oh my lord.
Let's see what he can do from here. Discards the Endwing to ride into the grade 3 Fragilla, using the grade 2 Fragilla to add a grade 2 from the deck to the hand.
And I know this is going to be a little biased because, again, I did say at the beginning of this, John is a friend. But man, Joshua just does not have the heart. He just, it's an uphill fight.
But at the same time, though, you can kind of position yourself a little bit. The silver lining is that you're going to your grade 3 turn and you're not already pushed to 5.
Yeah.
That is the one silver lining, at least compared to game 1.
Yeah, I would hope not to be at 5 again. Could you imagine an Elder Breath there again? I think an Elder Breath would have actually just ended the game.
Oh, for sure. But we're going to see him add the Silver Dust Blade to the hand, which is going to be really good for not only thinning the deck, but also repositioning himself to give himself a board, potentially.
Yeah. Let's see if Regilla can actually come back from this.
Regilla effect. Energy Blast 3 binds the grade 2 and calls out the N-Wing. And now from here, he could debate to use the N-Wing, which I think he's going to be... I wonder if he's going to do it. Yep, goes for it.
I don't think there's no reason where you wouldn't.
Yeah. Honestly, I would have targeted the moon in that situation if I was him. But
yeah,
just so you can remove the draw engine potentially.
Yeah.
So let's see if he wants to commit more from here. Yep, activates the Silverdust Blade, checks the top 5 cards of the deck to call a card from one of them to the hand, and then give your Vanguard the red text skill to gain a little bit of power for each normal unit on the field and drop. Let's see what he gets to call out. Because last time I checked, do you have to actually call? Surge up 2. So technically you don't have to call, but in this situation, that's actually very good to see. Because now you may have a situation where you could potentially give the Azure protection because of the promo.
Yeah.
So from here, let's see what he does from here. Calls the 2 from the prison. And now he's going to Soul Charge and Soul Blast to draw. And then he's going to Soul Blast again just to get the last card out of the prison. So now he has to manually get to that board state again to where he has more cards in prison.
Yeah, having an empty prison, but again, it's not very difficult.
It's not, but it's at least a good start. Swinging 10 to
definitely,
van.
Definitely. I think you need to keep that prison as empty as you can.
For sure. So swings with Virgilla next, activates this skill to restand the grade 2. And so now he's going to be counting. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is going to be 18, 28, 33, I'm pretty sure, on the Vanguard swing. Drops a Cosmo Reef. First check heal.
Does resolve the heal.
And
Gets the eyes were out of damage.
Which is very important.
Yep, and puts that in rotation for him now.
Second check, another Azor, so very useful here.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Swings 18, and then now for a 26. Checks a heal of his own.
Puts that pure light in drop.
And passes back. But you know what though? Like, given the situation, that was not a bad turn. If you're the Virgilla player.
Players are playing absolutely phenomenal.
Yep. So we will be seeing the Clear Light activate the effect to Soul Blast to imprison the N-Wing. And now I think he's going to be activating that other grade 1 in the back to target another card to prison and then kind of build up more of a board from there. Yep, targets the promo. Now checking the top 5. Let's see what he gets from this. It's kind of just double checking his hand to see what he's got. And ideally, you want to see either, just another booster, which technically could extend into another one if you choose to pay the CB. But then again, I don't think you want to burn the CB here.
I think you do. Oh, looks like he is.
He must have not had another decent piece in his hand to kind of do it without using it. So again, checking top 5 again.
Or if anything, realistically, the security robot turns pure light into CB-less cost. So realistically, what in this deck actually CBs other than the restand?
Well, the grade 1 that we see there, and then that, and that's basically it.
Yeah. So if you're not planning on it, looks like we had a little bit of a slip up, but if you're not going for the CB, then you might as well.
Yeah. Especially if you weren't able to establish having the citrus earlier, it makes a lot of sense why he's.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, but also it's like it's not a card he has to place from hand.
So, yep, just shuffles. And so now getting a little bit of +5s for the back row. And now it's just, yep, kind of just swing. So this could be 36 to Van with 3 drive checks. So let's see how he chooses to, if he wants to guard here, because you also do need some CB to actually make your plays. First check upgrader, second check front trigger, power to the front row, and then the third check a critical on top of that. Two damage coming in. Seeing a rewrite go to damage is rough.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be swinging in for, I believe, 33 to face. He gave the critical trigger power buff to the grade 1.
Yep. So I did just get some clarification on rulings of the Blitz Staff Muna, the first continuous effect, to where it can't be chosen, counts cards in your prison.
Yep. So that's even more insane on top of that. So not only can it not be targeted,
If you've imprisoned 2 cards, it can't be targeted.
Yep. Swing's giving it even more power.
Absolutely crazy. Goes to
going
5. Like he has to at this point, because he's like, well, everything's gonna have a crit next turn. 4 or 5 doesn't really make a difference here.
Yep.
It's less of a card. It's another card for this turn.
Yeah. The question is, does he have 3 right, and 2, does he have the ability to create a board strong enough to push for potentially game? Because if you're the Vigilla, you kind of have to do something here.
Yeah. You've got to be able to, like, you've got to try to close this game out.
For sure.
You've been given all the counterblast in the world.
So activating the prison to call 2 out. So he's debating where to place them. Yeah, you kind of have to. And now he has a choice to be made. Again, Soul Blast, and then draw another card thanks to the Muna. So now you technically can now target the Muna for the bind.
Now you can, yes.
So, yep, going to Soul Blast 1 to get the last card right out of the prison. But you have drained a lot of your resources just to do that.
And it's all going to go back next turn.
Yep. So let's see. We're going to Energy Blast 3, bind the Muna, and then call the Grade 2 from the Ride deck. And then, yep, he did have it. So
rewrite.
Yep. So yeah, he already placed it. So unfortunately, he can't take that back. But he's still going to be able to search for another one regardless. Or if he needs to add it back to hand, he can still get the same board state regardless. So now, because he went into the rewrite, we'll be able to search for both a Grade 2, a Galaxian, excuse me, and a Ultimate Skill card. So now it's just a matter of
what he wants to find.
Yep.
And as of right now, we have 26 minutes left in the round.
Not bad considering the time frame.
Not at all.
But
again, these players, all the players in today's tournament have been in this. They've been in these pressure situations. They've been in these high. We know that they know that, hey, when it's time to pick up the pace, it's time to pick up the pace.
For sure. All right, so let's see what happens from here. Going to call the Flare once again, and then adding the Silver Dust Blaze that I had. Interestingly, he didn't add Starcross, which would have given him some pressure.
Well, I mean, the Starcross gives what? The Izor the crit?
So it gives the Izor the +10, and then when it restands, it gets the crit. So activating Silver Dust Blade to check the top 5 once again. Maybe he just doesn't feel like he's going to be able to push enough for game this turn, and that's kind of the reason why he hesitated there.
If you look at what he just hit in top 5, there's his Elementaria.
Yeah, that would have been really useful, but still.
And there it goes.
Yep. The only problem now is I don't think he has Soul to use the Grade 3 effect.
It's not. But that can be a blessing and a curse, because he can't use the Grade 3 effect, but also nutritionally,
Yep, that's
he's
true.
only gonna get 5 instead of 6.
Yep. Checks a crit defensively.
First check. Oh my lord.
I mean, let's see what he does here. Yep, swings to the rear. A good strategy given the situation, given the board state. Swings with rewrite, activate skill to restand. Although I gotta double check a ruling on this thing. It's specifically back row rear, the card restands. So I think there was a misplay here. When you use a word and its card name is, it only specifically targets the back row rear on the right side. So both of them technically should not be activating. And, you know, regardless, though.
The booster bot.
Yep.
Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, the fanfare. The booster behind the fanfare shouldn't be there.
Yep.
Well, fortunately.
Yep. Fortunately, they didn't catch that, but it's okay. We're gonna move that into the soul. And now swing it to the ace unit. So let's see what happens here. Yep, guards the ace unit. You need that to at least have some sort of pressure.
The board presence.
Yep.
Oh, nope, never mind. There's 2 cards in soul.
Yep.
Never mind.
Yep. And that was kind of like my major concern going into this turn now. Security Upgrader activated the skill to ride into the Pure Light. And you've pretty much just set himself up for all this. Oh, wait a minute. No. He may have missed. Oh, okay, never mind.
You can do either. You can do.
No, I know that, but my major caveat with that is if you search the deck, and because it said search up to 1, but if you search deck, you technically with that security upgrader. I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
So it's search your hand, deck, or drop.
Yes,
so
but because he chose to search for the deck, he whiffs it. Technically speaking,
I'm not sure on that.
I wonder, anyone in chat, if you happen to know the official ruling on that, let me know. Until we can at least get a judge to double check and confirm that, because that actually might matter a bit. Because then he wouldn't have all of this access, all of this going into this turn. He would, at least not without committing another security upgrade to activate it. So Citra activated the effect to imprison another card from drop, and then Energy Blast Leader draw 1. Calling the Grade 2. This one is very interesting too, because when it attacks, it targets another one in the prison, and then you could send. Okay.
Because Ava's the same way. That's what I was thinking.
Okay. It's just interesting how that works.
You know, a lot of older cards say you can, and we're premium heads, so.
No, I get that. I'm just trying to make sure that this is going correctly. So Citra attacking Vanguard. I don't think he has. No, he didn't get all 10, so it should be 2,
According
4,
to our judge
6,
resources,
8.
the pure light play was legal.
Okay, gotcha. Just had to make sure. Yep. So that Grade 2 in particular, after it's done attacking, it can send one of the cards imprisoned to the bottom of the deck to draw 1, which is crazy. So it basically has everything set up for it.
He's gonna shoot that Izor straight back to the deck.
Yep. So you just don't want that to be on the board. Let's see if he has enough to guard this Citra for what I believe is going to be 30k to Vanguard.
Doesn't have a crit yet, but
It doesn't have a crit.
It doesn't have a crit, but he's not going to be able to guard it, and that's going to be.
Yep, that's game.
Mr. John Howard picks up the 2-0.
Wow. Finally, a set that doesn't go into time.
Oh yeah. Finally, we finally got to see some violence, and we finally got to see.
Just like you wanted from the previous
game.
But I do want to kind of talk about the matchup in itself, because I do think now that it's said and done, I do think it's a really uphill battle for Virgella.
Oh, 100%.
Regardless of how you go about that, right? Because again, prisons from rear, prisons from hand, prisons from drop. Basically, they're gonna have some sort of board.
Yeah, because it's also because one of the big issues with that deck also, it plays kind of like Luard does. It wants to play similar to, wants to start stacking grade 1s and less in drop. And
in this case,
when
you want certain units in drop to activate the effects. So yeah, that's just really unfortunate.
When 90% of that deck, when the whole point, 90% of the deck is bomb your drop zone. What are you gonna do? What can you feasibly do?
Precisely. But
so you can try to fill up extra fluff, but then you're just you're wasting resources at that point.
Yeah. I mean,
it's a very rough matchup, and I think because of that, that's why I've seen Vergila fall off a little bit.
Yeah, because
before this last booster set, it was best deck in.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, I don't know if there was anything else. I don't know what else you could have realistically done in that situation. Really, at the end of the day, especially from the first game where offensive Elderbroth, that is just insane to me.
Yeah. Elderbroth is a hell of a card.
Yeah. And I do think, though, if things didn't go so completely down south, there could have been a possibility that you could have won potentially. But regardless, still, it's just one of those things that you have to take into consideration. So far, just to kind of recap from the last two, last 3 rounds, basically, right? The first round, I believe it was Chris Rain versus Yep. Which unfortunately it did go into time, and it went against the Chris Rain player, just simply because Haruru again could just send the deck enough to a point where it matters. They tied, and then the following round was Katana World versus Chris Rain again. And so Katana World, for a little while, we kind of just assumed, okay, doesn't have much of a hand. Can they realistically still play the game? They still, if you give them certain cards in their hand, and they could still block a large majority of attacks, especially on that last couple of turns, where it's cool, I just so happen to have 3 ways to perfect guard. Now I can pass it back and actually do something, but even still, you still run into the issue of time, which is playing a massive factor into a lot of these games. And then with this round, it was okay, I have let's be honest, that was completely one-sided, right? As in terms of the actual matchup, not necessarily the skill of the player.
Yeah, that matchup is almost one-sided.
Yeah, it's almost one-sided. Realistically speaking, from your perspective, right? What would have at least swung things onto the other side of the pendulum at that point?
A Drake Veda.
Yeah, pretty much. God,
that's it. A Drake Veda. And I hate to say it, and I hate to be that guy. Well, is the card that can put the game around, but that's at that point, that's what you gotta hope for.
Yeah, for sure. It's just one of those unfortunate matchups. I think one other thing that I do want to highlight from those games, if he had targeted the mana after he got enough cards out of the prison earlier, he might have not had as many cards in his hand to actually guard certain attacks as well.
The issue, and I was looking at it when we were looking at everything.
Yeah.
That the earlier when he was able to pop a card on his first grade 3 turn,
Right.
he actually couldn't.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I get that.
Because he had 2 in prison.
Alrighty, so we're about to do an interview with John. Sorry to cut you off. We're about to do an interview with John here.
All right.
How do you want to make your way over here?
I'll slide over a minute. See if he.
Is it on? Because I don't hear him on my end. Just quite yet. Are we good now?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to catch me.
Yeah, I know. I feel that. Oh, sorry, guys.
We have a
technical
Mr. John
difficulties.
Howard.
Yeah, it looks. Just give us one moment to get this set up. All right. Please tell me we got this going. All right. I think we're in. We're in. Here. Join me here, man. Yep. Good.
How you doing?
So how do you feel after that last round?
I'm ready for the next one.
For sure, yeah.
What's going on,
So,
Marshall?
Going on, bud?
so how were your other rounds going into this one? Out of curiosity.
Round 1, I played again hard. With first, I saw everything so hard. Round 2, I played again. One of my good friends playing Virgilla, and just took me to the wire. Game 3.
No, I don't see it as anything. Like, I love playing games with him. So
For sure. So would you say also that because of your past, like the round 2, that it helped you go into round 3? That's a chance of learning the matchup?
Mindset
mostly the same.
Like it's constant. So I don't think it had any influence as to go forward.
So at this point, your record is you're still undefeated going into this. Now it's just a matter of, do you feel confident enough to actually make it all the way?
I got 2 more rounds to find out and see. You know.
All right, man.
Thank you.
You got anything else to say? You're good.
No, I'm good.
Good.
See y'all
Y'all
out
out
there.
there.
Take it
Get
easy.
easy.
All right,
Before
man.
you, John,
Take it
before
easy.
you go,
Oh,
quick question before you: is there any decks that you're looking that you don't want to fight today?
No, bring them.
Bring them on. All right, I like to hear that.
I like to hear that too. So we are going to be shortly taking a break, and then when we come back, we'll be starting up round 4. So
What's the game plan?
The interview. Just let me
Okay.
take it. All right, welcome back to the X Circuit Day 1 qualifier for. And so today we got a quick little interview with one of the players, someone who I personally know from within my own personal circle. Why don't you come on over and take a seat with me over here, Matt? Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself real quick?
Hello, my name's Henry.
AKA probably the scariest person I ever have to face on a consistent basis in any sort of
Never.
tournament.
What war crimes do I commit?
Bro, you play Highlander Premium.
Well, I would never play that deck. Cringe.
Liar.
Well,
Every
I don't.
time.
There's no tops. No tops.
What do you mean?
I lied. There's two.
Yeah, I was gonna say you've at least talked at least once, I'm pretty sure, man. But man, how do you feel like after the last 3 rounds?
So far, it's been pretty good. The mental is super solid. Have not made any crazy misplays, and the matchups have been pretty 50-50.
That's good. That's good, man. Because you're playing Harley again, right?
Yeah, I caved in and paid the cringe toy deck.
But listen, man, it's consistent. It's one of those decks that you just yeah.
The floor is there. It does what it does every time.
So, out of curiosity, what were your matchups?
Round 1 was the deck's worst matchup, which is Prison.
Oof.
Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, that's really rough.
Then round 2 was the Mirror versus Sean.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I heard that you kind of cooked them on that one.
And then round 3 went up against Crossover Dress. So that's a deck that not many people are running.
Yeah.
Honestly, not something that I would bring to an event personally. I think the power of it is just not quite there. It's like Bob, but like slightly worse Bob.
Yeah. No, that makes sense though, given the fact that Bob at least would have the shield value, that have additional like ways to get the restanding without overcommitting. But you know what? It's interesting to see that deck at least pop on, right? So, out of curiosity, because I never really asked you even half of these questions, so just forgive me. I'm just kind of going off the top of my head. When did you first start getting into Vanguard? What was like the first deck you played back then?
For me, my first deck was the worst deck ever. I played Seal Dragons.
Oh no! I hate Steel Shield. That's crazy. Shield Dragons.
I played with a long time.
Yeah, because for me it was Revengers and then Link Joker back then. So yeah. So then I guess from there you always kept up with Vanguard.
Never stopped.
Yeah. Never a doubt, I guess, for you.
No, I really enjoyed the game, loved the art, and everybody in my high school at the time, they all played Vanguard. So no one played Yu-Gi-Oh, no one played Magic. Everybody played Vanguard. So
Dang, that's crazy. Especially for high school too. I would have killed for something like that back then, man. But
a whole club.
that's awesome, dude. So I guess I wanted to ask you, like, how do you feel about the event, like how it's being run and stuff, just out of curiosity, because I keep hearing a lot of good vibes from it, but I kind of want to always ask people in general when they're right here.
I think most people are disgruntled about how the point structure is structured currently, but that's kind of an anomaly because of how many ties have happened.
Yeah, obviously, because the first 2 rounds we've had quite a few ties, because I'm guessing there's more even beyond that.
Yeah, 4 times.
Oh my lord. Yeah. So that what, that does make a lot of sense too. And then I guess at the end of the day, like, you're enjoying yourself though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's always good to hear. Oh, I guess someone knows you in the chat too.
Yes, it is me.
Yeah.
It is me, guy over there.
I don't know who you are, but I guess you know him.
They were saying something about if there was a joke made that you know exactly who they were. So.
Oh, probably.
Probably. But yeah, I guess what was like the one matchup you were hoping not to face off against?
Prison.
Just Prison?
Yeah, it's the worst matchup for the deck. Every other matchup, I'm fairly confident.
Yeah, no, I get that. Listen, man. Listen. Okay, so this is a funny story real quick. There was a situation where
So it's Lilith.
yeah, that's okay. So basically there was one instance where I accidentally put 2 OTs in without realizing it. So I drove checked the first one, and then after a little bit, I drove checked the second one. I'm like, wait a minute. And then they never have ever let me down. They refuse to let me down on that. But yeah. Man, so I guess one other thing I did want to like talk about, kind of separate from the circuit, kind of separate for that, because both of us are premium players. We know how it is. How do you feel about how they're handling it going into premium weekend, and then obviously with the upcoming Summerfest and later on down the line?
I think it's personally better than nothing. Like they could have just let it die off like they did with Eve. They really care enough to give it some recognition, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah.
I think everybody's doing right now, and that's not the headspace that we should be in. Like,
And I'm also in that similar boat as well, because like, yes, it sucks that that's going to be out of rotation, but at the same time, I always felt like it was always a community-driven format in general, and there were pockets of the world where they actually host tournaments and stuff, like Kingslayer. I know EU's very big on that as well. So like, I've always kind of just assumed that eventually, even if Bushra wouldn't like continue with it, that we would pick up after it. I've clearly seen that with people like with Devlin and all of them trying to start up an invitational after what I hear. But regardless, like, I'm also in the same boat as you, where I feel like there's a lot of dude posts and posting. Part of it, obviously, because I'm usually the first one on this stuff. I'm usually the one that's kind of like, yeah, that is just how it is. But I'm at least appreciative that they're at least doing something with that instead of just saying, axe off and then die.
it might not be new support or confirmed like a confirmed worlds for it again, but this is the best we got, and I'm pretty happy we got it.
Yeah, like at least if there was any major silver lining, premium weekend helps you qualify for worlds potentially. We don't know too much about that, but I'm gonna let you get back because it looks like they're gonna about to start real soon. And good talking with you, man. And good luck with the rest of your rounds.
I'm gonna transition y'all over to.
Alrighty, so we're about to kick off round 4 going into this. I don't know who we are about to have on stream just yet. Do you have any details on that, Marshall, just yet? Or
We
no?
have John, and I believe it's Glenn Raymond.
No, not again, because did we just have Glenn recently?
We had Glenn and John, but they're
Oh.
the two highest in the bracket.
Wait, so they're facing off again? That makes no sense.
They didn't.
Hold on.
They didn't fight each other.
Oh,
Glenn
okay,
was
yeah.
in Game 1.
Okay,
Glenn was in
so-
game 1, John was last round. But they're the
Gotcha.
highest in the bracket, so they're fighting each other.
Gotcha. Okay.
At least I think it's Glenn.
Yeah, it definitely seems like based off the footage.
I've
we're getting
seen
on
these
here.
tattoos before.
Yeah, I was gonna say this seems very familiar.
Colin Granner.
Okay. So
He's been on stream. I think he was our round.
yeah,
But it's
pretty
going to
sure.
be Prison versus Chris Rain.
This is gonna be
Rough.
yeah, very rough to say the very least.
It's going to be very rough, but again, it's like John said in the interview earlier. He said, "Bring them on."
Yeah. So in this matchup, obviously it's gonna just come down to just the overall board setup, how each side can actually like maintain their board and actually like keep it going. And if you're the prison player, and if like you're able to establish it or not, because sometimes if you don't see the citrus, it's just kind of feels bad. You know what I mean?
Well, that and also Chris Rain is just like, and it's one of the reasons why Chris Rain is so good. Is Chris Rain's also just a full-on counter to this deck anyway.
Yeah. So
So it's
we're gonna
like-
see how that actually like impacts things, because obviously they bounce stuff from hand that doesn't give you a whole lot of board to work with, and that it, depending on how the game state plays out, you might not have a whole lot of drop either. So it looks like we are just getting fish set up real quick before we kick off this round. Now I forget if I don't know if you caught on to who's going first here, because I
don't think they've rolled yet.
I thought they did roll, and that's why I was kind of like,
I didn't see it.
okay. But let's hypothetically say that Prison is going first. That's at least somewhat of an advantage going into this matchup. But
Yeah.
at the same time, like, it's also going to depend on how much, like, because obviously we saw even in grade 2 turns, Chris Ray could sit there and kind of do their main combo between the Fran set and the Yui Cup, and then have the additional rear guard on the side regardless. So I don't know. We'll just have to wait to see how that pans out.
Exactly.
And we're just waiting on our judges to figure out when we're getting this up and running. Also, it's funny because literally another one of my friends typed in, easiest way to not get ripped on for running 2OT is not running OT 2OTs in the first place, which is
Don't
fair.
run an OT period. Be a real man.
Yeah, man. I tried that once. Did not go so well for me. I'm going to be real with you.
You don't need it.
You say that, but then it happens, and then it comes up, and then you're like, well, man, wish I had that OT.
Don't need it. I play test without it. As far as I'm concerned, it's a crit.
Yeah. I mean, because for you, which one is it usually for you?
Purple.
Yeah, that tracks. For me, it's just nice heal. It's just as a nice additional heal plus extender.
Well, for me, it's like my opponent's going to be at 0 anyway for 90% of the game.
And
so
then
it's like,
yeah.
If I check it offensively, I'm going to heal regardless. I can heal regardless. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, pretty much. And I guess while we're still waiting, I think one of the biggest things into this is that we only have 2 more rounds left before we decide who's actually making it onto day 2.
Yep, our cut to top 8. And top 8 will be held in Philly. And we will be there. At least I know I will. And we have a few other guests that are coming.
I'm definitely I'm going to be there. So
yep. So we have a couple other guests that are coming, and we're all in person.
Yep, it's going to be a lot of fun. But I think hopefully now we're going to get this game underway. And yeah, so again, like I said before, I think so if it's Chris Raid though going first, does the prison player actually have a chance really?
I don't know. Because and again, it's one of the things with standard is a very trigger heavy format too.
Yeah.
So you could be at a complete disadvantage. But if you have a game like John did last, where he's just like, all right, crit heal Eldo.
Yeah.
Then what are you gonna do?
Not much at that point. So we're just gonna see how this pans out at this point. I guess we're just, but one thing that I do think, I mean, because aside from just obviously the bouncing, I think at that point, what are you trying to go for the mulligan for on both sides? I think obviously for Chris Wright, you want to look for Yuika for upset, and then whatever other situation card you need. But specifically for Prison in this matchup, what are you mulligan for?
Probably your bouncers.
Right.
You want to mulligan for as many Yuikas and other bouncers that you can.
No, I was saying yeah.
Prison, you probably want to hit as much drop zone stuff as you can, because even though they're still bouncing, they're still having to go blast, so they're still putting cards in their drop.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I'm kind of trying to figure out how do you actually approach this matchup? Because it's because I played a lot of Prison over the last few weeks, and if I had to go up against this kind of deck, I wouldn't entirely know what to actually specifically mulligan for in this situation. Just primarily because a lot of the reasons we talked about, where it's okay, cool, I could just still have a board and then not have it, and then still retain cards in my hand. So it's
definitely. I think it's just one of those because it's just so weird.
Yeah. Because it really does feel like it's similarly to the Prison Virgila match. It feels like there's an opportunity where this could be potentially one-sided depending on the mulligans. But at the same time, though,
it could be one-sided potentially depending on the mulligans, but also if your mulligan isn't good, and it's kind of okay.
Yeah.
But also, it depends on what the prison player's running,
Right.
because that's one of the things about prison being a good deck, and it being the deck that it is right now. It was the first Brant Gate starter deck of D series. It was the first deck of D series.
So it has
That
a
means
ton of support.
It
Yeah,
has
exactly.
a ton of support, and you don't know what exactly they're playing. They could be playing hand rip. They could be playing drop rip. They could be playing board control, complete board control.
Right.
Like, you don't know, and that's the big thing. Like, they could be playing a deck out game for all they care.
I mean, you do like. There we go. We're starting this off.
Stand up Vanguard. Looks like Chris
And the
Rain was
Chris
going
Rain.
first.
Yeah. So discards the high five, rides it to the Setna, and passes.
Nope.
So let's see what he wants to do from here. Discarding the grade 1 to ride up, and then entry charging, and now searching for the prison and immediately setting it. Ooh, so it seems like he already had it in hand, so he's going to get a double draw instead.
Yep.
Which, if you are the prison player, that's going to be really useful going into the later turns.
Definitely.
We do see the Muna come out, so this is going to be 16 to Vanguard. Unless, yep, 16 to Van.
The biggest thing also is you got to keep in mind there's very few and far between lyrical decks that actually mess with the board.
Right.
That mess with your opponents, actually interact with your opponent's rear guards. So that Muna is probably going to stay.
Yeah, that's true. So that consistent drop ability is always going to be present, as we do see the Sentinel resolve to add the front set. And so from here, right, you just got to rush a little bit if you can, if you're the Chris Ray player.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because regardless of what happens, even if you have to leave one rear on the board, it's like, okay, cool, I leave one on the board, not my entire board, so that way I don't get easily ass punished.
Exactly.
Yep. So swinging with the grade 2 first. See if he wants to guard this or not. Yep, he does. Now he's gonna swing Van. Gets a PG out. Ooh, that's really crucial for the prison as well. That's gonna be rough to see in the damage zone. Because unless you're able to heal that back, one of the violence that you may potentially have in your deck is gone as he rides up to grade 2. So while he's going for the prison to hand, the violet that just went to damage, as long as you have a prison, a card in your prison, it acts as a PG for any, I think it's any rearguard attack, or specifically a grade 2 or lower units attack until the end of that battle. Which, because you have cards such as the Buster Barrage that can sometimes be run in this list, you're actually able to recycle that as well.
Yeah. But look at that top 5 call into another move.
Yeah, so having even more draw and the citrus on top of that. Wow. Yeah, this is actually doable. Oh my goodness, another citrus. So the last card in the drop zone is gone, and he gets an additional draw from that.
Oh man. Drive check, ace unit. No trigger on.
Yep, swinging with that column. Goes to 3, and then he finally guards. Yeah. That was really rough for the Chris Rain player, but he does have an opportunity to kind of bounce back from here as he discards their Fire Regalis to ride up. So seeing the Fire Regalis in there is always going to be very good, and he does add the Persona Ride, so that's going to be kind of problematic for the prison player going into future turns.
Definitely.
And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure if this was the right call at the end of the day, from the past turn to get that many cards in prison and potentially not because now at this point, if you're Chris Rain, right, there's a realistic world where you just go for the citruses because there's no way to get them back. I'm pretty sure,
Yeah,
and that's
There-
and that's your main.
there's a realistic
damage
world,
dealer.
but also, does he really need it?
Mm,
Like they've kind of done their job at this. Yeah, the restanders are nice, but dumping cards into prison when it's just gonna happen again.
that's true, but the one thing is like it gives you an additional attack, so
Yeah,
that's more or less where I'm coming at with it. Because now looking at
Yeah.
he's got the front set column, and now he's gonna be able to Soul Blast 2 to draw 2 because he's got 2 Munas on the field,
yep.
which at least helps him restabilize his hand.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that card is so good.
Yeah, it is. That's why I'm happy I've got my 4. And I don't even play Brand Gate.
That's crazy.
Oh,
Alright.
I did play Wellstra at one point.
That'll do it. So I think he's debating on if he wants to use the Chris Raid skill right this second, which I think she's going to go for it.
I think there's no reason why you shouldn't.
Right. Oh, no, wait. He's calling more from the prison. Wow. So, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense, too. Just so that we can get them out.
I like to call it jailbreak.
For sure.
I'll buy it for you.
Because, out of curiosity, if you call the order out of prison, does it just go straight to drop? Or are
It
you
goes
not
straight
able
to
to?
drop.
Okay. I just had to make sure about that. So,
Yep, it goes straight to the drop zone.
and I think he realized he wasn't on the right cycler, I guess. Because he was like tempted to Soul Blast. Oh, Soul Blast after the last one, so that way that's gone. And now
Calls
like you
over
said,
and then it disappears. Yeah,
Gotcha.
it still gets there.
okay.
But an order can't exist on the circle.
Right. So it just gets retired. Yep. Draws one,
Mhm.
and now he's got all this momentum coming in. But at the same time, you did form a hand as prison. So
Yeah, but now he's used so much resources just to empty his prison again.
which honestly is not the worst thing in the world, because you will at least be able to essentially bounce the Frantic column to hand. And then even if
Yeah.
you have to keep a couple cards in the prison going into the grade 3 turn, you at least have a way to get them back out after the fact. So now, yep, calls down the PG so that way, because he knows he's gonna just bounce it back to hand later. So 18 to van. Jack's say grade 2. And then Frontac gonna get +5, so this is 30. Let's see if he wants to take the damage here. It's already been pushed to 3. And if I was a betting man, I would assume he would just hold back a second. Yep, hits a crit. And now, because of the Francetta's ability, he gets to add the Gut Cycler back to hand. And now he gets to restand the Francette, most importantly.
Yep.
So this is going to be 29 to van. Drops the PG. First check, nothing. Second check, the cat. Or a mouse? I don't know. Either way, it's the cycler for that.
The lyrical version of Amethysta.
Okay, yeah. So takes another damage. Oh no, Buster Barrage is a damage zone. And then Yuika effect, Soul Blast to bounce the friend set to hand. Yep. So now clear board. Going into the grade 3 turn. So Clear Light is not going to be able to use the Soul Blast skill. And so now you're actively relying on your drop zone to kind of get you to a position where you can at least get 3 drop checks.
They can use that Soul Blast skill.
Oh, that's right. Is it because it could do from drop too? If it did not choose from drop. Okay, yeah, never mind. I'm just dumb. Never mind. Forget what I just said about that. All right, so calls the ace unit to be able to activate the skill to search the deck and add a card to hand. So let's see how this will play out, because you're kind of right in the sense where the Citrons did their job initially. It would be nice to at least would have had at least the potential to do the restanding, but this is probably more preferred here.
I think at this point, you just need numbers.
Yeah,
Like,
You need
I don't
numbers.
think you're going, because the earlier you can get the PGs out of deck or out of hand, the better.
right.
Because then you can go into pure light, and then they don't have.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so, and what's really good, like, the question is, can you at least get the one more card from the drop into the prison? Because then you unlock 3 drop checks.
Yeah.
Now it's just a matter of he can get there. Yep, calls another Citra from hand. So now another card from the drop zone to the prison.
We have 3. Now we got the triple drive.
And more importantly as well, the Citrus will gain +10 because there's
Yep.
3 prisons. So this is going to be 31, 36, 3 draw checks.
Oh, on Elder Breath. Front trigger.
Front trigger, so even bigger numbers.
is
Second
no
check
guard.
heal trigger.
This
Ooh.
is a no guard.
Yep. So now he's got to think where he wants to put the heal. Puts it on that Citra. Third check, now trigger. Takes the hit. Loses a Sentinel. Not what you want to see.
Not at all.
And these attacks are going to be really big too.
That's going to be at least 43.
Bare minimum.
On
And then
the-
the
on the
other
ending
column's going to. Oh. So now, what do you do here?
Yep. So it looks like we have a 33 and a 43.
33 and 43. Jeez, those numbers are crazy. 48 right there. Yep. And then, and like the numbers.
Oh no, wait, that was a front. There was a front, so it's actually 43 and 53.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. And he's just going to pass turn here, which I think was very smart because you don't want to give them too many resources here.
Yeah, he wants to choke damage. He wants to put him at 4 and then kill him on pure light.
Yeah. Assuming, of course, because now we got them to see the Persona ride. Assuming he makes it there, right? He does have a really
Thing
large
is-
hand.
He can take 1 attack at least, but he does have a.
Yeah. So it's just gonna be a matter of when you want to take the hit at this point, right?
And again, he has 2 CB. So next turn, these Citrons can do work if they're still there.
So now the question is, where do you go from here? I mean, realistically, there's nothing stopping this guy from just making the same board as previously before. We do see the
Exactly.
high,
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
exactly high 5 allows you to drop, and we are going to see the ML come down. Soul Charge is another high 5, which later on, if you Soul Blast it out, can be just reused at that point.
Yeah.
So not a bad Soul Charge there.
Not at all.
So then, does he? Because another thing I'm thinking too, if I'm Chris Rain, how do I make it so that way I have no soul, and also not have rears at the same time, so that way the pure light doesn't come out and just absolutely cook me. Yeah. So we are seeing he's going to continue to Soul Blast cards out, so that way he can empty the prison. And he's going to do it one more time to call out the Setna. So now from here, you have no soul, but you did put yourself into a position where it's like, okay, I at least have something here. So yeah, we do see the Frat said Yuiga column, but with no soul.
He's gonna. So, if when you think about it, if you look at what he's doing, he's prepping for Pure Light.
Yeah, and that tracks.
Because what's going to happen is that grade 1 is going to go to Soul and draw a card and restand, and then he's going to Soul Blast out. Good.
Off the Yuiga, yeah.
And then he's not going to have a Soul for when Pure Light hits. Then he doesn't imprison anything from Soul because there's nothing there.
Yep. So we're just going to see the first Vanguard swing come in. So let's see. So this is
Check Fire Regalis.
Let's swing. This is going to be 40 on its own.
Yep.
So let's see how he chooses to guard this. Because now you cannot afford to take another hit. Oh, unfortunate.
He's just gonna go up there.
Yeah. Though I thought he had a much larger hand than, you know.
He does, but if he knows he can't do anything on the back, then it's just he knows that he's gonna lose that game. So, and that's one of the things about like, and I've done that in tournaments in the past where I know that like if I know I can't win, even in like a turn or two, if I'm just gonna scoop it up, go to game 2, so
Right.
that way we have more time.
And that tracks. That makes a lot of sense, actually. What's up? I'm sorry. It was the Chris Ryan one, this first one. So, as you can see here, now you got a decision to make. Yeah. Now you got a decision to make. So, if you're prison, do you still opt to go second here? Oh no. What am I saying? Excuse me. Obviously, you go first here, right? But then it's like, how do you want to, like, what do you want to mulligan here, aside from the obvious? Because you realize it's like, okay, Citrus didn't really work out the way I wanted to. So, do I still stick with the game plan, even though I just didn't have anything to guard? Or do I just, like, try to do something else?
Yeah, like I think because that's also the big thing too, is like you really want to go first in this match as the Seraph player, because going second puts you such a turn behind that it's such a tempo shift.
Right.
That it's just and it makes a gigantic, because that means you're not gonna hit on a ride, which means that they have the opportunity to do exactly what happened last game. Use all of their soul, dump their board, dump their prison, call over cards, bounce cards back to hand, and still get their whole turn, but you don't have to worry about getting completely shut out.
Yeah, exactly. So we do see that the prison does come out, and so now passing back. Now this is going to be interesting now, because you're going first as the prison. Now you have at least the opportunity to potentially go into Pure Light.
Yep, exactly.
Ooh,
Ooh,
good guarding. Very good guarding here, as he dodges a critical trigger. So he's going to discard and ride up into the Peach. Activate the effect to force the opponent to take a card from their hand and put it to the prison. He's going to put the France set in. Yep. And then he's going to activate the Ace unit to search and thin the deck more. So I definitely think if you had to like prison any one card in your hand, I think France was probably your best bet, because you could always just bounce her back later.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So then it's like, okay, I at least have that guaranteed no matter what for the next turn. But now, yep, see security upgrader swing. Checks a clear light. Depth checks a high 5. So, not too bad. Guards that. So, Chris Ray, knowing fully well they don't want to go too far into damage, like at least get one counterblast, but don't do much more beyond that.
You want to try to hover at that 3 to 5 range,
Right.
like either 3 or 5. You don't want to sit there.
Because then, obviously, then at that point, Prison has an opportunity to kind of bounce back a bit.
Yeah, because then everything just becomes, and it's just like, what do you do?
Yeah. So we do see he gets to add a mermaid from the deck to the hand off the Setna. And now, let's see if he wants to commit anything here. If you don't have certain pieces, I don't think you really go too far with that. Oh, we do see the Yuika and the Frat set. And then also the Ace unit on top of that. So he's really trying to pop off
Both
here.
players are H uniting on their grade 2 turn.
Yeah. But now here it's like, okay, cool. I'm still going to be able to clear my board no matter what here. And this is kind of the reason why this matchup is so difficult for Prism.
Yep.
Guards that attack, swings with Van. No guards. Checks a crit.
Oh my lord. So checks 2 defensives. That should be... Turns it into a 5k guard, I think.
Just let me see. This would be plus 10, 23.
Nothing's bounced back to hand yet. So how does the Yuika get 5 again?
I don't remember off the top of my head. But regardless,
Well, it apparently got the 5 because he guarded it. So
yeah. So either way, going into the next game, the next turn, and now you have a difficult decision to make. The silver lining, if you're Prism, you've already secured one Prism. Now you got to figure out how to get the other 2 to at least get 3 draw checks.
Yeah.
So, which honestly, depending on the hand, should not be too difficult. So there's the second one, and now the third one coming in. Energy Blast 3 to draw 1. And now the question is, do you stay like that, or do you try to go even further to potentially get a restand? I think you just stay on it at this point because you know they're going to bounce back. Yep. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Pink Hair only gets that +5 from...
it gets the... Yeah, so we got the triple draw.
Oh, it's empty! Oh... That's huge. Another high 5 to damage and a Sentinel swinging for double 100 million.
Show me PG, dog. Oh my. That's
2
damage, dog.
Yep.
That's 2 damage. You got to go to 5.
That was a huge momentum swing.
Oh, 100%. That was, I think,
that was like the worst time to see that happen.
And that OG is a fair mechanic, and that's why we banned it in premium.
Yep. Wow. So
crazy.
Now suddenly things have evened out completely here. And so now if you're the Chris Rain player, you've lost a lot of momentum from that over trigger. So now how do you
keep in my opinion, I would rather him hit the over here than him hit the over trigger on pure light.
Oh yeah, because that's even extra lethal.
Yeah, because then that turns everything into 4 damage.
4 damage is crazy. Uses Fire Regardless to call another card out. True. It's a curse or a blessing. Just depends on when it happens. And so now, Chris Raid's going to have to kind of figure out how to get around this. Activating the prison to call 2. Gets both of the front sets. Gets the soul charge because of that. And so now... Now let's see, how does he want to proceed from here? Because honestly, I would, especially if you don't have certain pieces in your hand, you might want to just empty your soul preemptively. but at the same time, though,
Matter of can you do it and not
yeah,
like
get punished for it.
exactly.
So we do see the ML come out, and now
Because also keep in mind the Chris Rain here is the Chris Rain can divine skill if they want to.
right, because they both sides are on grade 3, so it can activate.
Mm-hmm. Looks at these divine skills and then look, man, I gotta wait till my second grade 3 turn.
Yeah, that's crazy. All
No,
right,
I'm just
so
kidding. I was about to say I was playing a game in the past where I actually divine skilled.
oh god. So so now we're gonna see the Sentinel come out and the Yuika, which actually makes a lot of sense because, like we previously stated before, what you get to do is put the other grade 1 into the soul to fuel the Yuika, and then kind of wobble combo from there.
Exactly.
So now Chris Rain gaining a bunch of power off that. So let's see how this will play out. So obviously, I mean, as much as the overtrigger really did swing things, I don't think this is the worst thing in the world. Oof.
Round
Okay.
zero. Round zero every day. Round zero
Yeah.
every day.
hits a front off the damage check. Probably round 0 for me too. I just don't like the OT. Swing. Activates the skill to Energy Blast to restand the front set. Blocks it with the PG.
Discarding the fire.
First
First
check.
check, nothing. Second check, nothing.
Oof. That's not what you want to see. You want to at least see at least one critical trigger. Front set swings.
But now, honestly, John can take this and go to 5.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Yep. So there's the bounce back. That now let's see if John can get there.
Persona ride. So no
Ride
pure life. And honestly, that's not like if you have absolutely no way to go into pure life, not the worst thing in the world to happen.
Yeah.
Because at least you have a little bit of a power increase.
Definitely.
And so now you're just aiming for the triple drive once again. This time with a lot more power behind it. Counterblast to draw. So now he's debating how he wants to set up his board. Because now he has to somehow get himself into position to at least potentially win the game. No, he doesn't have the ability to actually get the 3, so he's only going to get 2 drive checks here. So this is just going to be 31 with 2 drive checks to ban. Not what you want to particularly see in this situation. Oh,
he's thinking before.
Fire Regardless, yep. There you go.
Can you hit something?
That's technically something, because that could deck that even further.
Deck him into something else. And do a better rear guard than the ace unit.
Alright, was gonna say, check top 5 once again. Do we see something that could potentially help him get there? Another one!
Oh.
Yo, that's crazy. You have no idea how often that just ends up happening. As a prison player, that just happens. Yeah.
Hey. I've played Gold Paladin Premium. I know how this.
Security upgrader. Not the card you want to see, because he can't use the security upgrade.
A Citron or something.
Yeah, he's got to keep deck thinning is indeed deck winning, and still, unfortunately, even through all of that, still could not find what he needed. So this is still going to be 31 to Vanguard with 2 drive checks. So let's see how they choose to respond. Ooh, 2 to head. Critical.
Critical trigger. Where's it going?
All to
Going
the
to the
ace
ace.
unit. Which makes sense. Oh,
Or no,
actually,
he's gonna put it on the Citron.
higher number. That makes sense.
Yep, he's gonna put it on the Citron.
And then an additional +5 off the effect. So now, what do you do to guard against this? So the other column, let's see here. 20, 30, 43. I think this is a 43K column on the other side. So Energy Blast to draw. And then he's got to drop a lot more if he wants to block this. Crit and another crit. So yep, that is enough. So let's see what else he can add to potentially guard through this. Does he have enough? Yep. 48, that's plenty. There you go. And pass back. Let's see what happens from here. Okay, so appears we do not have Persona Ride active at all. Did not draw into it. So now the question is, how do you make columns high enough to pressure for game? I think at this point you gotta, yep, we see the high 5 coming out, draws 1. And so now, calls the ML, that's huge. So I'm pretty sure that one allows you to soul charge. Yep, there's the soul charge. So now you don't have to waste a CB technically if you don't want to get the cards back out from the prison. And given the fact that you weren't really pressured on the previous turn, you might not need to.
That but, and little if you've noticed how this game has kind of went, also something that was very different from last game, John hasn't seen a Muna at all.
You're right. So no draw advantage whatsoever going into these last few turns where it would have been really impactful.
Because I feel like that's Prison's kind of way to fight this is you have to see the Munas to hit your draws because they're going to be emptying everything anyway. So exactly. you have to look at it and be like, okay, we're trying. I'll at least get some advantage off of this.
Yep. So let's see how things are gonna. Yep, get the energy charge. And now from here, energy blast 3 for the callouts, and now you have your
There's
5 attack columns. Yep. So now let's see how they proceed. Swinging. This is guarded. Swings with the front set. Gets an additional +5, so 30. That's an easy. Yep. PG. That's a specific card. Okay. Bounces this to hand. Gives a little more power to Chris Rain.
Probably going to see a Persona here or a Divine Skill.
Probably. That would probably be the most opportune time to do it, too.
Yeah, because we're not seeing a boost, so.
Ooh. So now we're seeing the effect heal trigger, which this one in particular gives you a +15k shield if the attacker you gained a crit off a certain effect. So
that's trigger. But he broke it anyway.
Yeah, broke it anyway.
That will be the end of game of round 4.
Yeah.
Oh man. But you see what I mean? See how I was describing at the beginning how this is just such a bad match for Prison.
Yeah, honestly, not seeing the Munas in time just bit him in the butt.
Oh yeah,
because you weren't able to draw nearly as much as you would have liked, and especially against those high power columns. At that point, what are you gonna do? You know?
Oh yeah. But again, anything can happen in Cardfight Vanguard.
For sure. But it wasn't even just that either. It was also because I think what's even more crazy is that even with the surprise OT, how still like in complete control Chris Ring was into that matchup.
Because the thing about Elder Breath is when you're at 2 or higher. But if you're not at 2 or higher, then Elder Breath is out kind of okay. It's still good, but it's not scary good because you don't have to worry about eating. You can take at least 2 attacks.
Right, exactly. And so, in general, that's just definitely one of those like situations where it's like, yep. Like if we've seen a lot of like, not even just this set, but also a lot of the other sets we've seen so far have been kind of like lopsided. I've noticed.
Oh, yeah.
You either play a deck that is like really meta, or you play something that legit hard counters it. It seems like, especially more so, especially when it seems like the meta seems to ship every other set now going into it.
That's why like next set the game is going to be picking up in pace because Deep Lands is going to be a very good aggro deck.
Right.
It's going to be able to get 6 attacks without no restriction to your opponent. So then that's going to be there. I think PBO and Black too.
I was gonna say Blasters did get they got a new promo recently. I know Harry and Night Rose also got their promos finally after being revealed way a while back. So potentially those decks come back as well. But yeah, I mean, I don't think there's really not much else that needs to be said about that. So unless you've got something else to say about this game, about this set, I think we're in a position where we're wanting to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be starting up round 5. You got anything else to say before we pause?
Nope.
All right, then. So I guess we'll see you guys then.
When I was younger, I didn't look exactly like you. Same haircut, bro. I swear to God, bro. Like same demeanor too. Just always smile and like
one more round.
One more round.
Yeah, but not daily.
Are we? I don't know if we're still. I mean, he's taking an extra second or what, but regardless, like, whew.
Then if there are no distractions.
Yeah, it's like I told you, man. Prism is that chaos breaker, that mega colony type. It's that gatekeeper, man.
Yeah. Man, control decks are just that one in particular is just nasty.
I was gonna say, you play chaos breaker, you can't talk.
You're right. But you know what? I've been in love with Link Joker before Chaos Breaker was a thing. Before its skill got leaked.
Dog, that deck is the literal reason why.
Listen.
I know I can't win that match. You know what I do?
What?
I just stride into the card that says, "Hey, I'm all equal cards in my G zone," and then I'm gonna draw 15 and deck my because I know I can't win.
Oh, that's absolutely hysterical.
Yeah. I will never get over the day that I watched my local Link Joker player at a BCS age a Revenger player by 10 years.
All right, so we'll be coming back in a moment. See you guys in a bit. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so we're just I keep trying to like
He keeps trying to communicate.
I tried
and it's like 20 million things going on.
Yeah,
okay.
No, for real. Like you gotta give it to them.
No,
they really
it will be okay. But I'll finish telling the story.
Yeah.
Telling earlier. So I watched my local Link Joker player, the Link Joker player in my locals. I watched him age 10 years. I watched him literally.
Yeah. I think he's gonna pause now. Okay. All right. Hold. All right. Actually, you want to go for it now? Yeah.
So I watched him. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We're professionals, guys. We swear.
I swear we're professionals. I swear we're professionals. I swear we're professionals. We're trying so hard. All right. So hopefully now we'll be back after this.
What's going on, everybody? We're back with round 5, but I also wanted to take game.
Oh boy.
I just wanted to just mention everybody's social, everybody who's been a part of this today. Going to be Mr. Dragnoa Shadow. You can check out his YouTube, check out his Twitter, check out any other pages that he has, and I believe you have a Twitch and stuff also, right?
I used to have a Twitch. I used to have TikTok. The only thing right now, I might get an Insta at some point.
Okay, so you may start doing that again. Well, you can check out Kingslayer Cards. You can check out Main Deck Masters. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitter. We're on Facebook. We're on all of the above. So just feel free to check us out. We're not really doing a lot of Vanguard now, so if you're into that kind of stuff, feel free to check us out. And then always be sure to check out the people who are bringing you this tournament, Battlecore. All of their stuff is in the description. All of their socials, their stores, everything. Be sure to support these guys. They're doing a fantastic job trying to bring this circuit and trying to make this circuit as big and as best as it can be. So we definitely want to support them in all they do. So with that being said, looks like our players are just now finishing post mulligan. They're getting to post mulligan. So we will be going into this last game of the tournament. We cut to top 8 for our day 2 of the finals. That will be at the end of the month. So this matchup looks to be very interesting. It's Strain versus what was the other deck, Ricardo? Minerva. Ooh, this is the first time we've seen a Minerva on the stream.
So Minerva. I'm gonna quickly talk about Minerva a bit because I also have experience with this. And so Minerva, it's a restanding Vanguard deck. It has the ability to essentially call stuff out from the soul, essentially. So it's soul blasted out, and then you can activate skills to counterblast to call it back out, and create multi-attacking from that as well. So we're going to be seeing a lot of that. And because Minerva has the grade 4, and it has access to triple drive, Elementaria Sanctitude will be able to be used for this, and actually, not have to discard for it.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a big factor in this. We've seen Chris Strain be popular, so we'll see if Minerva dethrone it at this point.
Yep. Discards the Angelica to ride into the Melissa and draws a card, and then swings with the Melissa, checks a heal, waste of a heal, but still.
If you're the Chris Strain player, you're glad they're hitting it now and not actually being able to recover damage.
Yep. And so now we're going to be activating the set nut to check the top 7 for I'm sorry. Wow. I can't English.
Mermaid.
Yep, Mermaid added to hand. And so we're going to see the ace unit come from that.
It's absolutely crazy.
Really good search. And now you do have the ability, if you want to call the ace unit out, if you so choose to kind of in this situation, you kind of want to just hold off a moment, because I don't feel like you need to go that hard. And also, I think, depending on what happens here, calls the restandard grade 1 and calls, yep, you see the front set and the ace unit. So now you got to target the front set for the bounce ability. And we're going to just see swing 15 to ban. Guards with the heal. Swings again. Does not get anything big. Oh, and it damage checks the OT at the end of the turn there. So going to be very impactful. Over trigger is gone. And so now we pass it back. Discards the almighty Minerva. And using Melissa's skill to check the top 5 cards of the deck and place 2 cards from among them into the soul. So really, because this deck soul blast, you want to at least find pieces.
Yeah, it looks like he shoved 2 of those spiral cuties into soul.
Probably because he figures he's not going to get that much use out of them after a certain point.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
So you might as well use it as soul fodder.
Yep.
And now he's got a decision to make. He's just got to
See,
go
now
swing.
one of the argued downsides of the Minerva crit. One of the argued downsides of the Minerva deck is it wants to go second. So
Yeah.
with it being the one that's on play, what would you like? What is the kind of that you kind of have to do?
Okay, so if I'm the Minerva player in this situation, yes, it's kind of a feels bad that I'm having to go second, but at the same time, it's actually not the worst like thing in the world here. I'm also concerned about Chris Rain here because Chris Rain, the biggest issue is, do I actually do the ride up here? And because, yeah, you have to. You absolutely have to here. At least get a little bit of draw power. At least have a hand so that way when they do go into Almighty Minerva, which is very easy to set up. You have ways to scribe the top card off the grade 3 Minerva effect. You have other cards that allow you to do something relatively similar. And so getting the grade 4 Minerva into the soul is not too difficult. So you kind of do have to at least stabilize your hand enough to a point where you can survive that. So that way, when you do your Persona right turn, you're in a much better spot.
Yeah, definitely.
Because we do see him add the Persona right copy to hand. So now it's just a matter of what he wants to call out. Oh, we see the high five activate, drawing a card. Calling the ML to soul charge. All right. Gets +5, and then he's going to counterblast to draw a card. Gets an additional +5.
Yeah, because definitely in Chris Rain's position here, I think you need to try to get as much plussing as you can right now, because you need to kind of build that hand back, because you're about to take a very big hit turn.
Yep.
And especially with you being at 3 and then being at 1 or being at 0, you're completely been stopped in your tracks. So you have to kind of you have to prep for that.
Yeah, for sure. And because then when they do kind of follow up on their turn, now they're going to have a lot of attacks. They're going to have power gauge, the whole 9 yards. And so if you're the Chris Wright player going into this turn, you have to kind of try to do something here, because otherwise you are going to not have much to work with, even if you survive.
Exactly.
And so we do see the Restander grade 1 get called out. And now we're going to Energy Blast to potentially, are we seeing him call out this card? Maybe? Yes. Yep.
Gonna see the grade 1 hit the board. Yep. And hands have been taken off. So there we go.
Yep. So he's debating where to give the power to. I think he's going to give it to the front set. Yep. Another +10 there. Man, that card is so good in this deck.
Yeah, it is.
I
think that card is one of the biggest. Originally, when it was revealed, I believe that card was one of the biggest slept on cards in the entire lyrical nation. Because not only does that card see play here, but that card sees play in almost every single premium Bermuda deck or Bermuda list, I should say.
Yeah.
Tired. But every single Bermuda list that is going on plays that card, except for maybe Riviere is the only one that doesn't play. That's because Riviere's space is so tight. You have to like that, because also being able to give 10k to your opponent's turn and all kinds of weird interactions. Absolutely bonkers.
Yep, as we do see them going for France's ability to add it back to the hand. Vanguard is going to attack and using the grade 1 to restand the Francette.
Yep.
So this could be a really large number. Check the crit.
Ooh, crit power.
Yeah.
Second check. What are we going to see? Second check. Oh, no trigger.
High 5 goes to 4. Oof. That's going to be rough.
That's going to be rough, but also, going to 5.
Oh no.
My. Seems like this
Going up-
Minerva player is very, very. You could say they're tempting fate here.
Listen, this guy, I know him. He likes to like really like rush through his plays. So, and you can see it. He's moving fast, like lightning speed.
Yeah,
So,
but remember what they say: haste makes mistakes.
yep. So let's see if he can like make his way back from this bad position. As he's going
Sometimes
to call, he's going to
sometimes
call down.
whenever- Go ahead.
Yep, he's going to call down the Witch to Energy Blast leader draw and then place a card in from the drop zone into the Soul, which will be the Almighty Minerva, setting himself up for that play.
Yeah, he's completely set up. I would say to be able to do the rewrite and everything.
Yep.
And again, one of the biggest issues with playing so fast is you do tend to make mistakes. There have been a lot of times because I'm normally if I'm well, I'll play fast as well. But there are some times where you have to slow down and think about what you're doing.
Yep.
Because especially in a game like Vanguard where things can change at the drop of a hat. Like
Absolutely.
So you have to slow down.
So now he's going to be using the Fire Regalis to check the top 5 and calling the Dissection Angel. That generic tripper is so good in every single counter deck, and it's going to be on full display for this matchup. Calling another one of the Witch to, draw one to put another card from the drop zone into the Soul. This time putting the Angelica in. And then he is going to go ahead and Soul Blast one to describe the top card to see if he wants to keep it there or not. And he's just going to place the Minerva into the Soul. And so now from here, he's debating what card he wants to put into the Soul for Almighty Minerva. So now, what does he put into the Soul for this cost? Looks like it was another one of the Grade 2 Witch.
That means all 4 are gone.
Yeah.
Because he has one. One was the first card he checked in damage.
Interestingly enough, yeah. It's a little different from the list I have, where I actually have more copies of Chamomile in there, but this is still, regardless, you do have this like 5 attack combo thanks to a combination of Chamomile and the Restander. Yeah. All right. So we are just going to see that immediately Restand activates the skill to call Chamomile out. And I think this is where you were mentioning, because if your Vanguard did not stand by a card's ability's turn, Cannabis won't stand this unit. So I don't know if he technically missed timing on that or not. I don't know if you can miss timing it because of the Clear Magic Vinny, where when your Vanguard Minerva attacks, if it did not stand by a card's ability's turn, you can Cannabis to stand it. But he did Almighty Minerva first, so I don't know if that actually matters or not.
I would have to take a look. Let me actually take a look at the cards. So which card was it? The Grade 2?
Yeah, the Grade 2, the Clear Magic Vinny. It's on the last skill that it has there. So he's going to guard for a 2 to break. First check nothing, second check nothing, third check front trigger. Power to the front row.
So you have to activate it before you activate the Vanguard skill.
Yeah, so I think he technically misplayed there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what you were saying about that. Like sometimes, you're in the motion of it, you think, okay, I gotta do this one, and then you miss a step.
Yep, sequencing is a very big thing.
But regardless, we're going to see the Chamomile attack 38 to Vanguard. And then the other side is going to be 35. And then Vanguard, looking at it, 38, 46, 50, 48 because of Dissection Angel skill, which gives it +2. Which is really good.
Oh, yeah.
Like the fact that it's like, hey, let's combine 2 cards, and just put it onto a generic triple rare.
Yeah, they
Fun.
did a whole cycle of that in D series, didn't they? They did it
Yeah.
with like almost every nation. They were combining 2 triple rares from old sets.
Yep, as we're going to see the guard puts it into the soul. Oh, so this is probably the reason why he did it like this. I want to look at this card one more time because I overlooked this. See, and in battle, the booster put 2 rear guards in the soul. Choose a card from the drop with only Genesis in his clan and put it to the hand. So that's why we run that other grade 1. That makes sense. I like it. And then we're going to be swinging 48 to Van. All right, so let's see if he's going to choose to guard this. It's 1 drive check. Check hits a crit. That's going to be really huge. Crit and then power. And then on top of that, there's a certain skill he can use now. Yep.
Yep, he's going to use the angel.
Yep. To countercharge. And now, with the chamomile and the Melissa getting another column out, that is so game changing. All right, so 2 damage coming out from the Almighty Minerva. First check, nothing. Second check, no triggers at all to come out to save him.
Not at all.
And this is not a good position to be in. I wonder if he has enough to guard this, and he's still going. Activating the angel to draw a card. So that hand is going to get very big.
Yeah, well.
So on 28 to Vanguard. Let's see.
So it looks like we're going to have 2 attacks left, 28 and 35.
Yep. Mad. Nope. Not enough. And yeah, we see 1 PG, but not enough for the last attack. That extra column was way too much for him to actually be able to stop as we go into game 2.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, note to self, never doubt Joe, I guess. Never doubt Joe in his moments like that. Because at first I thought it was like, okay, maybe he's playing a little too fast. Maybe he's going to make a mistake somewhere. No, he had it under control. That's just like some people are just built like that, I guess. So, if you're the Chris Rain player, obviously you want to see. Actually, here's a really tough question: do you go first or second? Because they can't activate Almighty Minerva until you hit grade 3.
I think you go second.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Because then it's like, okay, if I let him get the ride up, then that's kind of feels bad, and I sure as heck can't grade 2 game at all. Gotcha.
Yeah, so I definitely think Chris Train wants to go second here because Chris Train also is one of those decks that it only gets better going second because you can resolve. So that playing fast does not mean your opponent has to. You do not have to do that.
Yeah, no. Absolutely not. There's no need to do that.
So
do it if you feel confident enough and you could actually still make the same place, but regardless.
Exactly.
We're almost about ready to jump into the next game of this final set. And it looks like Chris Raid is starting things off.
That is fair.
Going to discard the grade 1 to ride into the Setna and pass turn. Discards the Cycler to Soul Blast to send to the bottom to draw another card. So getting 2 card draws. Very crucial.
Yep.
Then we're going to see from here if he wants to do anything else here. Nope, just swing 8 to Van. Checks up front. I was going to say,
check.
Yep. Pass back. I'm going to discard the Cycler, ride into the Aqua. Energy Blast to draw, and then now with Setna skill to search for a Mermaid. very interesting line of play here. This is going to be interesting how, like, because then the question is, because here's the sad part about Minerva too, right? Minerva's biggest advantage is that regardless if it goes first or second, by the time they go into grade 3, they're going to have multi-attacking going on. So if you're Chris Rain, how do you prep into that? That's really going to be the tough question here.
Yeah, that's definitely the question of the day at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah, no, I'm
double
able.
spiral key again.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Like it puts a completely different perspective into it. So we're going to see the chamomile swing, guards, does not check a trigger, and then we pass back. So now, question remains: Yep. Question is, do you stay on grade 2 and fade it out, or do you, like, what would you do in this situation?
I think it just depends on the hand that you're dealt with here, because I think, in my opinion, Chris Rain got to choose whether they go first or second. I would have chosen to go.
Yeah. Because now you put yourself in this position.
Exactly. I think you choose to go second anyway, because
Even
then
if
that kind of limits them on what they can do on their first grade 3 turn. And if they want to sit on grade 2 for an extra turn, by all means.
Yep.
Then we can sit here and play this game, because I've gotten as opposed to my opponent.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see how he chooses to respond here. Calls the France set. I wonder if he's going to commit more here.
It seems like he has full combo in hand, so he could if he wants. Yeah. But it's a matter of, does he?
Exactly. Because then it's like, okay, if they go full combo with cells and I just happen to not have the shield for it, what do I do then? And so we do see the AC to come down and activate the skill to get a draw and target the France set for the ability to bounce back to hand. And let's see if they want to commit even further here.
Does he have the Yuika?
Yeah, because that's really the big thing. No, we see the Amethyst clone, which is very interesting to plop down. But I guess you got to do what you got to do in this situation. Like anything to get some sort of advantage. Because I think he might just be missing Yuika at this rate. Because I think he would have plopped it down if he had it.
He would have definitely put it on the.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute.
There it is.
There it is. Yep. All right, so we're gonna be swinging. This is gonna be 23 to. Yep. Now we get the front set coming in. This is going to be 30K unboosted. All right, so let's see. First check. Minerva. Swing. Activate the skill to restand the front set. So now you got an additional attack to have to worry about. Guards for a 2 to break. Let's see if he checks. First check heal trigger. So
all effects Vanguard. All effects Vanguard. All effects Vanguard.
I don't know if he'll do it.
Do it.
Nope.
All effects Vanguard. Dang it.
Oh, he could have had it.
Went all effects Vanguard.
He could have had it if he committed, but he chose to play safe.
He chose to play all effects Vanguard.
Oh my goodness. And now, oh my god, now Joe heals. And heals their almighty Minerva, so if he's able to set himself up, now he's going to be able to potentially add that card back into the soul later on. And
Right, all right. So it looks like he's going to be.
Yep. And so they did just inform them like, hey, kind of slow things down so that way we can still do our job at commentating and informing people how the gameplay is being played out, and also for your opponent as well. Because
Yeah,
after a certain point, it
because
does
it does
become
it does
overwhelming.
make it a little hard, not just but also like the people viewing at home. It does make it a little, because if they can't see what you're doing, then like we're essentially watching Chris Rain play against the.
Yep. So he's gonna
So
discard the front and now activating the chamomile to check top 5. So let's see what he
looks like we're gonna
chooses
see
to
another
add to this.
spiral cutie.
What are you
What
soul
else do we
charged?
wanna see?
Yep, there it is. Into the soul.
Yep, that's gonna be Railheim.
Yep. So interesting position here. Yep, we see the Vinny come out, draws it. Now he's going to put the Almighty Minerva that he just healed back into the soul. And so now he's got
He's got 5 cards in hand. Let's see if he can actually kind of make a board here.
I think he's more than capable of, given what we saw last game. He's going to call Angelica, and the grade 1 that we saw earlier that was very crucial for that last minute extension. So he's going to scribe the top card and then use Melissa to call it back out. He has to still soul charge for the. Actually, let me double check. Do you have to soul charge for the Melissa? You may soul charge, so it doesn't have to actually proc off.
Okay.
So now he's got himself into a nice board state where he's got multiple attacks. He's got restanding. This is going to be a very crucial turn. And considering he only has 1 counterblast, he's got to make the most out of this.
Yep.
So he's just opting to go for the Almighty Minerva to get that restand set up, because he knows he may not be able to do further attack extension from here. So this is going to be 23 to Vanguard, 3 drive checks. So if he wants to use Sanctitude, he can, assuming he does have it, but nope. First check crit. Crit, and then he's going to get the power to the Melissa. Or is he? He's debating. Gets the power there. Second check, over trigger. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's rough.
All effects Vanguard.
Yeah, you have to. You have to. That's 3 damage to the face, and now. Okay. So
he's still got one more check.
And they still got 1 more check to boot. That's right. Because it's triple drive. It's 3 drive checks.
Oh yeah. So he's got 1 more. Come on. Let's see it, buddy. I think you just give it to the Vanguard.
Yep, he knows. He understands the assignment.
Yeah, like you give the 100 million to the
Vanguard. Oh my.
That's 4 damage.
That's insane.
That is 4 damage.
What is this?
Our little Minerva player here walked up to the counter, dropped his change on the counter, and said, "Die, please."
Bro, this is insane. You can't make this up. You really can't.
All right. Chris Rain, take 4 damage.
See, 4 damage. First check, nothing. Second check, fire Regalis.
Nothing. Third,
oh no.
Nothing. Fourth,
heal.
He does heal, so he does resolve it. But the Minerva's still going to kill him.
Does he not have a perfect guard?
I don't know if he does or not. I think he does.
Hope, okay, I was going to say, I would hope so. So less the chamomile, and now he's able to countercharge and call it back out because of the Angelica. And so now you're still dealing with a Vanguard with 100 million power and 4 damage. Swings and even considers boosting here. Yeah. So that way you could get the additional draw.
It's 100 million. Yep, there's the perfect guard.
Yep. Drop check. Hits a Sentinel. And now he's debating what he wants to soul blast for this situation. He's gonna draw one, and so now he's gonna go in with the Finny. This is gonna be 38 to ban.
38 to 23, so still 20k guard.
Yep. So let's see what happens here. Yep. Uses the restand hero to block that. Although, yeah, no, he didn't actually restand that at all because he didn't have that much counterblast. So he has to commit a bit more to guard that. And the restand heroes will not work against the chamomile because it technically did not restand. It was pulled out from the soul, adding another layer to the kind of confusion he probably had there.
Yeah, which adjusts his numbers big time.
Goes to 4. Chamomile sways. All right, let's see. Let's see what he can do here.
So we've had, I think, 3 times the OT has affected games on stream today, offensively.
I believe so, yes. And I think only 1 defensively, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I think the only ones we've had defensively are like the last of the turn, the last attack of the turn.
There's the soul.
So it doesn't really make a difference.
Pass the Angelica back to hand and then passes off to the Chris Rain player. This is just okay. I know we've had a lot of situations so far into this tournament where it's been like, okay, I get hit by OT, now what? But now this is doubly so. So how do you approach this turn if you're the player? The Chris Rain player.
I think you send it. I think you send it.
You don't care if you got to push them to 1 to 6.
I mean, you have to. At the end of the day, that's how you're going to win.
Yep.
Like there aren't all game right in standard.
Yeah. And there's no way to like really like defend after certain part because I see in his drop zone a lot of the defensive pieces that he could have realistically used are just no longer available. So yeah, I kind of agree with you in that where you kind of have to just kind of go for the win.
You have to put the pressure on, especially because like that's also one of the big things about the deck right now is the deck is Minerva. Its cards are in soul.
Yep.
Yeah, I think our Minerva player is having a debate whether Regalis, and he can use high 5 and activate Fire Regalis in the same.
Yep.
Because he's not playing Fire Regalis, he's using the ability.
Yep. And draws 1. Love that sportsmanship, Matt.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Calls the ML. And so from here, he does have the ability to soul charge and then gain even more power from the ML potentially. Yep. So we're gonna see.
Yeah, I definitely think he does have to send it here because like if you look, Minerva used a lot of resources to kind of build its board last turn.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't have if it doesn't have cards in hand really to do what it needs to, then but if they'd use what it needs to, if he doesn't have a rear guards to place, what is he going to do?
Yeah.
Like that's the big thing.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same kind of logic where there's 2 different skills you could be activating. You can use the skill from hand and then the skill from drop. So that's how that would work. And that's why that's able to why you're able to use both high 5 and the Fire Regalis at the same time.
That's so real.
Fire Regalis works the same way as Mask of Hydrogen, where it's an ability of the card while it's in your drop zone, not an ability when you play the order.
Yep.
It's essentially you're not playing the card, you're activating the effect.
Yep. And so,
which sounds convoluted, but that's how it works.
There's your ruling trivia for the day right there.
Oh yeah, and it's also the same way why Twincast does the same thing.
Yep.
Twincast, you can activate Twincast from your hand, but then in the same turn you can resolve Twincast from the drop.
Yep. So first damage taken. Now the second damage hits a heal. Power goes to Vanguard.
Does not resolve.
Luckily for him.
We're going to see the bounce.
And so now we're going to see Chris Rain come in.
Christian's going to be swinging 43 unboosted.
And
I don't know how much the booster will give it. So potentially to 61 if the booster doesn't gain any power.
Yep. Puts the grade 1 to the soul to restand the front set. So
actually it's going to be 30, 43, 58.
yeah.
I think.
Yep.
48. First check, nothing. Second check, critical trigger.
Gives it to front set. And now
Now will he divine skill here?
I feel like you have to at least do something here. Because you can't afford to play passive.
Mm-hmm.
That is
one thing I will say. That is one thing I will say here. That is one of the. I normally I give props to Bushiroad when they serve it, and divine skill is probably one of the mechanics I've seen in recent.
Yeah, for sure.
I think divine skill is just a really cool mechanic because it rewards knowledge and game state knowledge.
Yeah, kind of reminds me of Limit Break in a sense where it's usually reserved for late game, and it's very impactful when you do activate it.
Yeah, it is very impactful when you do activate it. Also, you can in the past I was playing Blankmeyer. There are times where people will be like, "Oh, he's at 8." I'd sandbag it, and I'd be like, "All right, cool. I'm just gonna get bigger as the game goes."
And
so
just wait.
I can hang off a turn.
Mm-hmm. And so now it'd be really large column. We're looking at 40, 48, 53 with the front set column.
Lord.
Yeah.
Still not the biggest we've seen.
Yep.
Still not the biggest we've seen today. We've seen a 73.
Yeah, for sure. Not the craziest numbers we've seen, but still, he's already been pushed to 5. Is it actually doable? Guards with front crit and 2 crits, and that's enough. Wow.
That is enough. But can he? But the thing about it now is Minerva has 4 cards in hand. Is he going to be able to actually
do something about it?
I have no doubt he'll build a board, but will he be able to actually still have cards in hand after?
That's the Vinny. That's so huge because now he gets to put the Minerva back into the soul.
So he will get his re-ride.
Yep. But then it comes down to what else do you have in hand to kind of continue this line. Also, no way. Is that his entire hand? Oh my God.
Chris Rain has a giant hand right now.
Wow. That is a large hand. That's like at least a good quarter. Maybe that's probably like a quarter of the deck right
That's
there.
a premium hand.
Yeah. Wow. I think we're going to. Is he going to call the ace unit now? Yeah. He's debating on it. Yep. Ace unit activates the skill, checks top 7 to call 1, and then whatever between it or the card called, he can target it to give it a resist-like effect where it cannot be targeted. And it's the Coco, which is really bad. Because now Coco is also going to allow you to describe the top card. Moves the card to soul, looks at top 2, decides whether or not to adds one to hand or leaves the other one on top or into the soul. And now from here, he's going to be activating the Almighty Minerva to Superior Ride. Gets the blanket plus 10, and then additionally, because of the way how Almighty Minerva's skill works, gets an additional plus 5 because of the Retex skill. So you kind of need these big numbers going into that ridiculous hand.
Definitely.
So now let's see if Joe can pull this out. We're going to be swinging and potentially unboosted 25.
But it looks like Colin has. The thing is, Colin has all the verses and the problem.
Ooh, going to 3 CB.
3 to restand 2, then restand Van.
Wow. You know what? That's a really good interaction. I'll be real. I didn't even think about restanding 2 of them. In all my test games, I never thought to do that. So, oops. But
Lord, what am I going to do with you?
Hey, listen, I don't play standard much. I just got back into it, but we are going to see he's going to be able to guard this for at least a 2 to hit. He might consider putting more down. Yep, guards. Now if it's a 3. First check front trigger.
In front. Second
Hit the
check,
heel.
nothing. Third check, heal. Does resolve the heal.
Yep. So where does he get the power from here? Yep, it's going to give power to that Vinny and restand the Minerva. Swings with the Minerva. So now what do you do from here?
It's going to be 1.
Ooh.
There you go, buddy. There you go.
Oh, wow. Getting another Almighty Minerva for a potential follow-up. Swing.
Potential follow-up, but the issue that is arising is 2 3s here out of a quad drive.
Yeah.
Those aren't shield.
Oh, and yeah. Goes in for one more attack. Let's see it. I'm sure Chris Rain has enough to guard this at the very least. Yep, PG discards the high 5. Yep. And passes back. After what was a really powerful turn. Goes for the Persona ride. All right.
As we're coming up right now, we have 20 minutes left in the round.
Okay, so if they're gonna have a game 3, it's gonna have to happen. This game is gonna have to end within the next couple of turns.
Yep.
And so now
we do see the Persona ride from Chris Rain.
So now he's kind of deciding how he wishes to proceed. Because I would hope he would have held on to at least yep, high 5, draws another card.
We can see at least one perfect card in the Minerva's hand. So there's at least that, but you're dealing with 4 attacks guaranteed.
Yep. At the same time, though, he did burn the Divine Skull, so he doesn't have to really stress out about that.
I think the Divine Skill did its job.
Yeah. Because using it here would have just been overkill, I feel.
Well, the Divine Skill is there to break hand.
Right.
It's not there to. It's either there to end the game or to break the hand, and that's exactly.
All right.
Yes, this game is very. This game is coming down to the wire. The game
for sure. And don't forget, if Chris Rain wins this, we do have to still have a game 3. So
yes, sir, we do.
The longer this goes on, the more likely this will become more taxing on both of these players, especially in this last round. So yep, he gets to call the restander off the skill, and so now he's guaranteed 5 attacks this turn. So now he's kind of just explaining things to him, and looks like we're just about ready to go into battle phase from here. Swings. This is going to be let's see, 28-33 to Van.
Yep.
Guards
because now front and an intercept.
Swings
So
with
now
the
we're
front
going
set.
30, 40, 30K unboosted.
40K because Persona ride, but yeah.
Oh yeah, 40 because Persona. Yep, you're right. You're right.
So now, let's see how Joe chooses to guard this. No trigger here.
Gonna go to 5.
Yep.
Yeah, you want to take at least 1 because you know Chris crit.
Yep. This is the whole reason why this deck is just so good. Activating the skill to restand.
It's consistent and it plays exactly like.
Yep.
Which one thing I will state about Vanguard, and I will. This is a statement and opinion that I have that I will have in time, and you cannot change my mind. If Bermuda had a didn't artwork, if Bermuda Triangle had a different style, we would all be
angry. Yep. checks the crit, and going into game 3.
We're going to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, given how many perfect arts went to damage too, like I really doubt that Joe had enough there.
Yep, and well, we're going to the penultimate game of the stream.
Yep.
This will be the final game of our day one stream.
Does not get
Who
more
will
crazy
bring it
than this.
home?
Yep. And so now,
See, Bermuda was cool mechanically.
yep.
Artwork style, not so much.
Like literally, if it was any other deck, it would have made people.
If it was
mad.
any other art style, everyone would play Bermuda.
Oh yeah,
because
100.
the mechanic is so good and it's so broken.
Yep. And so from here, if you're Joe, obviously you still want to go second, but what do you realistically mulligan here? Going in, knowing that
They
you're gonna
have
still
15
go second.
minutes, so they technically have 25 minutes. So they have time.
Yeah,
It's not like they're stressed out for time.
which is a massive like. I think this is the one. Yep. Listen, as a Link Joker man, I feel that Bermuda was the bane of my existence for the longest time too, and it still is.
Listen. None of y'all had to sit through Joan's looping Qtiri for 30 minutes. I did.
I sat through it once too. Listen, I sat through it once too. It's not fun, but what is fun? We're about to get into this final game of day 1 of our X Circuit Finals.
Let's see how we go.
Alrighty.
All right.
Chris Rain starting it
Stand up,
off.
Vanguard.
Discard Fire Regalis immediately, rides the Setna and passes. So a great discard to start off this game. And then activating the skill to draw 1. So now gets the draw 2 and now swings. Checks a crit. Oof. Checks a, and then pass back. And you charge 3. Let's see what he wants to discard.
Melody did enough. Me playing in standard when it was Melody and I have a different opinion.
Yep. And so Setna's effect checks the top 7 to add a mermaid. So he wants to debate what he wants to add here. It's crazy how when you actually sit there, you crunch numbers. We've had 3 games with Chris Rain.
Yep.
And honestly, listen, I had to do next to
and-
nothing about this deck, and now I know I like the back of my hand just watching these sets.
Exactly. But that's also the biggest thing too, is like when you look at the meta reports from Fuzzy, shout out Fuzzy Paradox.
Sir.
One of the goats gives you one of the best websites ever. You check all topping deck lists and all kinds of stuff, breakdowns, all that stuff. But from Bushy Road and like the Bushy Road, when it comes to representation in BCS over the past like month or two, it's been Chris Rain at the highest percentage.
Yep. Guards for that, so that'll could be swinging with
Chris
the rear.
Rain is the biggest, and
Checks nothing.
to answer Mr. the Jank enthusiast here, while we've got a second while these rear guards are swinging. Chris Rain is very popular right now because it is a very tonight to Prison, and Prison is the gatekeeper of the format right now. You have to be able to beat Prison to be able to top a BCS. And Chris Rain right now is honestly one of the only decks that can reliably, and it's favored into that matchup.
Yep. And so we're passing back to Joe's turn. He's debating what he wants to discard for the ride up, and he's going to activate Melissa's skill once again to check the top 5 to put 2 into the soul. Yep. Relatively decent soul charges, all things considered. You just want to thin the deck as much as possible here.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Calls
Especially
Coco.
if you hit that crit off rip like that.
Yep.
That's your sign to hit the gas.
Yep. So Coco's skill once again checking the top 2 adding one to hand and leaving the other one on either top or soul. Yep, puts the other copy of Coco into the soul and swings. Checks a heal. So, pass back, you're at 3 damage. So, now let's see if they want to go for the push here. I would assume so, given how the set has played out so far. And so now we're going to be activating the Aqua to add another card to the hand, adding the Ace unit. And so now this is going to be. Now let's see how he reestablishes the same board he's had the entire set. The front set with the Eureka, or potentially something else.
Does he have full combo here? He only needs one more card, and then
I would assume he has full combo at this point, though, if I'm being honest, because we saw the front set on the previous turn, didn't we not?
I believe so. Yeah.
So
he literally just needs the.
Yep. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. I did not know that. I'll be real. I appreciate the fun fact with that. Yep, there's the front set. And so now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's full combo. So now he can throw anything else on that other rear, and it does not matter.
Yep. Soul Blast 2. And then he gets to call out the grade 1 that gives plus 10. So again, that's even more power increase. And this is the perfect position to play that card because you're not really too worried about if the Vanguard's going to hit, really, because it's your rear guards that are putting on as much pressure as they are.
The word for all of my anime fans out there, in the words of one Mirio, he's got power.
Is it really that expensive? That grade 1? I would assume so. Now that I think about it.
For a rare, it's up there.
Like, how much we talking?
I gotta remember. What's the name of that card? He's only playing one.
Yeah, you only ever need one. No, the grade 1 that gives plus 10. I forget its name.
Is it? Are you talking about Lost Anime? Are you talking about Eureka or?
Eureka's always been expensive. We've always known that.
Eureka will always be expensive until the end of time. It's been reprinted 4 times and it's still $50.
Yeah, see, that's ridiculous. So now he gets to call down the Sentinel. And so he's going to be able to bounce it back into the hand after the turn's done. Yes. Swing. It's going to be 18 to Van. Guards with the heel trigger. Swing with front set. Going in for a huge 40k attack. Bouncing that to the hand. And so now we're going to see Chris Rain attacking, activating the skill from the grade 1 to restand the front set, making this a 2 to hit. First check Eureka. Second check heel trigger. Heel is going to be very impactful, giving the power over to the front set. And he's just going to, take the damage here. So that goes to hand, and then both of those go to hand as well. So now we're going to pass back to Joe's turn. Discards another Cycler, riding into the Minerva. First, we're going to use the Melissa skill to check the top 5 again and put another 2 cards into the soul. Let's see what he chooses. Yep. Gets one Vinny and the other grade 1 that was the main piece of his combo extension. And now, thanks to the effect of the Cycler, he gets to draw 1, and then Melissa allows you to soul charge. So pretty much refunding that soul blast.
Yep.
So now he's got a decision to make, how he wants to make his board.
Yeah. I also took the time to look up that Eurystheus, which is the 3K grade one that gives 10K.
Yep.
Currently, it's sitting at $7.25
For rare, that's crazy.
for a rare.
Yep. And then calls Angelica and a Vinny. So yeah, we're in full power column here.
Yeah.
And
The grade one Eurystheus from Lyrical Set 1. If you get the one from Lyrical Set 1 right now, TCG player, lowest price is $7.25.
incredible. So activating Minerva skill to set up for this play. And
Yep.
now Almighty Minerva has hit the field, giving +10 to the front row.
We're looking at a 5 attack turn.
Yep. So we're gonna see 23. Oh, he's debating how he wants to attack here. And you have to be very specific with this deck because it's so combo heavy.
Definitely. For a rare Eurystheus is very expensive, but also I looked at Usurp Dragon and
Oh my god. All right, so
Usurp Dragon hit $20 over the last month.
no, that's wild. So we're gonna be seeing the Gut Cycler activate the skill to draw, and then Guardy with the Yuika. So now we're gonna wait to see how he wants to continue his attack phase. Gonna be
with the Minerva.
Yep. Activating skill of the Vinny to restand before activating Minerva's skill to see what he soul blasts out for the third one. Yep, soul blasts up that one out to gain the restand. So now this is 23 3-drop checks. So now he has to really sit there and think. Oh yeah, 100%. Prices will always like fluctuate.
Yeah.
So now first check critical
3 to
trigger.
pass. First check all effects van.
You got to do it. That was your first check.
You won't. All effects van. You won't.
Let's see what he decides here. He really has to sit there and think about this. Yeah. Second check, Fire Regalis. Third check, Angel. And you know what? Especially
Nobody has faith anymore.
No, listen.
You're a restanding Vanguard. All effects Vanguard.
No, and I understand the reason why he did that. He does not want to, especially when your opponent's still at 2 damage, you want to get something. It's like when you try to go for the 2-point conversion or you go for the field goal in football. Sometimes you're going to mess up that play and still miss out on those points regardless. So play it safe than sorry at that point.
This is true.
So
but yeah, I do agree. I do agree with chat here. Reprints do not.
Yep. Reprints do not work indeed. So now, Soul Blasting out, which is going to set up for the Chamomile. So countercharging first before counterblasting back for the Chamomile skill. So that's just going to give him another attack to work with before Minerva swings in for, let's see, 28-36. Drive checks, no trigger. His opponent taking it to 3 damage.
Trigger.
So now let's see how he was to attack still. Swing with the Vinny.
Luckily, the thing about Curse Rain, it doesn't really need a lot of CB anyway.
Right.
So, like, honestly, he could comfortably guard this and still be fine.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see how he chooses to guard. Yep, guards with the restander. Restanding here, give a plus 15k shield. And so from here, yep, able to block that. And now for the last swing with the Chamomile, activates the skill to add a card from that's Genesis from the drop zone to hand. And ooh, adding the Persona Ride. Interesting play. Because if I'm not mistaken, you could do Persona Ride into Almighty Minerva, technically.
You end up netting 5k more power.
Exactly. Because
though you won't gain the red text from Almighty Minerva, but you will.
Yep. And so that's probably what Joe is probably thinking as we do see Chris Rain going for the Persona Ride. Activated the high 5 once again to draw a card. Calling the Amel. giving additional power gains. Give it +5 to itself and to the Vanguard, and soul charging yet another high 5. And then drawing another card. So I get the feeling that we're about to see a repeat of what we've seen all day today with these Chris Rain players. Big attacks, divine skill, the whole 9 yards.
Oh yeah, I think we're gonna see divine skill here, and depending on how many, I was gonna do it for them because players can't officially say it in the eyes of Bushy Road, but final turn.
Yes, sir. I don't know if this is exactly like that kind of board state, really, because I guess it's just going to depend on what Joe has in hand, and
Yeah.
also what he'll damage check as well. So let's just see how this. Yep, calls the PG for magic numbers. Swinging in for 38.
If I'm losing that game, I'm slapping. I'm open palm slapping.
100%. So this is going to be 38 to Vanguard. Let's see how he chooses to respond. Takes the hit, no trigger. Swings with the front set. Second check, no trigger again. Things are not looking good for Joe right now, as he's able to bounce the card back to hand. Swinging in with Chris Rain, activating the skill of the Great Route to restand the front set.
Now do you divine skill here? I don't
Yeah,
think you do.
This is
You could. You could.
But question is, will you? Discards the Fireballs from PG. First check critical trigger.
Qualifiers Vanguard.
Yeah. That is certainly a play you could do.
No. You give it to the real.
I was gonna say
Because they're a 5.
There's no need to go that crazy. Exactly.
I know. I just want to see somebody all effects van and break something.
But no, because he PG'd, remember?
Yeah, I know he PG'd, but still, I can help.
Yeah. For sure.
Let me dream.
Let you dream. All right, second check, another front set.
Is he gonna divine skill here? Looks like
Ooh, he's debating.
there's the high 5 in the soul, so it's an easy soul blast.
Yep. Soul Blast, the high 5. I think
We are seeing divine skill.
Yep. And now, what will he call out? Calls out another Amel. 53. Jeez. 63. Oh my goodness.
Yep, 63 because the Persona ride 10K.
Yep.
30, 40, 45.
Let's see how big this number is going to be.
45
and 53.
Yeah.
That's huge.
And that, you know what that means.
Yep.
We don't have a PG.
Yeah. So the question is, when do you take the damage? If this is how things are going to play out.
Thing is that he's at 5.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
He's at
Both
5
of them
and
swinging
both
for
of them
critical
have
swords. It just right. Both
of them have 2 damage.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, this is so. This is dangerous. I don't know if he's gonna have enough to block all this.
I think my prediction was right. I think we did see a final turn.
Maybe. Never count someone out just because they're in a bad situation.
That is very true. Anything can happen in Cardfight Vanguard.
Let's see. Intercepts. Guards with a
Intercept.
lot of shield.
Ooh. And then a perfect guard. Is that a perfect guard?
No. Well, let's see. Yeah, because the
counting.
Coco Gates.
They're counting shield.
Coco Gates plus 10K because he checked the trigger. And so now we're going to see the Francet swinging with the Yui cut. Guards with the over trigger. Wow.
And now one card in hand, no rear, no front.
This is insane. Persona rides.
Persona draws. Did he draw any kind of rear guards?
Let's see what he's got. Oh, but he does still have the Fire Regalis in the drop zone, so he will be able to activate that. Let's see what he gets off that. Gets the ace unit. Ooh. All right. So, which will help him further extend. He's going really fast, but I imagine the pressure's just getting to him at this point, man. So that's probably why he's in that zone. Let's see. Ace unit activating the skill. Checking the top 7 and calling 1. And then targeting one of the cards, either the card called or itself, to give it a resist. Calling a grade 3 Minerva. Oh my goodness, did you see that? Multiple triggers in hand, plus the Elementaria Sanctitude. So he really did not have options.
No, not at all.
And so now we're going to see, how do you continue this line? Is it possible to go into Almighty Minerva? Because I don't think he has it. I don't think he has it in the soul yet. So he's still, if he's going to be activating it, he's going to activate Minerva's effect to scribe the top card of the deck and just maybe get lucky enough to find something that could get him into the Almighty Minerva.
Yeah.
Leaves it on. He's debating if he wants to. Is he leaving it on top? Yeah, he's going to leave it on top. So he's going to stay on the base Minerva, which isn't too bad considering you did But again, not the worst thing you could be dealing with, given the fact that you did Persona Ride, and you know what the top card is.
Yeah, this is true, but also keep in mind, Overtrigger is out. Okay, Chris Rain in hand. Chris Rain has 13 cards in hand.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a lot.
I don't think they can break this.
Maybe with the right drive checks, but we're gonna have to wait and see.
Maybe. Again, anything can happen. It's Cardfight Vanguard.
So the AC unit is also going to get essentially a plus 15 because of its abilities. First with the on-plays and then with its attack skill.
Yep.
Was that the game one?
Takes the hit here. Checks a critical trigger. Boosting him up to 23. And then on top of that, the Coco being able to gain an additional power boost from that because his opponent damage checked the trigger. And then swinging with the maneuver unboosted. So this is just 28.
So we are going to see a restand.
Yep. A little less conventional restand given the deck, but still something that could definitely help him kind of swing momentum back in.
Fully. I think he has to heal here.
He would have to heal here. I mean, realistically, any sort of like offensive trigger here would be beneficial. But specifically heal so he could heal down.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we're gonna see a
raw guard that. So that's gonna be 53. Checks a heal trigger. Like you just said. Heals the Almighty Minerva.
Oh, me psychic. I'd be seeing the future.
Clearly, you got that Psyqualia on standby, bro.
Uh-huh.
So now he's gonna decide where to get the power.
He's going to give to the crit.
Yep. Second check, front trigger.
Right.
Yep.
That does guard the Minerva.
But you are going to be restanding. And on top of that, you do have the Chamomile, which will now counterblast to call itself out. So let's see. This is going to be probably the most exciting turn of this game.
The tension is so palpable, you can cut it with a knife.
56 with the Vanguard swing. That is, unless he has a perfect guard, that's going to be really tough to raw guard it. And so
we're seeing right here, guys, we're seeing Rock versus Hogan. We're seeing Kong.
First check. Yep. Sanctitude. Nothing really.
He needs to put that front back in his hand.
Yep.
We're seeing King Kong versus Godzilla. We're seeing Muhammad Ali versus Evander Holyfield. We're seeing the greatest.
So now this is going to be 25, 35, 39 to Vanguard. Let's see if he has enough to guard. I would assume, given that hand size, he does. Yep, 43. Activating the critical trigger to boost the power of the rear guard even further. So let's see what happens here.
Guard here.
Can he guard
He has
this?
enough to guard, and I think he has enough for full combo too.
Oh, there it is. Yep, PG.
Yep, and he's got enough for full combo.
Wow. And you did say previously that he did burn the OT before, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Chris Rain, I don't think has burned their OT yet.
Yep, high five activated to draw a card. Calling out the ML, giving it some self. It's an additional plus 5,000. Opting to not soul charge. Calling the Yuika and the frat set. Setting up this amazing board position. Activating the grade 1 skill from the drop zone to call itself back out. Activating the skill of Chris Rain. And now giving power to these units. And this is going to be... Oof. If you're Joe, you're definitely feeling the pressure now.
Yeah, this looks very bad for Joe.
This looks really bad for Joe.
Joe's looking at his opponent right now and giggles and I'm in danger.
Yep. All right, so let's see. Guards with the heel trigger. Now with the frat set attacking for 30k. Question is, how do you choose to guard this? Damage checks the almighty maneuver he needed previously on the previous turn.
That's rough. That is very rough.
And now he's in a prime position, activating the skill to restand the front set. Guards with the Elementaria Sanctitude, so he's leaving it all up to chance. First check, nothing. Second check, critical trigger. That might have just sealed it.
I agree, but that also shuts down the 6 damage.
Yeah,
if there was a 6 damage heal, that would be it.
Yeah,
and that is it.
That's game, set, and match.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen, and nerds. That is our final game. Your winner and top player going into day 2 is Mr. Colin Granner.
Absolutely amazing.
This was an absolute banger of a match.
Oh my goodness. That set lived up to the hype for that last game, man.
Mr. Joe, I salute you because I believe Joe makes top 8 as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. He has to. I just do not see a world where he doesn't.
With the point system.
What, for Vanguard? Or gonna make him guard Vanguard?
Okay, so it looks like we have our top 8.
Alrighty.
Colin Gran, you're number 1. Mr. Henry Polesi in second. Glenn Raymond in third. Joe.
I think they're going to make a final. Hold on. I think they might be making a final announcement. Do you want us to go over the rankings now? Yeah. Okay, so go ahead. Continue.
4th place, we have Mr. Joe Figliano. 5th, we have Demetrius Garcia. 6th, we have Joshua Howard. 7th, we have Mr. Joshua Drake. And 8th place, we have Sean Pismanov. And that is our top 8. And look, we have a surprise. We have from Mr. Mustang himself.
Main guy running the show. Yep. Oh man. So overall, about this one-sided matches for sure, but honestly, this was a great event, and I'm looking forward to see what happens in day 2 when that time comes.
Definitely, day 2 is going to be very big. Unfortunately, It does take place at the end of the month, but one thing I did get clarification,
Yep.
and I don't know. I assume it has been announced by Battlecore, but the new booster set that is coming out at the end of the month will be legal for the finals
Gotcha.
because it comes out the Friday before.
Gotcha. So, unfortunately, that set will not be legal.
Yeah, so deep lands will not be deep lands. We don't think is gonna deep lands should not be legal, and all of the manga cards, the manga decks from that set, I believe they will not be legal. Because they will be just a little too close to when the set releases. So that way some players may not get it, some players may.
Yep.
And anything is up to the postal service.
Of course.
So we're probably going to see the same meta that we've been in. We may see it shake up a little bit. Actually, no, we won't.
So we're just talking.
We won't, because the Nebula Knight order will not be legal either. I don't think so, because I don't think it's a promo. I think it's a box topper in the next set.
Yeah. So the Nebula Knights promo would be like really crucial for Minerva, but regardless, I think.
Yeah, for a lot of Keter decks.
Yeah.
For
like that card, we've been waiting on that for a hot minute. Like.
Oh yeah, a lot of the Keter Sanctuary decks have been waiting on it. Y'all been waiting to yeet the Genesis order out of your.
I mean, for what it was worth, it was always a very good, consistent piece. But now that we have this, there's no need to run that.
This is way better. It must be nice to be able to build your deck and go, okay, here's my ride line.
It's definitely this person.
All right. I have my 12 cards, and then I build the rest of the deck from there. I have my 12 cards, my 16 triggers, and then we go from there. Must be nice.
Absolutely. But listen. I'll be the first to admit I'm not the biggest fan of Caterpile. That might be a hot take, but I am not the biggest fan of it. That is fair. I just do not like all the triple rare slop that you have to put into the build in general to actually make it good. Because then you have a lot of decks that kind of just dilute and be like, okay, is it really the deck or is it just all the generics you put in?
This is true.
And that's why a lot of these Keter decks, when they go up against decks that just have everything going for them, like in the case, for example, like Chris Rain, you see the difference. Like Minerva is a good deck because it has still more beyond the generics.
Yep. So Minerva is a very good deck. But then again, that's one of the downsides of when Bushiroad made D series, and we went from a clan system to a nation system.
Right.
The whole point, and in what they said, is so that way it opens up card space design for them to design these generic cards like this. So that way multiple decks can play these generics.
Yep.
But now, when you look at it, very, very few nations actually just played the generic cards. Yep. Most of them may play like a single generic, but then you have Keter who plays an entire 12 spaces. Yep. You have Stoikea who bounces between 3 different generic cards. It's normally Philander or Harvest Elf or some other card.
Yep.
So that's kind of the downside of going to this system. But hey, we're here, and
what it's worth, it's at least entertaining based off the games we've seen, just in general. Because one of the biggest issues when I first jumped into standard, current standard, was this was at the very beginning, and so a lot of effects felt very dumbed down at first. And over time, the metagame has gotten to progress to a point where it is now. I think energy played a massive role at being able to change the power dynamics of how you prep into certain decks, knowing that, hey, I can't just stall or damage deny or make it so that way you don't have resources, because you're always going to have that resource. And so you always have to take that into consideration. And so just that interesting dynamic. Okay, how do I actually prep into this? At least makes standard very interesting in that respect.
Yeah, 100%. It does. It does definitely make standard very standard. It gives standard that little life, I should say, and like interesting when it comes to your deck building philosophies, because everybody's philosophy.
Yeah. Even if it's just something as basic as just putting some generics in there just to help you out a bit, it matters.
Exactly.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Very much appreciate
Thank you very much. Yeah, we definitely can't wait for day 2. Day 2 is, again, like I said earlier, you're gonna see day 2. Instead of it being like how it is now, we're doing this from my house, doing this remotely. I will be there on site, so we will be all of our commentary team will be there and ready to go and ready to give you the best Vanguard stream you've ever had.
Yep, definitely looking forward to that. They're still going over the announcements, but okay. So, what was your favorite matchup? Out of curiosity, like, was it this one? Because honestly, I loved watching Minerva. As someone who grew up with the OG,
and I say this completely. When after he slowed down, this matchup, this final game was
100%.
After he slowed down and took a breath, after Joe slowed it down just a bit, it became a very good match to watch.
Yeah,
it's one of those that I'm definitely get into the game and see actually good card play. It's one of the matches that I would recommend.
Yep, definitely.
It's one of the matches I would recommend you go back and watch.
Absolutely. I'm unsure of how I'm actually going to, because they told me up front that I'm allowed to, go about messing around with the footage as I see fit. And so I might decide to upload, and because they're gonna have the full VOD probably on their channel, but I might separate the individual rounds and maybe even certain games, and upload it over to my channel, depending, with maybe some last minute commentary.
That gives all of you there in the chat. Keep your eyes out to Mr. Dragno. You may see the replays.
Yeah, no kidding, for sure. Yeah, Joe's just a beast, dude. I've known him for a while. I always get it mixed up with another one of my friends, I'll be honest. But regardless, I had so many of my friends actually qualify for this event, so it was just fun to see how much further they can actually progress.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And so obviously, there's 3 of my friends, I'm pretty sure, made day 2. We got actually no, 4 of them. Wow. Actually, let me double check. So we have Henry, Len, and then we have Sean as well. Yeah. Wow. And actually, actually 4. Yeah. Because Joe as well. Yeah. Wow, that's crazy. You can't make this up, man. You absolutely cannot.
And also keep in mind also what Battlecore said in the chat earlier, that season 2 after they do the finals, be sure to keep an eye out on that.
Yep.
Because it's not, according to what we've seen, that it will be not just in the north, in the northeast.
I see where you're coming at with that. All right.
So we are potentially looking. We may potentially see a few more events, a little bit more south, a little bit more in the southeast.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yep.
So there may be a little bit more competition that you may have to deal with now.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that entire area in the United States is absolutely stacked with amazing players. A lot of the KFC guys, Georgia, Florida. a lot of the best card fighters come from that area in specific. A lot of them do qualify for Worlds. I know Andrew Kondrick being one of the big ones coming, I think it was third back in 2022 with Narukami. And then he qualified for Worlds. Crow, similar thing with V Premium,
Crow and his entire local.
Oh yeah, absolutely stacked.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lilith was just saying in the chat. Yeah, four out of the top 8 are people we actually know, and it's just like, yeah, that's again crazy. Ugh.
Oh yeah, it's wild, man.
Yep. And so I don't entirely know if we're going to be getting interviews in at this point or not. I would
I
probably
don't know.
assume. I don't know at this point. It is already like almost 8 o'clock here on our time.
Yep.
So I'm not 100% sure how they're going to choose to go about it, but I'm just kind of waiting to see what else they're going to want us to do before we sign off for the night.
Sign off and let you guys go, because I think they're doing final announcements for the top 8 players, right?
Yep.
So, and obviously the top 8, they'll probably give us a synopsis of the announcement to reinterpret or reiterate, I should say. Sorry, reiterate what they said to you guys watching.
And then if not, you can always follow all of their. You can follow them on all of their socials: Facebook, Twitter, the whole 9 yards, and follow the action and get updated on the event information, because I'm really excited to see. I'm really curious to see what they're going to do for the actual venue, because I know it's going to be, I believe it's going to be, based off the information I have, it's going to be in one of the convention centers. So
I've seen it.
Yeah, so you have seen it, and you can tell.
I've seen it, and I know where it is. I know where the event is. It's going to be very cool. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to definitely be a spectacle. That's for sure.
For sure. Yeah, and you know what? The only reason why I really feel like I was able to make it out here today and have this opportunity was because of my fiance, who qualified for the event. Unfortunately, she didn't make top 8, but she played her hardest to make it to this point, to where she was actually like trying to qualify for that. So I really, if I gotta thank anyone to here today for that, it's gonna be her. Because I told her just go with Heart Luru when she qualified. She did. This time she wanted to spice things up a bit. She went in with Leonore. Didn't do as great, but she's probably learned a lot from it, and she's probably going to take that going into the, I think it's BCS season coming, the last BCS in Philly in March. So.
Yep, because that's one of the big things. The more and especially when it comes to card games as a whole, the more you challenge yourself, the more you fight tougher matches and proceed and compete in bigger tournaments and more tournaments, the better it's going to make you as a player. So you're only gonna get better.
Yeah, just from this alone, from all of these matches, I learned quite a bit already in general that I honestly just legitimately didn't know. Like certain matchups like Katana World as well as Chris Rain. I got 3 sets worth of data to understand how the deck works. And going into this event, I didn't even know how half the cards really interacted with each other. So, I mean, if you take nothing else,
After this stream, I feel like I could reliably Chris Rain deck, no problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, give me a Chris Rain deck, I could probably cook. I'm undecided on what I want to bring in for Philly, though, in all honesty. Because on one hand, I still want to go with my baby Luard, but I also recognize that given the meta, it may not be the best situation to be doing this in.
When is Philly again?
I believe it is like toward the middle or end of March, if I'm not mistaken. So
then that means next set will be legal.
Yeah. The next set will be legal. The next set for Philly, for BCS Philly, will be legal.
I don't know, because the thing you have to keep in that next set, and I keep telling people this all the time: do not sleep on that Deep Lands deck. That Deep Lands deck is scary. I've been playtesting that deck for the past 2-3 weeks, and it is absolutely scary.
Absolutely. Like the amount of multi-attacking that deck is able to do. The fact that
It's
trigger
6
powers
attacks,
get
6
it's very
attacks,
similar to Chris Rain in a
restanding
sense, right?
Vanguard.
It's very
So
similar to
it's
Chris
6
Rain.
attacks, restanding Vanguard, hits over defensives,
Yep.
and the issue, one of the biggest things is 4 of its grade 3s are 15k. 4 of its grade 2s are 10k shield.
Yep.
So it's not just a multi-attack deck that can consistently do it every turn, but almost everything in that deck says draw a card.
Yep.
Almost everything.
Yep.
So it's just and the order just off of the Vanguard alone.
Yep.
That is searchable. That you do search.
Yep.
It is a Resurrection 3 every turn.
Yep.
If you Persona Ride, it's a Resurrection because you'll revive you.
Not even just that, but if you also combo cards like the Rotting Dragon that calls itself out every time you ride up to grade 3.
Yep, the Usurp. Yep, Usurp Dragon. Every
Usurp
time you
Dragon.
ride grade 3, he's gonna call itself. Then you also have Harvest Elf, which is gonna retire the Usurp Dragon to draw cards.
And then I think the other deck
And
that
so,
people
like,
are really
it's
hyped for.
absolutely scary.
I was gonna say, the other deck that I think people are gonna be really hyped for is Brawlers making its way back in. Because
Brawlers
Brawlers
definitely has potential. Brawlers definitely has potential. It just depends on the meta we're going into and like how that meta will shape up. Because if it's still Chris Train, and it's still like if it's still Chris Train is the best deck, and then Deep Lands is the best deck. Well, Deep Lands gets rid of their board. Chris Train gets rid of their board. So like that's one of the issues that a lot of people are seeing with Brawl. If they don't leave hanging rear guards, what are you going to swing at?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's one of the big things. But I definitely can see it. It just really depends on what is the better, how the meta shapes up, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
But speaking of new cards, though, what do we think of Odium or the new Liel that was?
I have not seen the episode yet. I just know that it's a dual nation between Counter Sanctuary and Dark States. And,
It is.
And that's going to be crazy to see how, like, once we got all the card effects, like, how that could be, like, if that has the potential to be meta.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
And also,
I think we're supposed to get the full effect Tuesday.
Yeah. So one other thing I wanted to highlight about that. So you know how in Premium Mythiarch can go into both Zoa and Magneto?
Yeah, it's the throw a Geese in your main deck. Get the heck out of here.
Listen,
Ban Geese
because
in the main
imagine this.
deck.
Okay, hear me out. You go, if you're going first, right? You go Cleric Sword, get the 2 markers, pass. G Guard during your opponent's turn. You ride the new Odium, discard another copy of the Odium for Ultimate Stride, go into Dust. And then Dust from there with the Wombo combo. You get 4 attacks, potential crit pressure if you go Force 2. Yeah, that is going to be crazy to see how that plays out. And
It
Royals
will
could
be.
do it too. And Royals could do it too, because
But again, yeah, because you can just play it with Ashley. We get it. But but the big thing is ban Gize from the main deck. If you want to do this, I'm gonna stride into Megiddo playing Mega Colony. You don't get trigger power.
Yep.
I'm sick of this.
Yeah, like I don't understand why that's not like just the main ruling at this point for it.
Bushy Road, ban Hellheart 8, and my life is yours. We ban Hellheart 8 to ban Grand Blue, and you can have him.
Bro. I don't know. Either way, like the new Odium looks interesting. I'm curious to see if they're gonna because that comes out at set 13 as well, right? The new Odium.
The new Odium will be not this booster set. Actually, I think it's
That's why I'm
set
asking.
14.
Is
I
it
think
set
it's set
14?
14. I think it may be set 14.
Okay, because I was gonna say we're already running out of space, right?
Let me look. I can actually check right now.
Yeah, go for it. Because I get the feeling that's going to be part of what set 14 is all about. And if that's the case, still, it's going to be interesting to see
Galactic
how that deck
Clash.
shapes up.
Yeah, we've gotten the three triple rares for BT13.
Okay, so that's going to be presumably a set 14 card then.
Yeah,
Okay, so we're probably going to be waiting till like what July?
probably, yeah.
Because at the rate that how they release boosters
Yeah,
and
'cause
stuff
Set 14, set 13 comes out in May.
the Blaster Blade and
the one
then-
before that comes out this month, at the end of this month.
Yep.
So yeah,
Yeah,
and then
so we have a huge gap.
For that set, we are missing a Dark States triple rare and we're actually missing 2 triple rare. So, but one of them is guaranteed to be a Dark States triple rare.
Right. So then at that point, actually, wouldn't it maybe, because then that's weird, because then it's also part Keter. Because maybe that's the Odium slot right there.
We have gotten all of the triple rare slots for Keter Sanctuary Art.
Okay.
Is this year?
Okay. So, but that wouldn't it just count for Dark States at that point? For its slots, because we're still waiting on Dark States, aren't we? Or no?
I don't think we're still waiting on one for Dark States, and it may be in that set, but I don't think it will because all.
Because I was gonna say, what else?
It's probably gonna have at least one because there's a grade 2 dual nation that will probably be a triple rare.
Okay, so someone else in the chat is also thinking the same thing I am. Whereas like the new Leo and the dual nation grade 2 could probably fit in as the last 2 triple rares.
They could. They definitely could.
But I don't know if they are gonna go down that rabbit hole.
I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll be able to see on two.
Hopefully.
But yeah, so we do have. So this is how our breakdown looks for. So, or for the rest of what we know.
Right.
So May 8th we have. So it's going to be February 27th. We have Chasm of Lost Souls, which is going to be the very next booster set.
Yep.
Then March 20th we have a Token Rambu set. April 24th we have both of the Liel deck sets.
Yep.
We have the Odium and the Amorta deck sets.
Oh, see, you know what that tracks.
Yep, exactly. That's why they did that.
Mm-hmm.
May 8th, they will be releasing Paralactic Clash.
Yep.
Which is going to give us Zorga, Magnolia, new Stoicheia.
Yep.
May 22nd, we get the new Blaster Blade and Draconic Overlord trial deck.
Yep.
Or the constructed deck.
Yep.
And then June 26th is when we will receive Vanguard Booster Set 14, Envoys of the Crimson Moon.
Okay.
And the face card of that set being Gabuelius.
Right. Okay. So that's definitely interesting. I'm just trying to think.
So what was your favorite game today?
Probably that last one. I'll be real with you.
That is fair, dog. That is fair.
Oh boy. Just give me 1 second, real quick. And I will, because we're just kind of just waiting at intermission at this point. I don't know if I could just leave the stream at this point real quick, just to take care of something. But I will be right back, Marshall. If you want to just kind of communicate with
I
the
got it.
crowd.
I can take care of it.
All right, bet. Thank you.
Welcome. Yes, we just received we just did the 5th and final round. So they are cutting to top 8, and then top 8 will play at the end of the month. And we have there's going to be a bigger venue, bigger, like, bigger spectacle at the end of the month. Yes, sir. But yeah, this for those of you who have been here with us all day today, what was it, in your opinion, what was y'all's favorite match of the day?
All right, but that is going to do it for this stream. Look forward to us commentating on February 28th at Philadelphia. And you got anything else you want to say before we wrap up?
Yep, I just want to make a couple of things for everybody.
Yep.
And again, I said this at the beginning around 5, but I'll repeat it here for you guys as the message. My name is Marshall, and I'm with Main Deck Masters and Kingslayer Card. Yeah, Mr. Ricard, Mr. Drag Noah Shadow himself. Be sure to check out his YouTube channel. Be sure to check out all his socials, his Twitter, and everything like that. Be sure to give him the subs, give him the love. It was great having him on here as a co-commentator today. Be sure to check out Main Deck Masters. We have a YouTube. We're doing a ton of Gundam content. We're pumping out videos almost every day. We're doing Gundam content. We're going TCG as a whole content. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, be sure to check us out. Follow us on social media. We have Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all of that stuff. You guys know Kingslayer Cards. Be sure to check them out. And I always have to do the plug. And then also, it's literally in my job. But and then also, be sure to check out the host of the circuit.
Yeah,
circuit. Be sure to check out Battlecore. They're doing amazing,
This is an easy win. Look.
and they're doing absolutely phenomenal things when it's competitive scene for Cardfight Vanguard. So you just want to make sure that we support them to the best of our abilities, and that we always want to show people because they're great people. So you just want to make sure that we're having a good time, and that we're showing them that we want to have a good stuff. So the more you guys support them, the more that lets them know, hey. So we really appreciate you guys tuning into the stream. We appreciate everything you guys have done for today, and we appreciate everything that you guys will always do. And that is it for me.
All right. Then I guess until then, this is Dragnoa alongside Marshall Craven, and we will catch you guys there. Peace out, everyone.
See you in Philly.